It's too early, but that's okay. My gym workout was phenomenal. Before I went home, I decided to stop over at my mother's house. I haven't seen my mother in 2 months. I know she's going to be very surprised to see me. I can't wait. What the? I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The first thing I noticed was this person's skin. What is going on? Uncomplicated, untreated skin? Who is this guy? I had to take a step back, but then I realized it was my brother. But look at his skin. Have you guys ever seen anything like that? I had to take a closer look and figure out what was going on. Best believe I crept up on him. Peep this. I'm still looking at his skin, trying to figure out, how did we get here? I could do nothing but shake my head. He could definitely use my help. I had to get to the bottom of this. He definitely needed some game about his skin. I'm just staring at it, like looking at it. Come on, bro. I knew what to do. I had to reach in my bag and get that Tiege Hanley. Uncomplicated skincare for men. Bro, this is why I'm excited to have Tiege Hanley as the sponsor of today's video. They have helped me start and maintain my skincare routine by making the entire process uncomplicated. Honestly, it's the best skincare system for guys like you and me. I recommend you start with their level 1 system, which comes with all the basics. A daily face wash to get rid of the dirt and the grime on your skin, a 2 times per week exfoliating scrub to get rid of the dead skin cells, an AM moisturizer with SPF 20 because you should always be protecting your skin from the sun, and a PM moisturizer to help your skin stay hydrated and healthy throughout the night. My brother was so excited. My favorite part about Teach Hanley is that every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. They really make the process of achieving and maintaining amazing skin easy. Shout out to Teach Hanley. And because Teach Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click the first link in the description, and not only will you get Teach Hanley for the best possible price, but they'll also give you a free gift with your first box. Click that link and get started today for just $30. Feel the Teach. Let the Teach force be with you.
Wow, I didn't think Kay was gonna be on.
Why?
Hi, everyone.
It's our show. Hey, y'all.
Hey,
Bruiser, your camera, I cannot get past it.
why it's messed up, ain't it?
No, it's like
So close.
First camera ever, yeah.
it's film level production. I don't know what's going on. Hey, y'all. Hi, Courtney. Hi, Jonathan. Hi, Billy.
How's everyone?
Doing good. How are you?
Doing great.
Sorry.
Doing terrific.
Wait, what'd you say, Kayla? You're not on mute. You know you're not on mute.
Light, because I'm shooting on my Mac. Can y'all hear me? Okay, is that better?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You sounded far away at first. So we'll just kind of get right into it, I guess. Anyone who has seen me anywhere on social media, from YouTube to Facebook to wherever, knows that I do a lot of talking about race. And generally, my Facebook friends and people on my own curated lists of friends and things like that understand the conversation and where it's coming from. And, we can have healthy conversations about certain things. But when I tell you that I have been called a victim Olympian, on multiple occasions since being in the YouTube space and in the group, for the Lapeef Network and all that, I've been called a victim Olympian multiple times based on some of my views about racism and things like that. So let's just get into that first. What do y'all think about that term, victim Olympics, or victim Olympian, when it comes to people discussing the clearly, racist practices that happen in this country on a very regular basis? Go ahead.
Let's start with some people on the panel.
Jonathan.
I think Jonathan's excellent to go first.
Okay, what's going on, everybody? Yeah, so I think I kind of break it down into 2 words, right? Victim and then Olympian. And so for me, the question is, have Black people been victimized in this country? The answer is 100% yes. Now, the Olympian part speaks to competition, to where we're, I guess the assumption is that we're somehow trying to compete with other groups or other individuals around our victimization. I normally don't see that. What I usually see are Black people talking about and bringing light to the obstacles and the issues that they face specifically, right? And then get called victims because of that. And so for me, I don't think that most Black people play the victim Olympics, right? I don't think we compete in it. Who wants to be a victim, right? Who wants to talk about all of the things that have happened to us? I wish none of it happened, right? But because it has happened, folks must talk about it in order to come to particular solutions. And so, I think, folks that use that clearly, have some sort of, I wouldn't necessarily call it agenda, but they already have, some ideas about what they believe as contrary to our ideas around race and racism in this country. And I just think they use it as a as just an excuse to just not have the conversation.
Yeah, because I think that sometimes I will literally acknowledge reality, like the inequities in education, for example, and people will be like, victim Olympics, and it's like, people have studied this. This
Facts.
is a real thing. Like, how is acknowledging reality speaking from a place of victimhood? Like, if people are actually suffering, and people are victims of, racism and racist things, I think that kind of minimizing it to, oh, you're just being a victim, whatever, Olympian or whatever, is really off base, because we have to acknowledge these things, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I've never heard somebody say, personally, I've never heard like anybody in my groups or in any places where I teach and other places say that you can't do something because you're Black, or you can't go here, you can't go there. What they usually say is, hey, when you go to this space, watch out for this, this, and this. These things are going to come against you. Here's how you navigate it being a Black person in this space. But I think oftentimes people always say like, oh, well, people are sitting around saying you can't do this and you can't do that because you're Black. I've never heard that. I've never heard.
I wouldn't necessarily, me myself, I wouldn't necessarily call it victim Olympics, because there is no competition. Like, our struggle is our own unique struggle. It is unlike any other race on the planet. So I think it's more or less prey and predator. We're the most preyed upon race out of all the races. We are the most taken advantage of. And I could understand where somebody who hasn't gone through the struggles that somebody who has can develop a superiority complex, that you need to get, grab yourself by the bootstraps and pull yourself up out of the slums and out of the ghettos and out of the, situations that you've been placed in. And unfortunately, a lot of circumstances dictate how people operate. You get what I'm saying? A lot of misguided children from a young age that are having children, and then by the time that they realize that better is out there, that it's a little bit, the weight has been placed on their back already. And so the fruit doesn't fall far from the tree. Like, people continue to have the same struggles that your parents had and stuff like that. And so it's somewhat genetic too. You know what I'm saying? That you are in a disposition, genetically maybe, that, that there's so many things that goes along with the victim Olympics. So I'm not comfortable calling that. I call it, like, like I said, prey and predator. Which one are you? You get what I'm saying? And it's best to be a predator in this day and age, because of what they call, what society, kind of society do we live in? We're a capitalistic society. So, being a predator, being one who takes and and gains, is looked at as an admirable trait. And so our people, we don't subscribe, really. This concept of money to us is very, very new. We've, for centuries and thousands of years and millennia have bartered actual things. That's in our DNA. We know, that this is worth something. And if you give me something of equal value, that's a, fair trade. And we've gotten away from that, and we've gotten more into a socialistic, capitalistic, society, and it's not what we're about. That's all I have to say. I'll mute up.
I don't know, something with your volume just for next time. It's a kind of like, I don't know,
Staticky, like some static.
static. I
I have a question, and maybe because I'm a little bit newer-ish, I have a background working with you know, gun violence prevention and violence prevention groups. So, Kay, enlighten me a little bit on what they mean when you say victim Olympics, because I would never use those two terms together.
So, when acknowledging certain, wait, everybody's on mute. There's some kind of feedback or
yeah,
something. Oh, Billy, try to log out and come back in. I think it's, yeah. But the times when victim Olympics or victim Olympian or whatever have been used towards me have been when talking about racism and things that are very well understood and documented by most people that I know, in terms of education, healthcare, policing, law, all these different things. When you acknowledge that, sometimes people will say, you're being a part of the victim Olympics, which, yeah. So what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I don't like the term, but go ahead, Kayla. I'm gonna cut you off. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I don't like the term. So I feel like this whole time my brain wasn't processing it because I think of Olympics one way and I think of a victim one way. So I didn't the correlation of victim and Olympics and that being something to be proud of or a comparison thing just kind of.
I think it's okay. I see what your question is, because at first I didn't. Okay, so I think that people say that because they think, like Jonathan was saying earlier, that people are competing about who's the most oppressed or whatever, instead of quote unquote taking a responsibility for their own actions and all of those types of things. But I've said plenty of times that personal accountability can absolutely still be a thing, while we also acknowledge that racism exists. But
microphone check 1 2 1 2.
Oh, so much better.
Sounds amazing. No, I totally agree, Kay. I do think that when people start using it as an excuse, that's what's created this this thing that we see with people calling it that, because there's people that aren't doing. I mean, it's unfortunate to the point where we understand as Black people, we have to, what is the thing growing up? Work twice as hard or whatever. And I get that sucks, but it's the reality of this country. And sometimes that is what you have to do in certain instances. So that's a hard part of it. And I just feel like in general, if you're not doing what you need to do to move forward and you're using it as an excuse, then that's where the problem lies. And that's where this whole thing came from. But it's not a real thing. I really don't think it's a real thing, because anyone that's not recognizing and understanding racism in America, I mean, they just don't get it. And there's no explaining this. I don't know.
Did you guys hear my talk about prey and predator? Did it come through that part?
Yeah, we heard it.
All right, bet.
So
I
Courtney,
think,
go ahead, Bruiser. Sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Bruiser, what are you thinking?
the only time I ever heard it is when I came on this network on various shows. I never heard it anywhere else. I almost feel like somebody on the show created it, but I would be lying if I said that. If I was to guess where it came from, I would say it came from different races trying to compete for the trophy of who's being suppressed the most or oppressed the most in this country. Because we know Black people have been carrying that trophy for a long time. And then when you got all these other races that's coming in the mix and trying to get equality or, resources and stuff, I think that's what they coined the term oppression Olympics or victim Olympics came in. Who's been victimized the most? You know what I'm saying?
Honestly, it's a part of the legislation. I posted something in the group chat, in the group, Facebook group earlier this week, and it was talking about how why don't Oregon have any Black people in it? And did you know until 2001 that it was illegal to be a citizen of African American descent in the state of Oregon? They kept that legislation in there till 2001, and they fought to keep it in there.
Yeah, but that's against the
reason why they
14th
kept it in there
Amendment.
because
So
they said that they wanted.
should have been over. Hold on, when did that exist? Like, do you know any like details on it?
Yeah. There's a whole like 2-hour dissertation that this lady is talking about it and like the history of where it came from. That they didn't want they were the first state to not have slavery, but it was also illegal to be a black person in the state of Oregon. So they came from a business standpoint, that it was a haven for Caucasians to go and to prosper and to work and to get away from, what they would call modern society, which was, integration with, slavery. And if an African American did, decide to live in Oregon, that there was a public lash law where every 6 months that they would round up the African Americans and whip them publicly until they left the state.
Right. It was,
and that legislation stayed
what?
So this was happening all the way up until 2001.
Stayed in there till 2001, and there's a reason why there aren't any black people in the state of Oregon. The only part of Oregon that is African American is Portland, and it's around the train station, and it's because that they built the railroad that came through, and they stayed despite the laws. So you want to talk about victim Olympics, and some people are born into genetic dispositions. You get what I'm saying? And these aren't the best of housing that we're talking about. We're not talking about people. We're talking about a very resilient people who weren't given anything. Everything that they got, they had to take it. They had to earn it, and they had to earn it in the worst ways.
Is there any details on the last time there was a public lashing? Because I'm certain I wouldn't have missed.
I don't really know, but I'm pretty sure it happened quite frequently for it to be. And first of all, that's the governor of Oregon. They had about 3 KKK governors who are known to be KKK members. The state of Oregon houses the most known KKK members in the nation. So that goes like card carrying KKK members.
You cannot be
and
serious.
that goes to to the language of what kind of society that they wanted there.
But I think that kind of society was wanted or desired everywhere up until we just start pushing resistance out of the way.
But what I'm trying to say is that just because that there are Caucasians who don't agree with slavery doesn't mean that they're not racist. That's what that means.
And it's honestly like inherent in certain instances. I don't understand how you guys can think like in the psyche of a white person that was 6 when they saw Black people being publicly berated and like harassed and killed, hung from trees while they had lunch. And you know what I'm saying? Like, how
it's funny that you say that, because Bill Burr just
their
said
psyche can ever see us different, because you have to do something, the cognitive dissonance in your brain, you have to do that in order for that to be okay and you sleep good at night. And obviously we have our Jane Elliots, we have our standouts that like couldn't sleep and had to do something about it, right?
Right.
But there are a lot of white people that fully accept that dissonance,
right,
and go to sleep just fine and have passed that mental illness along, because it's a mental illness for you to think that like we're any different because of literally scientific thing called pigmentation. Right. It's crazy. So
it's funny that Bill Burr just had a stand-up, and one of his jokes said that it's funny that a lot of these white people walking around here talking about, oh, we're so woke, and this, that, and other. He was like, if it was 1875, you would be doing the same thing that you're doing right now. Absolutely nothing. If you wouldn't be going out of your way to help these people. You wouldn't be, putting your life and your reputation on the line to be helping these folks. You would be doing exactly what you're doing now. Sitting there talking about how bad it is. Oh, they shouldn't be doing that to those African Americans over there. It's so terrible. Oh man. And then, watch it happen again and again and again.
So it makes me want to bring up, Kay, I wonder if you think, and I want to know other people on the panel, when we were talking about on Thursday, just in terms of race, do you think that people think that it's no longer a problem? Like, do you think that people genuinely believe that it's not a factor in America anymore?
I think that, in fact, in the group, I asked one time, like, do people still think racism affects, like, Black people specifically now? And there were a lot of people that said that they do not think that racism affects Black people. Like, I was shocked, confused. So yeah, like, there are people of many different races that do not think racism is a factor, even though it clearly is. And I find that quite unsettling.
Anyone else? Does anyone else think that people, or think it's become more normalized, that people think that like racism is not, because you know how people are trying to roll back the whole race, what is it called? Race theory? What is it called? I don't know.
I think that it's
some new term they made up to not talk about American history, which
right.
is
I think that it's another way to forgive.
What is that term?
People for crimes.
I think she's talking about
critical race theory.
But that's more so like a political talking point at this point. Like,
critical race theory. Yeah, I found it very stupid, especially when Black people start saying it doesn't affect you. I know a number of people. I even struggle sometimes on my own panel, on my own show, when we talk about a lot of the effects of policies. People don't realize policies are not just meant for that era. They create policies to last. They future-proof these policies. And these people who create these policies are PhDs, scientists, all this shit. And they come together and they figure out a plan to manipulate, certain groups. And it's just true. You know what I'm saying? The proof is in the pudding, and people just don't want to accept it, because I think some people who don't want to publicly accept it is because they're ashamed. That's what I think. They're just ashamed of it, and that's their way of dealing with shame.
Courtney,
just echo that to say that I think a lot of Black people, especially in the time that we live in now, they think money removes the fact that they Black. So they think if they got a lot of money, or they can go to these places and pay for all this stuff, or wear these clothes, it changes the fact that, like Kanye said, you still a nigga in a Benz. Like, you still Black no matter what quality, like, life that you have. And I think that a lot of entertainers, like, a lot of people don't share that part with these people. Like, they're only treating you this good because this who you is in the world. But if you was a regular Black person with no fame and just had money, you still a Black person. You're not a celebrity. You're no one fancy. So I think that a lot of people try to make their lifestyles fit other races to make them have that status. So I think that that's why I like when we wear our own designers, because we're embracing our own communities, and then you get other people to start embracing our stuff. So
that's empowerment.
Yeah, exactly.
This reminds me of a joke I heard today, and it's crazy that this ended up being today's topic. It was a joke some comedian made about Ryan Coogler, right? He said something like, I didn't put it in the chat, but he said something like, it's crazy when we have these conversations in America about race. It's not even debatable that there's not a racism issue in America when a Black man like Ryan Kluger gets racially profiled at the Bank of America. And I just thought that was hilarious. Obviously, we know that's just their name, that they named the bank, but it is one of the biggest banks in America. So I just thought that was funny. I guess it's not that funny, but whatever.
I think it was the delivery. I think it was the delivery.
Okay. My bad. I was
did it the same way, probably. Like that's
he said it, when he said it, it was funny. I don't know.
So are you saying that to suggest that because of the recent racism that we're able to play the victim card, or we're able to I don't want to say the victim card because it kind of sound bad, but we're able to justify the reason why we kind of still recognize history and still point towards history as the result of what's happening today, given the reason. Right.
I think when people say it, and I'll play because I think there's a large portion of folks that use it as an excuse, but then I also think that there's like a small portion of folks who sometimes can be right in like individual circumstances. So for example, I often deal a lot with, individuals, black men, black women who are highly educated. They have, money, they have access, they have all of these things. But when you ask them certain questions like, hey, why don't you eat right? Hey, why don't you work out, a little bit more? Hey, why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? Their answer is, well, black people in America, we don't have access to, or we can't do, and I'm just like, well, yes, that's true for the majority of black people, but you can get a gym membership. Like you can go to Trader Joe's and eat. So that is an excuse for you.
I think they're playing a race card on the wrong things.
That makes sense to me, But generally, I would agree with all of you.
Yeah, Jonathan, that's a good point. Like individually, I see how someone could say, you're making an excuse. If I'm like, oh, I can't do this because of this, but I actually have access, to certain things. I get that. But to not recognize like systemic and like institutional racism as real things and to just say, you know what? Victim Olympics. I think that's very strange. Yeah.
So there's a clip that we're gonna play.
Never said one bad word about him ever.
You know what I hear more? You know what I hear more than anything in the black community? What I hear more than anything else is the same thing I push on my channel. We need therapy.
Yes,
we need therapy. And here's the thing. Because this is when people started saying I'm an asshole, because I'm a 52-year-old man and I've had troubles too. I've had traumas too. I've had things and what we can't do is the oppression victim Olympics. We have to become a competent people. No one cares about our problems.
Right.
So we're at the bottom.
Right.
And the only way we're going to get back to the top is to be together.
Right.
We have the only group of women who think that they don't need their men to live a successful life.
So I guess this is where it came from, that term.
That term is really old. Like if you even Google it, it's in the Urban Dictionary from like 2013. People been saying,
is it victim? I thought it was oppression Olympics.
Look it up. It's not a new term. I don't think anyone on the panel.
It's been around a long time.
It's been around a long time. I've just not been called it or like heard it outside.
I never heard it until I came.
Kevin Samuels is bringing
never
some stuff
in my
up.
life.
Everybody just went over everybody's head and just.
Well, when I was younger, I will say there was something called like Hotep, and those were like guys that will always be like blaming the white man for everything. And that's why black men can't make it. And it's the white man's problem. But I never heard like victim Olympics until I came to Lapeef. But I have heard about the Hoteps that like everything is the white man's fault, and that's why he can't get his money up and get his life together and get it going, because the white man's holding him down, and like, you know, all of that. But honestly, I never heard of this Victim Olympics.
Yeah, me either. I'm kind of with Kayla on that one. I've never heard of it either, but I have heard people blame everything on the white man. So, you know, that's what I'm familiar with. And I think, you know, eventually, to me, that's kind of like a sad and like a bad excuse eventually, because as time is going on, it's like we keep throwing all these, you know, reasons why we can't do anything. So definitely the Victim Olympics is a new term for me. I'm just used to hearing the white man, you know, got every damn thing. So
that's why I didn't want to sound ignorant, but I was like, newish term for me. Let's go back and talk about what that is first before I give my opinion. But I agree with everything that you guys said. But I guess just quickly, it makes me feel like we as ourselves, we start to kind of pit against ourselves based off of what other people say. I'm not sure if you guys seen that conversation, but about Zendaya and Keke Palmer, and people are comparing her. And I thought that she handled it with grace by saying she's an incomparable talent, because you're getting bogged down with the details. It doesn't matter what color she is. Keke has been a household Chicago name for forever. So I think that way she handled that was with grace. But I do think that we often as ourselves start, you know, going against ourselves. Natural hair, weave, light skin, dark skin.
I think that Kevin Samuels was absolutely right. Whatever you want to call the problem, however you want to diagnose it, however you want to, you know, whichever slice it, however you want to do it, but the solution is still the same. The solution is in our unity and in us being together. That's what it's from. It's us bringing us up. It's us empowering us. It's us buying and being for us. You know what I'm saying? So
but what does that look like?
But we can,
because I think we all know that is the solution, but then we let little things keep us separated, like little small differences of opinions and stuff like that. So what is the real solution?
I think the real solution is the getting over the infighting and the sexism and the gender war. That's the first thing. Like us coming together as man and woman, like with respect and love. Like that's what it's all about at the end of the day. And we have to just change the narrative of what we're looking for in somebody who we want to be with and keep around in our life. Align yourself with, you know, people who look like you and want to do things that you want to do. So that's how we empower each other.
I think, Billy, you hit it on the head. Me and someone were just having a conversation about why people don't have 12 kids anymore. Why like people don't be married, yet alone having 13, 12 kids. Like you don't come from a family of 7 anymore. So I think the problem starts at home. We have to get on board with each other first, because we're not
the gender war has to stop. It has to end. The infighting is what's keeping us from seeing the bigger goal. Like if we're fighting amongst each other, we will never be. If we keep fighting amongst each other, we will never be, you know, a fist able to knock somebody out. How can we fight if we slapping? We all everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like it. That's why the police feel like they can do anything and everything. They don't have to have accountability, because what are we going to hit them with? Black people don't unify for nothing. So, you know.
Why do you think that that's the case on so many occasions, that we're not unifying?
Because we have so much trauma within our own households. Like when a woman, certain men see women, they have a real strong hate towards women because of the traumas that they've seen in their lives. A lot of women, when they see a black man, they have an automatic hate towards him because of the trauma that she's seen in her life. And all of that stems from an upbringing.
Okay, so like deep-rooted, like childhood trauma.
Right. It all comes from that. As long as we can keep it busted, as long as we can keep that foundation broken, we're going to keep producing broken people.
Well, I think
we're going to be a broken people. You get what I'm saying? Because we all represent each other. So if we're a group of broken people, that's what we are.
Everybody's broken.
Right.
I think Kevin Samuels hit it on the
It
money.
don't matter if one or two of y'all ain't.
Well, here's the thing,
majority of them is.
But the thing about it though is that white folk are broken people. Latinos are broken people. Asians are broken people. Everybody's.
But the difference is the unity.
No, but the difference is that they set up systems to where they don't need to have unity. The system.
That's true.
Yeah.
Hispanic households are a lot different than African American ones.
I mean, what perspective is that coming from? Is that coming from an immigration perspective or
No. I mean,
Latinas born in America? Because that's two different fights.
They still have very tight-knit communities. They have very, very tight-knit communities, and they look out for each other. They support each other. The Hispanics
talking about the Hispanic
Texas,
community?
They shop at the Mexican grocery stores.
The Chinese community do the same thing.
The Chinese do the Asian does the same
But that's only because that the mainstream communities don't even sell the stuff that they like. Have you tried to buy some like authentic Korean sauces or anything like that at the Publix? Publix doesn't sell them, so they have to shop
you gotta go
places that their people sell, because we literally do not cater to those cultures in this country.
Well,
we don't. But that's what I'm saying. Where do we go?
I think the difference, though,
ask an African or an islander. They could probably tell you where they get their stuff.
Nah, but we in Louisiana, when I grew up, where my dad is from, there's a whole like community of Black folks that fend for themselves. They do for themselves. They're not rich at all by any means, but they all know how. They all are skilled people, and they all get by on what they know and what they contribute.
So Billy, earlier, like a few minutes ago, you mentioned Black Americans being maybe you didn't say Black Americans, but I think you just said Black people being in a very unique situation, right? So like, I've heard people ask the question like, why is it that, certain Hispanic communities or certain Asian communities or certain people from different places, come together, work together, support their own and all that. Like what you were saying just now about, I don't know who you mentioned. Did you say Mexican people? I don't know who you said. Okay, so you just said in general. So when we think about other people from other cultures, I think they are more tight knit because they have more shared cultural things that are not American, that are not specific to America. Let me put it that way. So like if you find, I don't know, a family from China or a family from Mexico or a family from Ghana or wherever, they have like certain cultural things that aren't American that kind of binds them together, depending where they're from, of course.
And I think that we do that as well, but we don't have the options to do it a lot of the times. I think that if you try to buy Black, there's only so much you can buy Black of.
Yeah, but it's a bigger issue though. Like it's deeper than like, oh, why don't more Black people have more stores or whatever? I think
not even stores. I'm just talking about like a real community.
Yeah, but there's an active, and there has been an active like attack on Black families, Black communities, etc. in this country. So we, like Black people in America, all speak English, right? Whereas, let's say your grandma is Chinese and your mom and your dad are Chinese and you're Chinese, you still have some of the things from that culture from where, your grandparents or your parents were from, whereas Black Americans are just now kind of rebuilding.
And we did not have the blueprint for a long time. We did not have the blueprint to build, we like just think about it. Like where was our great grandparents 100 years ago? You know what I mean? Like what kind of systemic things were going on when they had, a career trying to figure out their place in America, and there were systematic things going on around them. Could you say to them like stop being in the victim Olympics, or are you?
No, I agree.
Circumstances at that.
I agree with that. I agree with that. And there's been so many circumstances over the last.
So we're not far removed from that. We're not that far removed from that.
Absolutely.
So what I'm trying to say is that the more and more we develop blueprints for success, we can spread it. We can pass that around. Like, I think that we can build hospitals, our own hospitals in our community, because there's a lot of money in that. There's a lot of money in how many women do you know are nurses and CNAs? We have enough of our people to, fill hundreds of hospitals around the country. But we also need a board of directors, a group of guys who have money to come together and put that money together and say that we're going to build this hospital in this community.
So what stops that from happening?
Listen,
we don't have like one for one. What I just said, we don't have a blueprint for it.
No, you know what?
I
Billy, Billy, it's just bullshit. It's just bullshit. There are blueprints out there. There are successful things out there. I.e., I went to an HBCU that was founded and run by Black people for the betterment of Black people. That is a business. Now, the issue is
how many brothers today
people don't stay focused on the mission. Mm-hmm. When shit starts going good, people start doing things they shouldn't do because ego, power, greed, these things start becoming more important than the mission. And that's why there are cases of embezzlements of funds, different types of things that go on.
I think this is a very interesting conversation. Because I agree with you, Kayla. I totally agree with you.
What I'm talking about my own HBCU. What?
Yeah, but like,
I feel like Kay said something really important earlier, and I've been wanting to like say something about it. So I'm like, come off mute. But Kay, I think when you were like where you were taking us, the road that we've kind of been winding off, into different pathways on, was when you talked about what shared cultures do African Americans, hence on the Americans, have. And we don't have much. And I think Billy was touching on that. Well, we don't really know. And then Kayla talked about, well, there is things, but we get, deterred from the past. So I think as a collective, African Americans, we don't really, I hate to say it, but we don't really have a set culture or trends. We're kind of binded together through trauma and slavery, and then we're kind of still unpackaging our history. And I think Billy touched on that about like how you see pictures now that were always in color, but now we're just now seeing them that way. Like Emmett Till was always in color, but we've been taught this skewed version of history. So I think the things that we try to kind of do camaraderie around, it comes from trauma or things like materialistic things. We're trying to be flashy because our ancestors didn't have anything. So I think that's where it gets murky for African Americans to think about where they belong. Because to your point, we can't go to little like Jamaica. We're not Jamaican. We can't go to the African countries. We're not from there. So I think that is something that Black people in America struggle with on a daily basis, is finding out what tribe they belong to. And what does that African American?
You are your local tribe. I think that's exactly what we are. I think we don't believe that we are truly American. I think that like a lot of dudes in the hood be like, "Where you from?" Like you ask like a Caucasian person, you'd be like, "Where you from?" "I'm American." Like, "No, where you from?" "Oh, I'm from Connecticut." And like you ask a Black dude, "Where you from?" He'd be like, "Where you from?" "Oh, I'm from O Block. I'm from Compton. I'm from Harlem. I'm from Dade County. I'm from, we more or less are tribalistic people."
But Billy, I still think it's more high level than that, because I've lived many places. You ask me where I'm from, I'm gonna start listing off places. I don't think
right,
that
but you
matters.
refer to a tribe.
As a Black woman who's American, who speaks English in America, there is no group of people that are just like, oh yeah, like everything we just sync up from the moment that we born. That's where I belong, and those are my people.
I think you're kind of wrong with that, because we listen to our accents and we know what tribe you belong to. We like have our own like languages. We have our own unique customs and stuff like that.
Well, I mean, there's definitely Black culture. There is. But the thing is though, like when we're talking about this, I think about things like for all Black people, right? But is it really all Black people? Because like what Billy was saying, like certain people in certain areas might kind of adhere to one thing where others might adhere to something else, but there's still a shared Black American experience that some choose to not acknowledge.
Where I come from,
But
gold teeth is our culture, and some to other
right,
people that might look, kind of crazy. But just like there's African cultures that might, gauge their ears or do certain or scar their
there's lots
skin
of
or something
different,
like that.
yeah.
It might look crazy to you, but that's our culture.
But then let's think about things like rites of passage, things like that. What are some of those that you think about, Billy, when you think about, Black Americans? Like, what are some?
I think getting thrown to the streets at a young age. That's what I think.
Trauma.
See, but that's trauma.
Trauma.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I
see that across the board, that a lot of young African American men are basically like Spartans. We're thrown to the wolves,
so
and
that's what y'all bond upon. Y'all feel like y'all 300. Y'all bond
from
all
18
being,
years old.
No.
You're either gonna make it or you're not.
Jonathan said nope.
That's like not me. I'm not smart. I just want to know. So are we bonding about our pain? Like that sounds like a
issue with that.
Yeah, because look, if you up in jail, they will bond over that. I guarantee you. How many times you done been locked up, shouted?
How does getting kicked out help make you a better person?
They do
bond. They don't have
over it. Let me tell you.
All the men can go and become men, and the intermission.
But at the same time, they have a different culture of of HBCUs, of military culture, of we have a lot of positive aspects to our our version of manhood, or what it takes to become.
But when we talk about culture
or
like shared language, customs, things like, what are some of the things? Because we've talked about Black culture. I don't know if it was on our show, Kayla.
Yeah, it was.
Yes,
I was there.
Okay, so that was on. I think, yeah. So we talked about Black culture before.
Yeah.
I think we talked about it on the Thursday show before too. But like, when we're talking about, shared customs, what are some shared customs that Black people have?
Fried
chicken. Or is it smaller groups? What'd you say, Billy?
Shared customs that we have, like, as Black Americans?
Mm-hmm.
We have a
don't be running in and out of my house. Either you gonna go outside or
Kayla, you said don't let my cold air out.
Sleeping with the fan
on. That is a
on.
shared custom.
Sleeping with the fan on.
What?
I feel like a lot of our
y'all sleep with the fan on. I know who. Raise your hand if you sleep with the fan on. Put a 1 in the chat if you sleep with the fan on.
I
don't know what it is.
We still looking for positive things to collect us. Like, what is something positive? And everything I can think of is not positive.
We have a Black national anthem. We have music that connects and binds us.
Yes.
We have clothing that connects and binds us. We have specific language patterns and phonetics that connect and bind us. We have a continent of origin. Whether you want to know, whether you want to say that you come from there, you don't. We have a continent of origin that connects and binds us. The fact that everybody on this panel is not mad at somebody or thinks that they can't be in this conversation because of the way that they look means that there is something there that binds us that maybe we can't articulate or we don't know, but it's there. And so there are many different examples of Black culture.
I think there's plenty of Black culture. I think there's plenty of Black culture. Everything you named, Jonathan, I'm in line with. I agree with that. I'm saying, like, what are some of the practices that Black people share? Like, what are some of the shared customs, rites of passage, things like that? Because I agree with everything you said. I'm just saying, like, in addition to that, are we on the same page about anything else outside of those types of things? Because I do think we need to kind of start getting on the same page about certain things like that.
We practice exploiting government systems, welfare system, shit like that. Stuff that's detrimental to our progress. We have a culture that abuses that.
That's
it's a diminishing return. It actually abuses our future and our legacy.
So that's not. You think that's a black specific?
Well, I think what he's getting at.
I think that anything black people participate as a group, as a mass for a long period of time, it becomes a culture.
But what makes you think that black people are doing this in mass?
The fact that our single parent household went from 23% in the 1960s all the way up to 77% after welfare programs was introduced.
So are we not going to talk about the systematic things
this thing about Blueprint, if I can comment on that, this thing he said about Blueprint, we didn't have the Blueprint. We don't have a group. That's all bullshit, because we had the Blueprint back in 1929. They blew it up with bombs and shit. There's no way that we can sit here on a panel and say black people aren't intelligent enough to figure this shit out. We just today in 2022, the resistance, what they call it, resistance, is we can't figure it out. We can't uncover it. It became so complex that the people that's been moving the goalposts on us has figured out a way to hide it. Now we just can't hide it. So because we can't figure it out, now we got to point the finger at ourselves.
What about jumping?
So this thing about Victim Olympics and all these other groups I think they're just trying to benefit on the struggle. But the reason why these other groups are together, that you guys, Mexicans are still immigrating into the United States. We did that back in the 1800s. We're done with that. So our togetherness period is kind of, everybody's starting to become an individual in the 20th, 21st century. These people are still immigrating over to here and sending money back home. Of course, they're going to have this togetherness. Of course, they're going to be.
I don't buy that though. Like, I don't buy the fact that other groups have this quote unquote togetherness.
I didn't say they did, but I'm just trying to give an educated hypothesis.
No, I feel you, but I'm just saying, like, I think the one thing that we do a lot as African Americans is we look over and think that the grass is greener on the other side, when the reality is that it's not. Like, there's over 50 different, different ethnicities under the race Asian. There's dozens of different ethnicities under the race Latino. Mexicans, Salvadorians, Puerto Ricans, Cubans, Guatemalans, they don't all like each other. If you look at Asians, Hmong, Japanese, Laotian, all these folks, they don't all like each other. They don't all work together.
I didn't say they did. But the reason why black people...
What'd you say?
The reason why I think black people don't have, I don't think that we didn't figure it out. I think we haven't figured it out. I think it's just something still underlying in there, and we just haven't been able to put the finger on it. I think people like Martin Luther King put the finger on it, and nobody was able to be strong enough to reapproach that after he was shot. I think at the end of his speech, or his last speech, he figured it out. And the reason why these other people are able to get it, and then white people are saying, "Oh, you see, these other races are doing it." Well, a lot of those other races have received, if I'm not mistaken, their reparations.
Mm-hmm.
They have been repaid for the abuse or for the atrocities that's happened to their in the history. Black people haven't been repaid, so now we're still trying to catch up.
Yeah, and I think to your point, like, I think we have a lot of assumptions. One thing that we do is, like, we have a lot of assumptions about how other groups do things instead of focusing on, like, who we are, where we want to go, who we want to be, and what we want to do.
Yeah.
And then, because the reality is they're not doing what they're supposed to do. The question is, like, what are we going to do? And oftentimes I think, and this is the last thing I'll say, oftentimes I think, like, black people, they, like, mistake unity for uniformity. We don't all need to be the same. We just need to have a similar goal. Like, I don't care.
But Kevin Samuels said it specifically. He said women are the only our sisters feel like they can live in this world and strive in this world without having a black man in their life. That's why he said we need therapy. And I don't think nobody has mentioned anything about that yet since we watched that video. That's why I said the child welfare system had a huge impact on our legacies today. A lot of generations before us failed us. So,
do you think that most black men are open to therapy?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like your average guy just walking down the street of Southside Chicago, You think the average guy is like, yeah, it could be
I don't
free.
think those guys are most black men,
Yeah,
though.
let's do it.
I don't think those guys are most black
I
men.
don't think it's just men. I think it's women too. I think
Well, just black people in general. Do you think that they're open to
Well,
therapy?
men are not the one that's are mainly susceptible to these programs. I think it was an attack on our family, and I think it was a benefit for women specifically. Well, it's not a benefit to me personally. It's a curse. But I think it was an opportunity for women to be able to say, okay, I really don't have to if I don't want to be married or I want to be in a relationship and I want to have kids, I can do so and still have a safety net behind it. So I think the therapy should be targeted towards our women.
So you think only the women in the community should go to therapy, and the black men, they're good?
I didn't say they were good. I'm saying that's where the aim should be at. The women who are raising the children, the women who are raising fatherless children.
Not the fathers though. Not the fathers though that don't feel any kind of way about not being in their children's life.
Black women
Those men
should
don't
recognize
just the mothers.
I think black women should recognize that there's a poison, and they should come together, like the two black sisters that created Black Lives Matter. I honestly thought that's what it was going to be for. Besides just police brutality, I thought it was going to be like, hey, look, Black Lives Matter. Let's figure out how we can push away the welfare system and all this government system programs to figure out how to stick with our men and build a legacy for our future.
It was specifically about police brutality, but Bruiser, you have a platform and all that. You create the organization that you want to be created. What's up, Anton? And
what's going on?
Whenever I hear people talk about Black women are the only women who think they don't need a man, I'd be like, y'all must not know anybody that's not Black. Because what? You can't be serious about thinking that Black people probably, of all the different races of people that I know, Black women probably say that the least in terms of saying men ain't this and we don't need them, blah, blah, blah. Black women, in my experience, that's of course my anecdotal experience, but I had a very diverse upbringing. And, I would say that non-Black women are the first ones to be like, we don't need them. Like, we don't. But I think it sounds good, some people, to be like, Black women say this. Look at the statistics of, whatever, marriage rates or whatever. But when we're talking about marriage rates, there are many things that go into that. Just because marriage rates are a certain level or whatever doesn't mean that Black women are out here like, I don't want this and we don't need y'all. Do y'all really
I honestly haven't heard that until I came into the YouTube space. I don't hear women saying that. I mean, I hear women saying niggas ain't shit, but they still want niggas.
I got a question.
That doesn't change. They know the fact that they still want a man. They just want one that don't act crazy. But I never heard any women around me at any point, whether it was high school, college, grown, ever say like, I don't need a man. I hear I need a man. I hear I want a man. I hear who we going to see tonight, what we going to do tonight. Where are the men? That's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing nothing about I don't want no man. So I don't know, maybe like these girls on YouTube are like, I don't know where this is coming from, but that's definitely not what I see. And I've lived in a lot of different cities around the country. I don't know. I don't see it.
And this younger generation of women in general, of, many different races, has a very nonchalant view towards men. And that's for many different races. I wouldn't say that this is like a Black woman only thing. Go on TikTok right now and look at any woman that's not Black, and look at the types of things that are being said. Go anywhere. I just think it's weird that people try to push off this Black women don't want a man type of thing, when who said that? Like, who's doing that? Who's living that life? Maybe a specific Black woman might not have a man, or might say, you know what, I'm going to make do without one, or whatever the case may be. But I'm not going to say that Black women are the only women who don't value men. Like,
Who's using the term only? I haven't said it.
You said that Black women, when the KS clip played, you said that Black women were the ones who don't value their man. You just agreed.
I said Black women, our Black women, according to statistic. I'm talking to a statistic. I didn't make this up. I'm just telling you what the information is.
Okay, well, what's your statistic that you're talking about?
It's not my statistic. It's a statistic that was.
I know it's not yours, but which one are you referring to?
I'm talking about what happened when the Great Society Act was presented from Lyndon B. Johnson. And that's just the welfare programs. That's not even like student loans and all that other dumb shit.
Do you know how many non-Black?
I don't know how much money was put into it, but I think some of that money could have went into like businesses and employment opportunities and stuff.
Again, that's not a Black specific thing. Plenty of white people and
it was, but we got to recognize when some of these policies are made that have a different type of side effect on a group of people.
Maybe I'm asking the wrong question. What, Bruiser, is the thing that you think Black women are doing more than some other race of women?
What do I think Black women are doing more?
Yeah, like what's the bad thing that Black women are doing? I don't draw comparisons between what Black women are doing more than any other races. I just speak directly to my people. Maybe
no, I said single parenting in our community. He was I think Jonathan or Billy was talking about how can we fix the issue in our community specifically. I wasn't making a comparison. The only comparison I made was the race to being to having some type of wealth in this nation. I think it's only a fraction of wealth left in America, and most of it is tied up behind other races, and we got to fight for that portion. That's the only comparison I was making.
Hold on. Since he likes to talk to statistics shows that two-parent households in the Black community has increased 70% in the last 20 years. So we are like, it's a problem. It's a problem that's getting better because Black people are moving around differently. So I'm not understanding, like, people are doing more. It is an agenda for people to do better in our community. And I just feel like what type of talk is going to help them and going to support the solution? Is it, all Black women are just, like, is that going to fix, is that kind of energy, is that kind of vibration going to fix the problem?
Me personally, in my opinion, I think safety nets make it easier for our women to walk away from marriages.
Okay, wait. Let's
okay, now we're talking about divorce. Okay.
Let's get Anton in here. I know he saw the word victim,
Anton.
And he was like, I gotta get it.
Who on this panel doesn't have the information necessary to be successful in this country? I'm just curious.
Jonathan, that was the point Jonathan just brought up earlier in terms of.
I don't think it's a matter of information. I think we've had the information for centuries.
I know. So if we have the information, then what's preventing you from doing what you're supposed to do in order to be successful?
It's not.
We're talking about individual. Or we're talking about our whole.
Right, you're talking about individual success.
Wait. Let me help you to understand something. In order to be successful collectively, you have to be individually successful.
Okay.
But so, what worked for you may not work for me.
I'm sorry, Billy.
Okay,
you don't know what you're talking about, but you are capping up here and you are caping for the ladies. I wish you would get some balls like you usually have them and put them back on instead of caping for the women. So I'm not talking to you right now, Bruiser. In your particular situation, if we have the information, then what's preventing us from using it and optimizing it in order for us to be successful?
Nigga, you not God. What works for you don't work for everybody.
Who are you talking to?
Daniel. I'm talking to you.
I mean, I could just remove you right
now.
Why
are you calling me Daniel?
Wait. Stop.
You sure about that, Billy?
We are not.
Billy? You sure about that?
We're not having any volatile language.
Listen. It doesn't matter about the tough talk. Lower your voice, strengthen your argument. Just because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, don't mean that you can address me.
You don't have to curse.
We on a whole nother level. Anyway,
that's number one. Don't disrespect me.
Bruiser, calm down, boy. Get out of here, Bruiser. So I was talking to you.
Why do we have to
specifically, Bruiser? If we have the information, Bruiser. Lil Wayne. If I want you to
He's
rap,
the only rich
I will
man that
ask
has
you to
to be
sing the
validated
Black
by
National
every
Anthem.
soul
You know
that
what's so funny?
exists.
I bet you can't sing the Black National Anthem, but you can rap a whole verse of
Lift
Lil Wayne.
every
I bet you.
voice and sing
Keep going.
till
Keep going.
earth and heaven ring.
We
Go
don't
ahead.
have to
Sing
do
with
that.
the
That is not.
Oh
harmony.
shit.
No, really, I believe that you
Keep
know
going,
it. You don't
Billy.
have anything to prove.
Bro,
No,
I
keep
don't
going,
have
Billy.
nothing to prove
And
to
Keep
you.
going, Billy.
knowing it proves nothing. And this
Right,
is not
Sing it out for
right.
us.
Because we're talking up here about solutions.
Anyways, I was
I'm
talking to
getting
Bruiser
cursed out and
specifically.
saying that I don't
I was
have
talking to
balls.
Bruiser. I wasn't talking to Wayne.
When this
Weezy or
shiny
Vegas.
milk
All right?
dud head ass
But-
nigga
Hey,
shows
hey,
up,
Bruiser.
what happened?
What? I need
Bruiser.
y'all both to just
Oh Jesus.
Hey, Bruiser.
why are we
Like
doing
it didn't have to go.
I
this
know
way.
Jonathan is intelligent specifically because I've talked to you personally. Bruiser, I'm talking to you also because I know you have a level of
Here
intelligence.
comes the validation, fellas. Don't
If
fall.
I need a peon, I'm gonna go to Lil Wayne over there. But Bruiser, for now, specifically,
You're the
if we
size
have
of
the
fucking
information,
the yellow peanut.
if we have the information,
why
Bruiser,
can't we have a group of people that can have an intelligent conversation without
you're right,
insult?
Kay. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Like,
You're right,
come
Kay.
on.
Thank you.
Okay, you're right, Kay. I got you. You're right, Kay.
Y'all
I got you.
y'all don't have to agree.
Yeah, I said I
but
got you. I rock with you. So, Bruiser, if everybody on this panel has the information, right, and we've had a lot of information for a long time, as you stated, what's preventing us from using it successfully?
I think people lack confidence. I think people fear. You know what I'm saying? They haven't seen it. They haven't seen example. And it also depends on your, where you came from geographically. I think in some places where you grow up at, if you're not able to witness it or see it, you don't have the confidence that you can accomplish these things.
So you saying we got the information, but we don't have the confidence, and that's why.
No, I'm talking to what's preventing an individual from reaching success. And what I'm talking to is I know that there's specific individuals, or I feel like there's specific individuals, depending on where you're at geographically, or you're coming up in your upbringing or whatever. If you don't see it, if you don't witness it, you may not have that. You don't have the confidence to feel like you can do it yourself.
You know that's cap. You know that's cap, Bruiser. Listen, we live in a social media age, right? There is nothing that somebody wants that they don't go and get here in America. Literally, we've seen people literally make the sacrifice to go and buy a car that's $100,000 and they living in the hood and they parking it on the grass. You get done what you want to get done. People do what's their priority. If they want to go out here and bust down a bunch of chicks, they're going to find a coach. They're going to get a dating coach. They're going to do whatever it is that they got to do. People get done the things that's important to them. It don't have nothing to do with a lack of confidence. It don't have anything to do with not having any visibility. Bro, there is men, black men. I just did a whole show on Don Peoples, the black Donald Trump. The dude is worth over $1 billion. He's one of the biggest developers. He lives in New York. He develops in Atlanta. He's literally the blueprint. We have so many different people that is the blueprint. There's people that has come across. Black men came off and paid off the entire student loan and tuition for people that's then went to, historically black colleges, went and paid it off. Nobody cares about it. We'll go and follow Lil Baby. We'll make sure that we go and do all of the things that's worse for us. And then we blame it on the system or we blame it on somebody else when literally you have the choice. There's people that come from third world countries, come over here and be incredibly successful that look just like us. How is it possible that they can do that? Yet people that live here and have access for their entire life, the library is free.
So you're saying that there's literally, not one person.
I don't know not one kid
that you said there's no one person. There's not one person in this country that don't have access to resources.
One little kid, not one that went to a public school where they did not take a field trip to the library and understand the Dewey Decimal System, and in addition to that, get a library card. You don't even have to go to the library no more. You literally can go and check out free content from Google or the library itself. You sitting here telling me that the reason why people are not successful is because they don't have the confidence or visibility in the other people that is successful. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm saying that based on your geographic bring up, wherever you're located, in the hood, whatever country, you can't get to these resources.
CK, this is the problem. Look, If you want us to have a conducive
we were
conversation,
having a
no. I'm not talking to him. Okay, listen. I apologize.
Like
Bruno and I is having a good conversation. Can you control your panelists, please?
So, Billy.
No. Hold on. Let me say this. Okay, I was patient. I didn't say anything. I apologize. He's still talking while we're having a conducive conversation. Can you control your panelists?
So my thing is, you know, it was out of pocket for a moment. I thought it was settled. Billy, don't come back in with the whole spewing of the BS word or whatever you just said. We don't need to do that. Let's just have a conversation. Anton was asking Bruiser something. Bruiser is going to respond. If you have something to say, you can go after that. But attacking a person, even though Anton did it to you first, I recognize that. But we got to get out of our feels and let it go and try to move forward having a productive conversation. We just have to. We're not a person and whatnot.
I'm on your side though, Billy.
Can I say something really quickly?
Billy, I get where you're coming from because Anton, you did start it. But my thing is, we got to stop though. It has to stop. Like we're not just going to argue for the rest of the show. It has to stop at some point.
Go ahead, Bruiser.
Look, I just got some. I'm asking Kay's for Kay's permission. I have something to say. Kayla and Kay's permission. I just have one thing I wanted to just chime in here. This is what I'm talking about. Like as Black people, we can disagree. You can make me mad. You can piss me off. And it's all about communication. And as Black men, y'all all are men. Y'all all are respected. Nobody got to demean nobody. Everybody can have a conversation. And like Anton said, we can go one at a time. And if Billy's upset, he want to say something, he can. And so everybody can talk. I don't think that we have to be disrespectful. And I think that's one of the things that we talked about as Black people, that we should be able to get into a heated debate and have a conversation. Like no one should feel less than after having the conversation. So
yeah, without the name calling, because Billy, I get why you mad. I get why you feel the way you feel because Anton,
all women would understand why he mad. They can relate to him.
Anton, you came in on some nonsense.
What the hell is that supposed to be?
It was a joke. It's a joke.
He's still doing the shit.
It's a joke. I'm trying to lighten the mood up.
I'm
trying to lighten the mood up.
Anton, you know.
Is that a bad joke? I'm sorry.
Read the room.
I'm sorry. It was a bad joke. I thought it was gonna lighten the mood up.
But anyways, I honestly think there are children, there's kids coming up in society that need someone to come talk to them and say, hey, look, you can do this. I think people need encouragement. And I think the people who have those positions, the investments that's going into those type of programs is well worth it because there's people who benefit from it. And I think if they didn't have it, that would just be more lost people, more lost children in society.
Okay, Bruiser.
I think there's people need a push. I needed it when I came up. My parents wasn't trying to give it to me. I got out of. I graduated high school. You got to
hold your father accountable, not society.
But Anton, I have a question for you.
No, hold on. When did we absolve our parents from being responsible for the way that their sons and their daughters turned out?
I never
that ain't
did
got
that.
nothing to hold on. That ain't got nothing to do with nobody except for the people that raised you in your own household. That ain't society's fault. That ain't none of that. That means you go and talk to your father and say, why you ain't man up and give me what I need in order for me to be successful.
Because I didn't get a house in a better neighborhood to give him a better life, and redlining prevented his parents from doing that. The system had nothing to do with that.
Kayla, you literally was on this network talking about how you made sure that you went back so that you can relate to what was going on in the hood. And you was raised in that type of environment. What are you talking about? You can't relate.
Hold on. I never said I went back anywhere.
This ain't even your fight.
I never said I went back anywhere. What I said was that in 2008, my family's business being in real estate and me going to school in 2009, that my family was going through a lot. And I decided, obviously, in college, have to support myself. I decided to work and figure it out on my own versus relying on them when they were trying to save the family business. That's what I said. I never said I went back anywhere because I've always made it completely clear that I come from the suburbs and I come from good family. But I have made that also clear that my family's like wealth came from real estate, and we all know what happened that time. So don't try to turn that around. I never said I went back to anything where I wanted to struggle. I said that during that time, I appreciate it because it motivated me to make sure I'm never in that position again. That's what I said.
It's not the children's. Listen, the children are the ones that pay for the sins of their father. Okay, I'm gonna just say this, and then I'm gonna let everybody else can do whatever they want to do. It's the children that pay for the sins of their father. The children did not ask to be here, and Kayla, as well as anybody, especially when we're talking about personal accountability and responsibility and what it is that you do on a daily basis, including discipline, that it is your responsibility to take care of whatever it is that you produce and you create. It's not the society's responsibility. It's not the system. You own it. You made that kid. It's your responsibility. It's nobody's fault the way it turned out except for you. That's it. It's nobody's responsibility. Nobody made you have a kid. Nobody made you shoot up the club. Nobody even made you have a kid while you was poor. That is your fault and your responsibility. If you want the whole shebang, because I'm going to be honest with you, we take credit when everything goes well. We want to be acknowledged as great parents. Yo, didn't I do for you? And all of this other type of stuff. And so you got to take the responsibility in the same vein. When your kids is not what they supposed to be, that's your fault. Not society's fault. That's your fault. I'm responsible for my daughter, not nobody else.
So
Anton,
I'm not saying that people don't have personal
if you don't mind me asking,
for the choices.
When
I got it in a couple minutes, but go ahead.
Where and when did the sins of our father start?
Since, as far as I'm concerned,
as far as you're concerned,
it literally says it in the Bible. It says that the kids are the ones that pay the price for the sins of their father.
No, he said
that's not what I'm asking. In America, where did the sins of our descendants, our male descendants,
I'm telling you that it started.
Where did it start and what caused our sins? Because from my understanding, when we came out of slavery, the sins that we came with was put on us because of our.
Every single race, culture, and nation have been enslaved at one point.
You're talking about the United States.
Really? And
yes,
built,
really.
And their free labor built
slavery. No. Some form of slavery.
Specifically, think about America.
The answer you want to give to what I just asked.
Slavery has been in existence since the beginning of the time, and I want you to also hold your own people accountable for selling you into slavery for profit too.
That's inaccurate as well.
It's not inaccurate. We can add the context. No. We can add the context. We can add the context and we can deep dive, but your people, the people that look like you, yes, they did. They participated in your enslavement, and just because they weren't smart enough to profit the same way that the people that was on the receiving end did, does not mean that they should not be held responsible. I do gotta go. I appreciate y'all. Please don't run in the Victim Olympics.
This bullshit, Anton. This bullshit.
I love you too, Kayla. Listen, take y'all capes off. Don't be Sha'Carri Richardson. Do not run in the Victim Olympics because
I have never met somebody who
Anton, I know you're probably about to just leave, but we're gonna continue.
I have to go. I said I had to go within a couple minutes.
I know, but I'm just saying, don't think that we're like trying to talk behind your back because you just have to go. But we're gonna continue talking about this same thing and some of the points that you
basically says you're gonna talk behind your back.
I want to listen. Y'all talk about me in my face, so I can respect it. Y'all said it to me in my face. I mean, we can agree to disagree. I still love y'all, but at the same time, I honestly believe that I'm right on this one. I think Kayla does too. When she goes to sleep and she wakes up in the morning, she don't say, Anton, you are.
Kayla does not.
Let me just say this before I go. I had that mentality when I was young, and I lacked culture and experience, right? Then I went out to the world and I traveled and I got to know other Black people and other people's situation outside of my own. So I don't have that closed view anymore that everyone has the same opportunities that I had.
Taylor, I have traveled outside of the country extensively also, including every single city within the United States and outside of the country. I've traveled to 4 different countries, Kayla.
I'm not saying that you go into the ocean air in 4 different countries.
No, Kayla, when I travel, I go to the hood. I don't be anybody that knows the way that I go. They know that I travel and I get involved in the culture. I don't catch cabs. I don't stay on resorts. I stay in the hood, Kayla.
You go straight to the hood That's what you do when you go to these cities?
Never.
I do.
Anton,
I do.
before you leave, Anton, I just have one question before you go.
Okay.
I know what you're saying about personal accountability. I get that. If someone has access and whatnot, you know, you don't have excuse, whatever. I get that in terms of
Where's the
personal
echo coming from?
accountability. But, oh, there we go. Oh, okay. So personal accountability, I understand to an extent what you're saying. But Anton, do you think that there are systemic issues that are currently happening because of race, i.e., healthcare, education, the justice system? Do you think there is anything unfair going on based on racial discrimination?
No.
Bye, Anton. Bye. You got to go.
Have a
wonderful show.
Ain't no way.
Your best life.
Now y'all know that he is not
else.
I don't know why y'all are surprised. We have a lot of people in our community that think like that. It's just
ain't no way. He just said no and left. I mean, I knew he was gonna say no, but
Kayla, you know how you were just talking about the mission and how
niggas
start getting money and they get diverted from the mission.
Mhm.
They forget who they are. They forget the purpose. They forget where they come from.
We talked about that. Just
You
because
remember how when
when
a little bit of success comes along and they start to believe that they ain't a nigga no more.
Ooh.
And they absolved white people from all their guilt because they don't feel any of it.
Ooh.
Billy, you right.
I mean, did I not say that?
You know, the niggas who are house niggas and you give them a little bit of that bacon, you give them a little bit of that bacon and you start ratting
Billy,
out.
where that comes from is,
You know
I
what
think
I'm
where that
talking
comes from on Anton's defense is once he figured out how to make it out and once he's able to help a lot of people get out of it.
Mr. Officer.
Let's see, hold on, look,
Once he was able to get a lot of people out, his frustration came from trying to help other people in the hood and they're being lazy and not want to do nothing about it. So it's making him think like, well, fuck it. Then black people know their own way. I just tried to help these people.
But Bruiser, you
can't keep blaming the white man. That's what I think he's getting at.
About the whole thing and then trying to help more ignorant people. That just creates like a whole, like that creates a whole ton of, if you want to be ignorant about something, like try to learn something else to help ignorant people, because that's all it is, ignorance. And it's nothing wrong with being ignorant. That means you just don't know. So it's nothing wrong with that, but like that's just ignorance piling on top of ignorance.
There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with not knowing, because I mean there's always room to learn. But I think the problem comes in when people like propagate
I'm trying to tell you better
nonsense that's not true, and they're unwilling to learn or listen about things that have been studied, documented, etc. I think that's where the problem comes in. Oh, Mel.
Cutie patootie. I do think that people don't know what they don't know, and you can't blame people when they don't know what they don't know. However, what is it going to take to get people to go and find it? People do have to go and be searching for information and knowledge and ways to do better. So if you are that type of person that is searching for that, that's reading, that's getting, intellectually fed and doing what you can do to improve yourself so that you can be better for yourself and then your community, cool. But if you just don't know something in that process, then you just don't know until you know. So I think that solution-based conversation that actually gives people knowledge and information to know things they don't know is what's going to help the future. Not trying to act like it does, like everyone just is a problem and there's no hope and there's no reason to do anything other than criticize. Because like I said on the show on Thursday, like when you start criticizing in a particular way, you prevent people from hearing you. So
I think he challenges. I think he single-handedly came on here and challenged all of us to go do the research and see if it's true that all black people, all people in poverty, have access to the resources to have the right sufficient information to get out of their position. I think that's the challenge. And if it's true, then it's no way you can
I've
deny
done the
it.
research. It's not true.
That's y'all. What is it that you don't? Okay, let me see if I can articulate this. Jonathan,
wait. So is anybody else getting anything else from that?
No, I think
Anton truly believe everybody has
access
access to resources to be able to get themselves out of their position.
Oh my goodness, Bruiser.
That's the whole pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
Well, I didn't justify it. I'm saying that's the thinking I'm getting from him. And if y'all thinking,
but that's
if
the
y'all
same thinking that people who have a crab in the bucket mentality think.
Well, I didn't listen. I'm not debating that. I'm saying I think that's where he's getting his thinking from. If I'm wrong, let me know I'm wrong.
He's probably getting his thinking from, oh, I did it, everyone can, or whatever. But the thing about it is, like Kayla said a few minutes ago, you have to get to a point where you understand that everyone is not you. Everyone didn't have the same life as you. Some people don't, their mindset, their thought process, none of that is the same as you. And the sooner we can realize that, the better. Because with that understanding comes, okay, now what do we need to do? Right? That would be like me going in each school year and being like, oh, well, y'all are coming from that grade and coming to this grade. You should probably know everything from all the grades before this one. Can you imagine and this is something I had to learn over the course of my many, many years being a teacher. But in the beginning, that was my mindset. Like my first year teaching, it was like, oh, well, they're coming to this grade, so they probably know this, this, and this. But you come to realize very quickly that you cannot make those types of assumptions and that you have to then create a plan to address that. So the same thing with adults, the same thing with our communities. We cannot sit up here and be like, well, there are resources out there. Yes, there are resources out there, but we also have to realize everyone is not starting at the same point. Everyone does not have the same worries, the same family situation, the same anything. So like,
that's
I think
coaching and counseling coming back.
I was gonna say, Kay, I'm happy that you touched on that because I felt like Bruiser hinted at it earlier, and that's the question I wanted to ask Anton before he jumped. If, for example, like, you know, if you're not being taught those things, your parents don't know those things, your grandparents don't know those things, when do we get the aha moment, the flashball moment to understand what's important? Is having real estate important? Is having life insurance, a will important?
Exactly.
When do we get that switch in mentality and understand what things are valued? Because white people know credit is important. They knew that for a long time. When do, as a Black people, parents are getting stuff in your name? Not saying that's for everybody, but just understanding. I feel like it's not even a Black or a white issue. I think it's a youth and like an older people issue. Because when I was in high school and college, I never got taught how to fill out a form, a tax credit file. Like, these are things that even as an adult, you're not ready for. So I wouldn't even sit up there and say it's Black versus white. I just think that we're not educating ourselves on the things that are most important at the time.
Courtney, it is though. It is though, because educationally, in certain neighborhoods and schools in white communities, they do teach that stuff in economics.
Yeah, but not in Black communities.
Other communities,
I've never heard of a Black school ever getting taught how to do that stuff.
So
my school never taught none of that.
Certain communities, because of the systematic issue in education, in certain neighborhoods that is being taught in school, and in other neighborhoods it's not. And where those neighborhoods is not.
That's where Anton's dropping the ball. He think everybody got this universal. Everybody had these universal resources, and everything is perfect across the board. And some people just saying, "Fuck it, I don't want to be successful."
Yeah, everybody don't have these tools. I work with a CEO of a major ed tech company, and she thought all kids had access to internet because they on social media. That means
I will say this though, and y'all can tell me if I'm wrong. Generation Z, is that the generation that's coming out right now, right?
Generation Z are people
Gen Z
that are 18 years old right now, stuff like that.
Generation Z, they can't use the same excuses as like what's the 80s babies? Millennials.
Millennials.
We 80s babies, Bruiser.
Millennials, right?
We millennials. We 80s.
So those two,
like Gen Z, like baby.
They can't use the same excuses because I think even like people on welfare can get a cell phone. to get on the internet and browse and, you know, look up stuff and read books
Yeah,
and shit
but
like
Bruiser,
Well, how do you know? How do you know
Bruiser.
what's real and how do you know what's not?
Exactly,
That's
Jonathan.
the
you have to I think everybody have the mental capacity to if they really want to know.
That takes
Bruiser.
training.
But to
Bruiser.
Kayla's point,
Training.
my school didn't teach that. Her school did. So
There-
now Kayla know how to do this and I don't. So that's what
There's
Jonathan's
a-
talking about.
There are
Jonathan was
blueprints
about to get
fix
to a
this.
point
There are
about
multiple-
how do we decide which information is reliable and valid versus not reliable and valid.
It's called trial and error.
Trial and error.
No, that's the worst way to do things.
Well, you can't do nothing until you try it. You have to try. If you find a piece of information and it says, "Hey, look, if you go left, you'll be able to eat tomorrow," you got to just go left and try it out. You get what I'm saying? Just to be simple.
That's
So
a dangerous
part of it.
How do you decide what's important? That's the thing. Like,
Well,
I think
you talk to people. You ask other people around you. You know what I'm saying?
Bruiser, some people are only around
people around them
that
don't have
think
the
the
answer.
same way they do.
Yeah,
Some
most
people are only around parents, uncles, aunts, friends.
Well, look, I agree with all that, and I don't disagree.
Same
But
thing.
I can tell you what I did.
How, Bruiser? Wait, how would
So when
someone
do we make a
How would
decision
you
to
know?
make a
I
better?
went to school and I met a group of people that I wanted to. I was confused. I was like, okay, why do these people have on nice clothes? They the same color as me. Why aren't my shoes have a Nike sign? Why do I gotta have Saucony? I mean, not Saucony.
That
I
was
think
your
it was.
aha moment, Bruiser.
I was
What
about
about
to say
your
what?
that
I'm
was
just
your aha
saying
moment,
what I
though.
did was. I'm telling you what I did, and maybe I think it could work. I think if you go to school, if you play a sports or you participate in stuff that put you around other people, you just gotta ask questions. You know what I'm saying? You
Everybody
gotta.
can afford to go to school.
Well,
I work
so
at
he's not necessarily incorrect because the answer to your question, Courtney, is network and people. People train you and teach you.
But you
And so
gotta
he
be
ran
around
into somebody.
people
It
that
might
know
have been
more
by
than you.
happenstance, but he ran
But
into
Jonathan,
somebody
do you
and he
not make a
learned.
decision?
What'd you say?
That's the whole thing. Jonathan, do you not make a decision?
I think there's a church
It's-
within
it's-
2-3 miles of
it's not
every
about that.
community,
I
especially
think
black
it's deeper
community.
than that.
Bruiser. Check this out. I worked
Jonathan,
at a payday
Bruiser,
loan
do
company
you not?
for a few years.
Hold on, Eric.
Hey,
Do
and
you
hold
not
on,
make
hold
a
on. Listen.
decision?
Let
This
Mel
has-
talk, Billy.
Wait, hold on. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do.
Do you
So-
not make a decision?
Hold on, Mel. Hold on, Mel. Mel, hold on, Mel. Bruiser, were you done saying what you were gonna say? And then
No,
Mel.
what I was gonna say is, I was just trying to. I can't speak for everybody, and I don't think anybody can speak for a whole people. But you can. But the thing is about us coming together, we could share how we made it, and I think all 8 of us had a different story, and the chances of a mass of people having 8 options is a good thing. So they could use my way of how I got it, or Shaq's way, or Jonathan's way, or Courtney's way, or Kayla's way. Either way, I guarantee you, at some point, it was somebody we talked to, or somebody we hung out with, or grew up with as kids, or our next door neighbors, or when we went over to spend a night or a party or some shit, and we was able to see that it was actually greener on the other side, and we was able to recognize that, hey, okay, why didn't I have these things, or why my parents are not working, or what something's going on. At that point, you got to be like, okay, I got to do something.
Okay,
You get what
Bruiser.
I'm
So
saying?
just kind of spreading the message that there are multiple ways to do things and figure things out. So, all right, Mel, I know you were trying to get in and say something. After Mel, then Billy.
One thing right before Mel. Mel, are you there?
Well, I'll wait. It's fine.
Just really quick. I want to point out we love having these types of conversations, and people love going, Black women are the problem. This is the problem. This is the problem. This is the problem. But they're no solutions based. And when it's solutions, it's like, there's information out there. You can do it. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. But there's no how to. There's no real, like, people who don't know really don't know. That don't mean shit to them. Like, you need to explain it. So since other people want to be on their soapboxes and sound all great saying stuff like that, but not giving anybody any real information. If you are in Florida, a good thing to know that just happened recently is St. Pete College is giving out $1.6 million in scholarships specifically to Black male freshmen. So if you do live in the South Florida area, this is real information that you can use to do what you need to do to better yourself so that you can take the steps to, you know, be your best self and support the Black community. This is real information that you can really take to do something with, not just like, oh, you can do it. Like, people need real solutions and how-tos, especially if people are in households and comes from communities and they really don't know. So if you live in South Florida, I live in Florida, so I just get the news from what's around me. But if you live in South Florida, I would look into that for the fall semester or the next semester in January. But go ahead.
Kayla, both of us live in Florida, but I am HBCU proud. Let me say this. Ignorance, like people, everybody looks at ignorance as a bad thing. If you don't know, you don't know. But my thing is, if you don't know, it's a lot of people that are not trying to help you figure it out. And that's a bad thing. We don't let each other know like what we know, because it is money out there, it is grants out there, it is scholarships out there. Like myself, I have a doctorate, I'm working on another one. I had help.
What's your doctorate in?
The first one the first one is in psychology. The second one is sports psychology, specifically.
So what? How do you not have doctor somewhere in your name? I would absolutely.
Because I'm just not that person.
I'm calling you Dr. Mel from now on. That's amazing.
No, I'm just Coach Mel. It's fine. Like,
no, that's amazing. I love to hear it.
And I love it. I fostered a lot of children. But my thing is, we don't know what we don't know. And we don't know what we don't know because we're I don't want to say afraid. We are definitely, like, we don't share how we can get there. Because I've been fostering for a lot of years, and a lot of my kids don't know. Mm-hmm. So we definitely have to do a better job. And then Kayla said it, like, how can we know what we don't know?
Exactly, Mel. Dr.
That's
Mel.
beautiful that you foster children, though. It's funny because a lot of people with all like this money and stuff, they have these big houses and they swear they love the Black community, but they won't take in any foster kids. They won't take in any foster children that they can use those resources in that big house that barely has any people in it because they only have one kid, right?
Right.
They don't take in any foster kids and try to actually help the community. Do they?
That's not what wealthy people do.
That's not what wealthy people do. If you're wealthy, you have all that money and time and space. Why don't you take in some foster kids and mentor them and help with the future, which is the children?
Okay, Court. When you say that's not what wealthy people do,
it was going back to my it was going back to my comment earlier about how we can get money and sometimes disassociate ourselves with what we're here to do. So if you're a Black person that's always helping, you may start getting millions and millions of dollars, and that may not be your calling anymore. You may not feel like you have to be a servant to the Lord no more because you got all this money and you good and you focus. So I feel like sometimes, not everybody, but like people that idolize fame more so than the money, because other people are rich that we don't know about. People that want to be famous.
I don't feel like that's true. I feel like it is, like, with me, and I'll say personally, I'm not associated with a lot of Black people that are successful, not necessarily successful because I still go in the community, but they don't want to deal with me. So how are you as a person making it so that we can all like be together?
As like me personally, or other, or I think as a collective?
So we wait, hold on, y'all, because Billy, we were supposed to go to Billy.
I'm sorry, Billy.
So we don't want to start a whole nother tangent. I know that I know how it is. I know, but we want to make sure that we get Billy in because he has been waiting patiently.
No, Billy, I'll talk to you in a second, but this is my thing. It's like a lot of people think when you get successful, like you leave the community. I didn't. I never did.
Okay, now on that,
I felt like the community
left
me.
Hold on, Mel. Let's get to Billy because I feel like he's not even going to remember what he was about to say if we keep.
You better write down stuff like I do.
Billy, go ahead. You're on mute.
Sorry. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. I was going to say that one of the worst jobs that I had was working for a payday loan company. And it was in the middle of the hood. And I learned a whole lot about people working there. I also working as a bartender for years. I learned a lot about people. But working in the payday loan place for a very short amount of time, I learned a lot more there than in the service industry. What I noticed is that how most African American parents guided their children into these situations where they would bring their 18-year-old child in, and they would get a payday loan in their name, and they would kind of get it maxed out. They would try to get the max amount that they could. And obviously, for whatever reason, we don't know, but it was always the same story. And then one day, a kid and his mom pulls up in an Audi. He's driving it, and he was about 18 years old. And he comes in there with his mom, and he requests a $100 payday loan. And this little boy is 18 years old, and the thing is that he was to pay it back in the $20 increments over like 5 months. And that was going to build his credit extremely, like just by getting those small loans and doing it like that. Then we don't even like know like how to like really build credit in our community, like how important credit is from a young age. You know what I'm saying? And that's basically what we're basically in our community financially illiterate when it comes to what our parents, what we come from, the situations in which we come from, and having access to that blueprint, because you first learn it in your own house. Most of the people that I know that are successful, they learn a lot of their disciplines from their upbringing, their parents, and they didn't rear far from what their parents did. And I think that's the first financial institution that you come across is your parents, and if they don't teach you anything, they failed you on that aspect. But
Billy,
how
you
can
in Georgia?
You said what?
Are you in Georgia?
No, I'm in Houston.
So you're in Houston. I teach a financial literacy class, and I travel. I think that's like.
But you can't be in every town everywhere, and you can't reach every person in the world. You can't reach every black kid.
No, I think
I commend you for doing the things that you
Billy, you absolutely right. But when I can travel, I have such poor students with where I go. So I think as a whole, we have to do more to get our students there, to get our black kids there, to get our whatever we need there. I think that it is so unfortunate that we don't do that. So
I was basically just saying that your first financial institution that you learn from is your parents, and if if it's possible, that should be a a key point in this conversation.
But you're not gonna get that. Like my mom, she
but
born
for you to say that you travel, and that's less effective than to say that you should be teaching, economics within your own household. That would be way more effective than waiting for Dr. Mel to show up in their town and teach them about finances.
Please don't say Dr. Mel, just Mel.
No.
Just show up. I understand that. I completely agree. But my thing is,
you're lagging a little bit, Mel. I don't know if it's the internet.
Oh, it's slow?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I thought it was Jonathan's turn.
Oh,
but I definitely understand that. But I feel like we should be networking a little bit more so we can get at least something, because it's not taught in the household.
I don't disagree with that. I think that this racial part of the conversation has been good. I do think that people understand that it's just not it's not a monolith. Just like Black people aren't a monolith, there's a lot of different experiences, and we obviously know there's systematic racism. So that's what we'll do on the Victim Olympics. But to get to main topic, because we still haven't even gotten to that, I want to ask the ladies first, and then we'll go to the gentlemen. Though, what do you believe people identify with first? Their race or gender? So do you identify with being Black first, or do you identify with being a woman first? Not all at one time, ladies.
I'm super Black.
So Black first from Mel, okay.
I'm gonna say Black first for me too.
Okay, nice. Court?
Yes, African American. Black.
African American.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't know. Kay might have ran to the bathroom. I definitely identify with being African American first. Then a woman.
Kayla, I got a question. Like, why would that be a question? Race or gender first?
Well, we're gonna get to that when we get to the men, because I don't know if all men feel this way. And I definitely think, like, in the manosphere, whatever, that a lot of Black men identify with being men first, and that's why they're able to continue on this gender war within our community, because to them, these manhood like talking points are more important than the unity of the community. So while I think that there is a certain aspect of wanting to provide solutions, I don't think that most of the conversation is solution based. I think it's complaint based, it's blame based, and that's just what I think. So I guess we'll get to the men next. Men, what do you think?
I think Shaq hadn't answered.
I did. I said Black.
Yeah, she said all the women. We all said
Black. We all said Black.
Well, Kay's back, so we can see what Kay says. But all four of us said we identify with our race first.
I think I answer first.
I definitely identify with race first.
Okay. Well, let's go to the men and see what they think. And then after that, we'll talk more about accountability versus blame. But let's start here and get this out of the way. So, men, what do you believe that people? No, let's just go with you personally. What do you personally identify with first? The being African American or being a man?
I identify as being a man. Anywhere I go, I walk into a building, I don't say, hey, I'm a Black person. I say I'm a man.
For me, it's Black.
Wait, you walk into buildings and be like,
no, just quick answers. Hold on, because I want to see where everybody's at first. Jonathan. Jonathan says Black first. And Billy?
I definitely identify as Black.
Okay, so everyone on the panel identifies with being Black first, except for Bruiser.
Now, Bruiser. Because you're like, I walk into a building and I don't say, hey, I'm Black.
Okay, ready to go.
Hey, I'm a man. What? Can you explain that a bit further?
Well, today I think it's safe to say that anybody can say that they're a man. Or I mean, let me take that back. In today's society, I think it's obvious. I don't have the answer to the obvious. Okay, so if I walk or if I identify, my identification obviously portrays that I'm a Black person, but based on the color of my skin. So that
Isn't it
doesn't
also obvious that
in
you're a
second
man?
nature. From my second nature, I don't need to say that. That's why I say, hey, I'm a man.
Is it not obvious that you're a man?
No, today's society, it can't be obvious. I mean, some people.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we gonna pretend like. So we gonna pretend.
Are you saying
like,
you think somebody would mistaken you for not a man?
No, I'm not me personally, but I'm talking about as far as
someone that's more masculine may be identified as a man, even though that they're a woman, right, Bruce?
Thank you.
So Bruce, because Kayla was asking like each person's personal opinion.
Killed that one.
Kayla was asking like, just quick answers going around, and you said like now you're talking about, it's obvious that I'm Black, but so I have to identify as a man. Now I get what you're saying, I guess, because people do get misgendered sometimes. Have you ever been misgendered?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
But,
so then what inspired you to give the answer that you gave?
What inspired me to give that answer? Because I personally believe I think all of our lives, it's safe to say that we weren't accepted as a human being or whatever. So I think it's important to portray that. I don't want to have to say, oh, I'm a Black person. I feel comfortable. I want to be comfortable just saying I'm a man, just like anybody else a man. We are all equal. And just let whoever want to identify by color, identify by color. I do identify by color, just to be safe. But my first initial response is I am a man.
Great. Okay. So now we got the quick answer. We're going to go around now. What do you think in America? What do you think people identify with first when they see you? Do you think that they see you as a Black person first? Or do you think they see you as a man or a woman first?
Gender first.
They see me as a Black person first.
Okay.
As a person. I agree with that.
They see you as Black male. Okay. Court. Billy.
Black person. African American.
Yeah, I think for Black people,
especially on the police radio,
I think
they definitely look at me and see a Black man.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll just share. I've been the fly in the buttermilk in many occasions. Worked at predominantly white, went to a predominantly white school, worked at predominantly white organizations, and I know the first thing they think, my name is Courtney. The first thing they think
I don't like that. I don't like that eulogy. That.
No. I'm not saying it's okay.
We're not.
No. My mom says that. It's like some old Southern stuff. I'm not saying it's okay. I said turn the punch.
You mean like fly on the wall?
Yeah, I mean, just more of the story. I'm just saying that I am the
eulogy was not the word, but
yeah, but you're right. I ain't dead, but no, I'm just saying in the reference is I've been the only Black person in many occasions, whether it's school, classroom, or work, and I know the first thing they think when I come in the room is that she's Black. They see my resume and think that maybe she's going to be Caucasian because they don't know my last name a little bit. So I would just say, just being the only Black person in a lot of the situations, they kind of get a little bit shocked when I walk in, like, oh shit, she Black. So I would just
Courtney, calm down. My name is Melanie Wells.
Exactly.
I've been in the same shoes.
My stepdad name is Pete Smith. He's Jamaican.
Melanie Wells, I would definitely assume you were Black.
Wells.
Melanie Wells?
I would absolutely assume you were Black.
Melanie
Graham. Y'all see my real name?
What about Melanie Graham?
Look, when they read that on a resume,
I mean,
my Black ass walk in. You ought to
I
see the look on their face. Billy? Your Billy? Billy
Billy Armstrong, come to the front. I can see
I'm only saying that because
for sure.
I have
And
never
I'd be like,
known
I
anybody
know
that
this
was
America,
black
right?
with the name Melanie or the last name Wells. In
What
my
about, I know a few white girls named Melanie for sure. Not Wells though.
And what about Melanie Graham? I've caught it a few times.
And Melanie, it's okay if we assume you're black. It's okay.
No, it's fine.
You don't need a passing name to be important.
I don't care about that.
We don't do that anymore.
She's like, wait, no.
Except
what about this one?
Y'all do realize that, like, y'all do realize that this is an American white issue and not just a black issue. Because my old boss at my old job, real name is Pedro, but he changed his name to Peter. Because that's more, you know, his resume will go farther with that, with it saying Peter than Pedro. So it's white. I mean, it's white supremacy. It's everywhere.
Yeah, you let people whitewash you. No, I like my name spelled the way that it's spelled. I don't want you to spell it however you think Courtney is spelled. So I agree.
Well,
with
both
you.
of my kids, their names start with K, so.
And mine's end with an E. So I think my only discrepancy we have there is people try to spell my name however they want. Whole nother conversation. But I think as Black people, we have to keep pushing to have our name spelled correctly because it's important. That's your name.
I think you just have them say it correctly.
Jonathan,
they spell right, but they are not pronounced right.
Jonathan, do you think that if we all prioritized or identify with our race first, than our gender, that there would be more swift unity in the community?
That's a good question.
That's a good question, but
my answer is maybe.
I just want to know from your intellectual perspective, like
I have
hypothesis. What do you think?
I think it depends on what people associate with being black. Because I think before, you know, and before, I mean, like in the past, maybe 40, 50, 60 years ago, I think there was a little bit more of a positive association with being black because of the movements that we were in. Whereas now it depends on who you talk to. Some people think black and it's all the negative things, as we know, and we see all the time on like Thursday show and in podcasts and other things like that. Some people associate black with the positive. Some people know that there is a culture. Some people don't. So it's hard for me to answer. I think I would like to think yes, but I honestly today in 2022, I have no idea. I don't know.
I just was asking.
Kayla, is there a reason why all the women identify with black first?
Play the video, please.
The video?
It's a video?
Where's the video?
Oh.
I thought it was a video of somebody saying, I thought I was going to pull out one of them videos. You know,
No, we don't need videos on our show all the time to talk about important topics. We just think of them. We don't.
I'm interested in what you had to say before.
We don't have to see other content creators talking about stuff for us to think about.
No, well,
substantial content.
I want to hear what you said before, though, Kayla. That little, I heard a little minute there about black men doing something or thinking some sort of way. Remember when you were talking about there's an issue in the I don't know if it's the black manosphere.
Okay, that was just more of my own personal opinion. That, you know, until I came on Lapeef, I had no idea that this gender war, this space existed, right? And I did not see these issues, I guess. And I just find it counterproductive in some instances, because I do think that there's becoming bigger unity within the genders than there is within the race, you know, with this whole save yourself black man like bullshit, because that's just some complete bullshit, because it's always black women that have been there for black men. And even on the show on Thursday, we watched that video of the white woman. It was so crazy because I'm like, these are the women that love you for you, right? Oh, okay, but yeah, so I really think that
the level of denial, Kayla.
sometimes the priority of the gender over what we need to do for the community in terms of like, what are solutions to work together? What are solutions work together versus Black women are the problem? Rah, 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 rah. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't feel like that's like solution based. And I feel like a lot of women pander to men in the spaces, which makes maybe some people think that there are like solutions coming out of it. But I believe all the solutions that I see are unity based. They're Black people getting on the same page about things, not Black people criticizing each other. You're wrong. You're right. It's Black people finding other like-minded Black people and deciding to get on the same page. Families are staying together. Fathers are starting to raise their children. You know what I'm saying? Like, those are the things that I see working. And they're not having like these types of it's other ways that it can be done. And so that's why I was just interested to see if you guys think that focusing on the mission that we have as Black people to have widespread access to education, to mobilize when it comes to weapons and protection, like all these other things in terms of like actions that people need to take to make these things happen. I feel like people are spending more time on the internet complaining than they are actually doing any type of physical training, doing any type of weapons training, doing any type of like taking in foster kids, going in their community, giving out this so-called information, hands-on, not people paying to be a part of your revenue-based business. You know what I'm saying? Like, so.
And you know what, Kayla, like, to that same point, we have the internet. Like, we have all this ability to connect. And think about people like Marcus Garvey or someone. When there was no internet, like the amount of stuff that was able to get done, the way that like messages were spread and people got on board with like, certain things, like, we think about Malcolm X, MLK, whoever, with no internet. Meanwhile, we have the internet, and it's like, does your mom does she sit in the front, or does your girlfriend sit in the front, or who gets the plate first, your man or your kids? And it's like, we have so much ability with the internet to connect and really like do things, but
Kayla said it. We're not focused on the same mission. We got to all get on the same page about what's most important, because you're right, Kay. We have it. And Anton said it. We have the information at our fingertips. But what are we supposed to be looking at, as Mel said? Like, what's most important? What's going to structurally make you sound moving forward? Is that utilizing these tools and people that are these millionaires that are paying off all of these college kid tuitions? Tell us about how you became a millionaire. How did you do that? Why is that important to you? Or, foster your community. And I wouldn't even say, like I said, it's not a race issue, because I'm not even sure how many Caucasian or Hispanic people who are millionaires hold master classes or webinars for those people. So back to Anton's point, you got to want to know this stuff. But okay, if the Black billionaire, back in the day, I think we all grew up looking up to Oprah. She was a Black woman. She was a millionaire. We all wanted to be like Oprah. We got older. We learned it was a little bit skeptical, but we still ideally wanted to understand how Oprah got to her success, how she broke through those barriers. So even though we might identify with Oprah, we could still, I think Bruiser said it, it's different pathways to get there. And I think that we just have to be willing to understand and know, like, you got to almost got to want better for yourself. It's about that leading a horse to the pond, the river. You can't make it drink. So I think we could all be sitting around that water. If we're not drinking, then what's the solution that's really going to happen?
And it goes back to that point too earlier about like, some people don't know what to look up or what they don't know. That's absolutely true. But in the case of the internet and like things like that, I think that there are a lot of people that do know, but I think then it becomes like a conflict of interests, because you might want to talk about something, but certain things might get you banned. You might want to talk about something, but nobody's really trying to watch those things. Or you might want to talk about something and somebody's like, that's not a hot enough topic, or whatever the case may be. So like, even with the internet, then now there are all these obstacles, I guess you could say, about the types of content that can be created. So it's just like, man, it's always something, right? So what do we do and how do we do it? Like, I'm never going to say everyone should know this or that already, because we all know that different people are at different places in terms of what they know. But we do all need to be working towards like a common goal, like Jonathan said.
Ooh.
And for me, I think that it's like family structure and education. That's what I'm always going to say. Family structure, education. Like, if we could all get on the same page about those two things, I think it would be a huge benefit to our communities. I mean, so I'm always family structure and education.
Kayla, I feel like I want to
now I
round
see
robin
why they're
that.
saying Jay Prince for president, because not that I support that or anything.
I was say what?
I see why they say that, because he just said something in the chat that really made me think, and I want to know. So I'm gonna show it, and then I'm gonna just go ahead and do the super chats and pay some bills around here so we can keep the lights on this here show. But Jay Prince says, is becoming a millionaire the answer? And will becoming a millionaire absolve Blacks from the Black experience in America? Before y'all answer, let me do the rest of the super chats. Thank y'all so much. Perry Unlikely said, visited ATL at 12, saw a Black man driving a Range Rover, and it changed everything in my mind. I knew I could from then on. There is no one size fits all. Thank you so much, Perry. Shout out to Black Titan. You never give up on your community, but the men need to be more assertive and aggressive regardless of circumstance. The community will require a surgical level of attention in certain areas. Facts on facts. Again, Black Titan says, good evening, good people. What up, Black? Thank you so much. Ryan says all he's hearing is excuses. Shaking my head. Their Logic is sponsoring hearing aids. Check out his link. D Got Sauce says, I am a PhD. Okay, shout out to the PhDs in the building. I love a Black doctor. Ace Soul says, dropping some love for K&K. As far as the topic, they see me a Black man first. Yes, I do. I love you, Black man. And back to Jay Prince's statement. What do you guys think? Would be all of us getting millions of dollars absolve us from our Black experience here in America?
No.
I don't think there's enough wealth to go around for that to be a solution.
They ain't got enough money to pay us.
Even if you
said Bruce said they don't have enough money to pay us.
It's not enough wealth for that solution to be even a
the
thought.
thing is, even if you are a Black millionaire, or, you know, you're a very wealthy Black person, these things are still going to affect you a certain way. Like, Chris Rock made a joke a long time ago, and he was talking about how rich he is, but he was like, his neighbor is like a white dentist, like just like a regular, you know, person. And he was joking about it, but, you know, he was just speaking to the fact that even as you gain success or money as a Black person, you're still viewed, I don't know, or in a different position
as a Black person. Okay.
In a different position in society than your white, I guess, counterparts.
The answer is legacy. The answer is two people coming together, two parents, taking care of the children, and leaving something behind for a chance.
Family structure.
Huh?
Yeah.
Family structure.
And that's what I mean when I say
legacy.
Like, you know, like, how deep do you want to go with this? Do people really know that, you know, to ask certain questions like, what is success? Like, is it money? What does community success look like?
Jonathan,
you know, just different things like that. Because, like, for me, it's you can have $1 million, but the worldview that we live in is a Western worldview. Our ideology and our financial structure are all Western. So are you really living in a space where your Black folks are self-determining and things like that. I'm convinced, and this is just my own personal opinion, I think a lot of what we want as like a Black community is privilege. We just want the same privilege that white people have. We're not interested in freedom or power. Those are two different things, or three different things. We just want privilege. We want to drive the same cars. We want to live in the same house. We have the same neighborhood. We don't want to get shot by the police. All that stuff is privilege, man. You know, but what does true freedom, like what does true self-determination look like? What does true unity look like? And that's a conversation like I don't know if folks are even know to ask those questions. Where do you even learn how to ask that? You know? So that's kind of what I'm getting at, what I'm also interested in. I don't got the answers for any of that. Those are just questions I ask a lot.
You can give everybody $1 million. I mean, they're gonna do the right thing about it. Some people get $1 million and put them in a worse predicament.
Right.
It's not about passing out $1 million. It's about fixing the underlying issue that's causing a downward spiral and progression.
What do you think the underlying issues are?
Me personally, I told y'all, it's parenting. It's parents being in the household with their kids and raising their kids and leaving them a legacy. I think we probably the only group that don't leave our kids legacies. Like generation after generation, nobody's passing shit down. There's nothing really being inherited. Yeah, there's some policy that has something to do with it, you know, by the, you know, powers that be or whatever. But at the same time, I think we're at the position to where we can change that now.
How do you think
we don't want to be together? You know what I'm saying? We gotta want to be together and do this shit together. That's all.
Do what? Like give some, like Kayla was saying earlier, we're always talking about like, yeah, just do it. Like, but what specifically?
So Kayla, so for example, why the hell is Kayla single?
What does that mean? No.
She's probably gonna respond saying, "Who said I was single?"
Bruiser, no. Reel it back.
So you're saying I should have married a cheater to be married?
No, what I'm saying
is
people like you, Kayla,
are you avoiding the question that I just asked? I asked you a very straightforward question, which ended in you asking about Kayla. What does that have to do with anything?
Certain questions, if it's only a straight simple answer, you're not really getting the right context.
Okay, Bruiser. In your opinion, what needs to happen so that more people can leave behind a legacy for their children? Like
people need to prioritize their kids. Period.
Yeah. So what would that have to do with me? Because I was
trying to explain that, but Kayla wanted me to be very precise with the answer to what she was saying. And I was saying, people like you, Kayla. Okay, so like you don't have any kids, right?
Mm-mm.
You're doing very well.
I support.
You're 30 years old. There was, given the situation in our community with single mothers and all this other shit, and not being able to leave legacies, and
right.
There's no reason why you should be single. Period.
Bruiser, you don't even.
But if I'm against single motherhood, then why would I be a single mother?
Why is that the only option?
I'm saying in my previous situations, that is what I foresaw.
So right now, your mentality is that that's the only option.
Continue on with them.
Bruiser, have you ever,
for the sake of saying I'm married and I have kids, why would I put myself in a situation I know is not healthy or going to lead to single parenthood?
So you're saying there's no way you can put yourself in a situation that could lead to dual parenthood right now?
What?
Are you saying the opposite of what you just said is not achievable?
No, it definitely is achievable.
If it's achievable, what I'm saying to you, if it is indeed achievable and you believe it's achievable, why are you in the situation you're in now?
What situation am I in?
We should be working towards something. We should be raising children to be better in our community right now. We got to start now.
Yeah,
we got to do it now.
But that starts with a healthy 2-parent household that already has 2 parents before you bring children into it.
I've listened to you talk, and I think you have the ability to figure it out.
It's not for me to figure out.
Yeah, you're right. Men decide who get married. You're right. I'll
God's timing. And I'm not going to rush it or just to do it just to please other people or have some type
but you do want a $30,000 ring. I remember you saying that, right?
You mean had?
Okay, whatever one.
Okay.
I think I heard
Why
you
do
say
people
that.
keep bringing that up? Like, and I didn't keep that ring and get married just to make y'all happy. I gave it back, and I'm single now because I don't want to be in a toxic relationship. So,
Well, my point is, man, I didn't mean to attack you specifically, but my point is that I felt like there's women out there that just waiting and for no reason. Like there's
Bruiser, you cannot assume.
They're waiting for no reason. So
Bruiser,
you want them to do something that they're not actually happy about or that's not healthy just to do it? That's going to create more single parent households. I'd rather those women, until you find a man of God that actually is doing right, I think that you should keep your resources and keep them in your family. There's nieces and nephews and kids in your community that would love your assistance. And until you can create a healthy space to bring a child into it, don't let this pressure make you rush into a situation and then end up a single parent 3 years, 5 years from now, like a lot of women are right now, because they decided that the acceptance or feeling like saying I have a husband was more important than actually doing it for the right reasons and having everything really aligned.
And we say really aligned, you mean like?
See how it just completely shifted from when we were talking about like the community, and then it became about Kayla specifically somehow. Like, this is the problem. Like, I know maybe you're trying to spice it up or whatever is going on, but we're actually having a conversation about
maybe he's genuinely curious. I'm just going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say that he's genuinely curious why I haven't married the people that have.
Well, it's not absolutely just you. I've been able.
You mean other women like me that you feel like?
Yeah, I see a lot of women in your situation.
Married.
That's what I'm saying, and it just makes me, and being able to talk to you about it kind of give me some understanding, because I always wonder like why are they not married? Not why are they not?
I come from a divorced family, and I do have trauma around that. So until I can feel 100% confident about it, I'm not going to do that, because that is what leads to single parenthood. I mean, 1 in 2 people are divorcing and becoming single parents. Like, I know y'all hate ragging on single mothers, but a good deal of them did have those children within a marriage or relationship that they're just not in anymore. I don't know if y'all think all the single mothers are just teen moms that got pregnant by the football captain, but they're usually women that were in long-term relationships or marriages with men, and now they're not. And I don't want that. So if there are major red flags, I just don't see the need to waste more of my time in youth when I can be doing.
So let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, and it's based on sacrifice. I like that too. So let me ask you this, and then this question is going to be based solely on sacrifice. And I know you don't have to answer it if you want to.
Mm-hmm.
But what are the risks? Is the risk greater if you stay in a relationship and build a legacy for the child and have the kids raised in a dual parent household? Or is the risk greater to leave the relationship and raise the kid alone? Like, the numbers don't lie, right? I'm saying somebody's got to make a sacrifice. And I think for the kids' sake, I think it's justified to make a sacrifice.
It's always us, right? That have to make
no, it's not on you either. But the reason why I'm pointing towards women is because it's said that women are more likely to walking away from marriages at a higher rate than men. So I'm just speaking to the data. And I'm thinking to myself, like, if the data shows that we're putting ourselves in a worse predicament by trying to raise these kids alone, and they're susceptible to crime, drugs, and murder and all this other stuff, it's probably just best to just make your bed in the relationship and just deal with it just for the sake of our generation.
Do you not think that there are men that because I hear this often, that there are men that are in marriages that are over and they just don't leave? They're married, but they're not in marriages. And there's something with men that feel like, I don't know what it is, but men are less likely to walk away from marriage, even though they're not really operating in a marriage. And then it's seen, oh, she filed for divorce. But this man has not been acting like a married man for like the last 5 years. Like y'all don't even communicate. And men will just stay married and just do their thing, come in the house, do marriage for a few hours, leave the house and go back and live their lives.
So I don't. So
And it's
so
the
you might be
woman that's
right.
in the house dealing with the misery.
I don't know
And
what the
so
data's
the only
showing,
reason
but
it ends is because she walks away. Because there's so many men that will just stay in that situation for however long until the kids are out. Still go outside, do whatever they want. Stay in there until the kids are out, and then once the kids have left, then they leave. Then we see the divorce. Then, if they do it, but they still may just let her do it.
well, is it safe to say that out of that percentage of women that's walking out at a high rate, that most of the cases, or because of the man, is not all in?
Because he's not all in is why they're leaving the marriage?
Yeah. Majority. Is that
because he's not all in the marriage, like giving his all to the marriage?
Like he's not present in the marriage, he's not doing you right, he's not treating you right, you know what I'm saying? He's not fulfilling your love languages or, whatever.
Making you gotta like dive deep into
I'm not sure. Go ahead, John.
That's what I'm trying to do.
To the stats. So like it's not across the board, 50% of people are getting divorced. Like the top folks are entertainers, are bartenders, people that work in like different service industries. And so a lot of it is like no fault divorce because people are rushing into things too quickly. A lot of it is because like people don't know who they are and they haven't dealt with their issues in their past. And so they get in relationships and like, then they figure it out and it's not that person. and then they gotta go. A lot of it is like infidelity issues sometimes and things like that. So there are like, if you look and go deep and do a deep dive into the stats, you'll find that like folks that make over a certain amount of money, folks that have a college degree, folks that are on the same page in terms of religion, they have very, very high marriage rates as opposed to other individuals that don't have that. So I just want to say that it's like not across the board. It's a lot more complex than just people not wanting to be married.
Okay, yeah, so we making kids, so we having kids with the people that aren't typically who you want to be married to long term.
Yeah, because people don't like. Once again, I think it really goes back to like what we've been talking about. How do you know to ask the questions that you don't know how to ask? How do you know that? Or people just say go get married.
Like, so everybody should have.
If it was up to y'all, I would have been married 6 months ago to any nigga that asked. Anyway.
Ninja. You mean ninja?
Just somebody ask her.
Just did you mean
anybody?
I think there's like 2 people in my group. Most of the friends that I have are married. They're brothers. They're married. I think me and one other brother, like he had parents. I have parents who were married. They've been married for 35 years. And then my other friend, he has parents that have been married for kind of similar. Everybody else never had an example. Right. So it's like, how do you know how to ask? And then we're a sexually repressed society. So we don't even ask the questions we're supposed to ask because we're afraid to ask them. So it's just a whole thing. It's like, I think to me, it's just very, very complex. It can't be answered with just like women are selfish. That's not necessarily the case.
I think it's definitely complex. And there are a lot of like other variables that people just don't talk about. And sometimes it's just like a logistics thing, like who filed it, who went and like got the paperwork. And that doesn't necessarily mean that was the person who said, let's end it. I mean, there are just so many different things that come into play. And in terms of you, Kayla, I am not mad at you at all. I think that you should marry when you want to be married to the person that you want to get married to, not just because there's this societal pressure, like, oh, you're 31, hurry up. Like, no, because we already know a lot of marriages end in divorce. And like Jonathan said, a lot of people hop into marriages and didn't necessarily know the full extent of what they were getting into. So then it ends up that the marriage, ends. And, you don't want that. Kayla, I've talked to you on and off screen. I know the type of person that you are. I know the things that you want. And I think you're going about it the way that you should for you. Like nobody can say, oh, well, you're a certain age. What's going on? Like there are so many things that people don't know. And I just think that this push for marriage.
So Kay, you never like saw somebody or been around somebody and heard them, the intellect, you know what I'm saying? The character, the personality is all firing off. And you never asked yourself, man, why is this person not in a relationship? You never had that moment?
I mean, like when we're thinking about, let's say Kayla is a great catch. She is. And I've never been like, how come Kayla's not married? Like I know.
You can look at a person and say, I wonder, I know why they not married. You can put the finger on it.
No, but
you should be able to do the opposite, right?
But Bruiser, wait. That's based on your standards of what you think, Bruiser. That's based on you. You cannot say, oh, I know why they're not married. Because a lot of times people are like, I know they're not married, but they are. You don't know people the way you think you might know them. Bruiser, have you ever talked to Kayla outside of a show? Okay, so you don't know what's going on. I mean, I'm just saying.
I
know that part. I know I probably need to know that much, but there is some cases where you can just use your perspective.
I will say though, Bruiser, I have chosen wrong and wasted years. 7. So yeah, I mean.
But do you ever feel like the knowledge that you've able to retrieve after that, and the growth and figuring out, okay, I know the life I want to have, and I know the marriage I want to have. I know how to make myself desirable to the guy that I want to attract. Once you figure that out, don't you think that it's safe to say that it's really on me now? Do you get what I'm saying?
I do think that I think that everything in God's timing is always better. I don't think anything that I've ever rushed and did it outside of the timing that I felt I felt it was the time in my spirit. It was right in my spirit. I think anything that I have done that hasn't felt right, it's never worked out. So I'm just not willing to walk down the aisle without that feeling. And I've had that feeling in all the other successful places in my life. When I chose the school I chose, when I chose the agency I chose, when I was dancing, when I chose a lot of different things. So I think that I'm trying to be more in touch with myself so that I can choose right versus choosing wrong. And then it also is very damaging to the spirit when you give so much to the wrong person, that it does take time to recover and like get back to yourself and like all these other things. Cause I'm a Gemini and like people think whatever they want to think about me in these spaces, but like I am I'm a very committed girlfriend. When I do commit, it takes a good deal to get there because I know that I'm loyal to a fault, whether he's right or he's wrong. And if he's doing wrong, I'm gonna be right there. Like, what do you need me to do? Like, so I was like, babe, whatever you like. And that's what's got me into trouble in other instances is like, babe, whatever you want to
when
do.
you say like
but
right
you're
and
doing
wrong
that for the wrong person, that can hurt you. So
when you say like right and wrong, like what do you mean? When you say right and wrong, what do you mean?
Right and wrong in terms of myself.
Like when you just talked about like if he's right
or if he's wrong, like what are
like
there's this thing called like intuition, and in my life I have ignored intuition on a number of occasions. Like I've ignored like that, like in my spirit, like it's not right. And instead of like being like I am now in this space and being like, I don't give a fuck what everybody says, this doesn't feel right to me, I would just kind of go along and wanting to be liked, wanting to be accepted, wanting to be with everybody, or wanting to be in this relationship, wanting to be what he wanted me to be. And I now I'm like so beyond that I'm just like, I'm listening to my inner being, listening to that discernment, and trying to just do things in a different way. But I do also think that God's timing is the best, because he knows the kind of person I am, and he knows I've always had strong dreams and desires. And so over these last 10 years, like my 20s, I really got to do everything that I wanted to do. I got to do so much. And now I have no regret going into motherhood. I can fully put it down to the side. I have no desire to work a job and then try to come home and be a wife. Like, I've been strong in working and doing all the things that I wanted to do over these last 10 years. I'm very happy with it. I can say I've been on tour with renowned artists dancing. I can say I've danced with the Rockettes. I can say I've produced a $4 million budget in corporate America in terms of my account management. So it's like, I've done all the great things. And I always have said, I believe women can have it all. You just can't have it all at the same time. You got to have a season for this, a season for this, season for this. So now I'm ready to love.
No,
ready to go into this next season where I can give all of that to my family, because I feel like I've done the things I really wanted to do for me, and I've had my selfish time. So
I love how you threw that in there. You said, now I'm ready to.
July 29th is the premiere.
It's almost here.
Oh, you're gonna be all ready to. Oh,
it's this Friday.
I gotta watch it. I gotta watch it now.
Yeah, the premiere is this Friday at 8:00 on OWN.
Friday, 8:00.
Oh. Congratulations. Are you gonna be able to people last talk on Thursday before that?
Yeah, I don't know what. I mean, I'm going to talk about it on my channel, on my personal channel on Wednesday. I'm going to have some Ready to Love castmates come on, so y'all can come on stage or whatever, ask questions or whatever. But we're going to be talking all Ready to Love on my show.
To Kayla's. Make sure to subscribe to
Kayla's on Wednesdays. But anyway, yeah. So that's just me. I know you were wondering, Bruiser, but
Bruiser, before we, because we're about to, I see a caller in the back. But before we bring him up, would you ask, or do you ask single men the same thing that you asked Kayla? Like, why aren't you married?
Yeah, and yeah, I do.
Okay, I was just wondering.
Yeah, all the time, and that the same is mostly the same issue. A lot.
What
of
do they say?
A lot of them don't. They don't know how to identify what role they want to play in a relationship, and they don't know what role they desire out of their partner, because you got two different types of women we desire. That's one who's going to be able to fit under our authority and be submissive, or somebody who's career driven, and so whenever they're able to tackle the finances and success with you, and put the child through daycare, or just like I said, be a stay-at-home mom. But the thing is, once you recognize your role, now you got to come to the table and have an understanding. How are we gonna do this? And then once you establish that, then your relationship can work. But people think that's just the end. No, you still got to work hard every day on that shit. People have love languages, and you got to be able to reveal those things by communicating those things to each other. And once you understand them.
Thank you so much, Bruiser. Because on Thursday, Anton Ricky, what's hard about relationships? What's so difficult? If you just submit all your wants and desires and give all your decisions to your man, things will just go smooth and move right off into the sunset. And there'll never be an argument. There'll never be any problems. Relationships are easy.
Yeah, that's a lie. That's not true.
It sounds like if I would have said what I just said on that panel, they probably would have tried to eat me alive.
Oh, probably. Jonathan, look, somebody asked why you're not married. Lioness.
Lioness. Jonathan is married.
Jonathan is married.
My 30th anniversary is in September, so I'm married.
Yep, Jonathan is married. But see, I just mentioned that people be like, so and so is not married. How do you know? Like, what?
I'm literally the only single person currently.
We rock with Lioness.
But like right now, Kayla, if things don't work, I feel like it's impossible for my relationship not to work if I stick to these principles. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And if I don't stick to these principles, then I won't be out here wondering like, okay, why my relationship work? Because a lot of people, when their relationships end or somebody cheat or whatever, oh no, he cheated. It doesn't matter what he did. He should have never cheated. That's the end. I'm moving. But you got to know why this happened. Like, what did we drop the ball at? Like, why we couldn't communicate? What did we lose respect for each other?
Mm.
You get what I'm saying?
I think that's a good mindset, Bruiser. Just kind of, like, look, the plan is to make it work. What do we need to do? What do we need to explore? What do we need to look at, for the best possible outcome?
Because my sister believes that it doesn't matter what you do. I told her, I said, you treat it like a business. If your business fail and you getting ready to go into another business, you need to know how the fuck that last business failed so you don't repeat it. You know what I'm saying? How the hell did this fail? Yeah, you're moving on, but you want to know why. You get what I'm saying? So that whenever you move on, you won't have these same mistakes. You won't make these same mistakes. It could have been something on you, could have been something on your business partner. But you know what happened, and you know not to let that happen again.
Bring a little scientific method into it. Okay. All right. Let's get to the callers. We're going to bring up 2 at a time. So better you, and say your name again. I know I ask you like every time.
Dalen.
Okay.
I should type it
sorry,
out.
I've asked you like 3 times and I always feel bad.
It's all good. I blame my mother. She made his name.
Dalen. Dalen and better you. Let's start with you, Dalen. What are your thoughts on some of the things that we've spoken about tonight?
So I have a question for Bruiser and Jonathan, because they're married, and Kay, you can answer it too, because I believe you're married as well, right? Is legacy?
You are married.
What are you laughing about?
My bad. Take that back. Erase that from the clip.
From the clip? Erase it?
How do we do? I cannot believe this.
How do we erase it from the clip?
Bruiser, this is a live show. Bruiser, what you laughing for though?
My bad. I thought he said Kayla. And I was like,
I did, but that was an accident. I was looking at Kayla's name.
Okay, so I don't look like a fool. Thank you, Dad.
Okay. Look, Bruiser, we were about to virtually box. Okay.
My question is about legacy. Can that only be built through family structure under marriage, or can legacy be expanded beyond being married?
It can absolutely be expanded beyond being married, for sure. There are people who weren't married that have changed the world or done a lot of things. So you can, in my opinion, leave a legacy even if you're not married, even if you have no children.
Okay, because I often hear, I understand the importance of marriage and how that you need that. I believe you should have marriage to build your legacy within your family, yes. But I feel like that always seems to be presented as the blueprint for all legacy. And I think people I'm sorry?
The reason why I said it's marriage. Yeah, Kayla's right. But legacy is not just a material thing or a monetary thing you leave behind. It could be a behavior. You know what I'm saying? So kids need to see how marriages operate. They need to see how parenting is done. They need to see how 2 people come together and make things work out through thick and thin. That could also shape your kids' legacy. Having that mentality passed from one generation to another. You can leave it.
So when you're speaking to legacy, you're speaking specifically to family structure, not just legacy as the umbrella term.
Yeah, family structure, but don't exclude the money though. Don't exclude the.
No, I'm not excluding that. That is important.
All that's in legacy, man.
I just wanted to clarify that, because I was kind of thrown off between the 2 of you, and I'm like, I kind of agree with Kayla about beyond just being married to someone and having children and building your legacy that way. There are other ways you can expand upon that, but I just wanted clarity on that.
I think
Kayla, I never know who they're talking about, because.
Okay, this time it was Kayla.
What happened to the whole?
It's like, hey, Kayla.
What happened to that?
I think it's a big piece of it, though. That's what I'll say, Dalen. I think that the cornerstone of a community is the family. I do. How do you, like, if we're talking about culture, like, how do you keep culture alive after you're gone? It's through the seed,
through the family,
through your seeds, through your family. I think it's a piece. I just don't think it's like the whole pie.
Okay, I can agree with that.
You need strong families. You need families. You can't build a strong community on broken families. Like, you have to build the family structure and then go from there. Specifically for Black people, especially, like I would say that is extremely important for us, even more than other races of people in this country, because there are so many things that are stacked against us. So having a strong family structure, passing things down, from generation to generation, norming, I guess, like certain customs and practices and whatnot within communities is very important. And it's the way, like, for us to really build and move forward. I think it's a major, major piece of that puzzle, like Jonathan said.
The word's missing, though, is healthy, because there are like some family structures in certain instances, and they're passing down a lot of trauma, passing down a lot of violence, a lot of different issues. I think a lot of people that are violent and do crime learn it in their families, in their neighborhoods.
It has to be a strong family structure.
Yeah.
It can't just be like any kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But a strong, healthy family Black structure is where it starts. And then the community around you, if you are not married, that still does not absolve you being involved in your nieces and your nephews' lives and the kids that ride down the street in your neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think we've lost that as well. And I know I definitely have. Like, growing up in Georgia, when I was a kid, it was so different than it is now. Like, growing up, could go across the street and get a cup of sugar, an egg. My parent, I knew everybody's parents. I knew that everybody's parents on the cul-de-sac, like, I could get in trouble with any of them. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, but we don't have that culture anymore. And I was like, you can't talk to my daughter like that. And like, it's so, we don't have that. Takes a village to raise a child. Like, I don't feel like we have that anymore.
So what does a healthy family look like? Because just because someone comes from two parents doesn't always mean that's a healthy situation.
Agreed.
I think that's something we should define as well. What does a healthy family look like? Because there are plenty of kids who come from a mother and a father and they're depressed and they go through anxiety, they have all these trauma-based emotions, and we're saying because they are a nuclear family that they're the standard. And I don't think that's right, because there's different types of families which would be probably arguably be more healthy than having a mother and a father. And then going off what you said about trauma,
I don't think there's necessarily too many situations where like a child can grow up in a family structure without like necessarily not having to go to therapy. I think people, like parents, are human beings just like everybody else, and they make mistakes. So I would loosely like just say like a place without physical and mental abuse. Like a place where kids can eat. There's food in the house, so folks have enough meals. If we're looking at like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, like their basic needs are set, their psychological needs are there, and so that child can self-actualize. But I don't necessarily know of too many places where a child can grow up and say like they never had any problems in their household, especially like a Black child in the United States of America. I don't know if I'm making sense, but like I think I grew up in a healthy like household, two parents, they've been married forever, grandparents, all those places, and I still had to go to therapy because of some stuff, that they may have said and may have done unintentionally. So, I'll just add that too.
But see, some people, I'm sorry, I'm almost done, better you. Some people would argue that that's, even though they said or did stuff that may have affected you without them knowing, that's still, quote unquote, a healthy environment. It's just that they made a mistake.
Right.
So that's why I think like when we say strong, healthy, we got to be clear about it, because that doesn't look the same for everyone. As we always like to say, we're not a monolith.
No, definitely. I would just like to kind of piggyback off that a little bit. I think a big component of a healthy family is one that has healthy interactions where that mother, that father are both interacting with each other with respect, with love, and the children aren't seeing and experiencing any malice or strife between those two parents. There are a lot of folks, especially when I went to college and started dating in college, like there's some families where I think this is what some of the other folks on the panel was getting at, where there's two people there, they're married, but they at war every single day inside the house.
Look, I know that
Yeah.
it ain't all perfect, once you get into marriage and you have raised kids. But I think it steps to this legacy thing. And the first step is just coming together and having a marriage. Everything else, the second step, making sure it's healthy. Yeah, that's a grind you got to work on today. But I think the focus should be first get into the battlefield. You get what I'm saying?
Battlefield.
You could call it whatever you want, man. It's a grind. It literally is, man. Marriage is
Yes,
it's not easy. It's not for the weak. You know what I'm saying? So
I just thought battlefield was an
I've had my child for 6 months, so I really can't relate to the thing about kids, going through trauma and all that shit. Maybe I will. Hopefully I don't, I'll be able to deal with it. I mean, hopefully I will be able to deal with, you know, kids' issues and stuff. I'm gonna make it my priority. Yeah, but I think the most important thing is to not, veer so far off, looking past the initial step as getting married to a point where we could spook ourselves from saying, "Oh man, what if this happened?" And then now we're going in a relationship in fear. I think we need to just get there, get deployed, get the boots on the ground, and then we'll come to the mission table and figure things out from there. So we got to give ourselves a chance first.
Okay. See, and you know what? The way you're talking makes sense coming from you, because I've heard the things that you've said before. Like, you have a plan. You're like, you know what? This is what needs to happen. If something happens, what do we need to do to fix it? So like, you going in like, all right, we're going to take this step, and then from then on, we're going to figure it out. I think that's a different mindset than some people might have, where they're like, oh, we got to find the perfect person first, and then there will be less to figure out. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I think it's just two different mindsets that some people have. Because I agree with you. Like, nobody is going to be perfect, right? No relationship is going to be perfect. There will always be something that needs to be figured out. So I'm in the same mind of, let's figure this out, what needs to happen, because the marriage is, we're married. So what do we need to do to make it successful? But I think a lot of people don't think like that. I think it's just
the people that don't think like that are ignoring all the information and things that's revealed to us in life, man. Like, everything is based off of roles and strategy. In any organization that you have, everybody plays a major role, and everybody plays that role within that strategy. If you take a team, you could put two of the best players on the same team, Brooklyn Nets, and still fail. If you could put two mediocre people together in an organization, and if you got a nice strategic plan, it'll succeed. So it's not about having a perfect partner. It's about having a plan
and a strategy.
You're right.
I agree with you, Bruiser. Do you think, like, we're about to bring up more callers, but do you think that the media portrayal of marriage, or like social media and all these different, factors impact how people see it? Like, oh no, I'm not about to try to work it out with so and so. I'm gonna just keep looking, for many, many years and decades or whatever. Like, do you think that impacts people specifically?
Absolutely. I think we allow ourselves to be coached and counseled by entertainment and stuff that's going on in reality, especially reality TV. Oh, I'm not being with him. He slept around. He got drunk. Try to fix it. Yeah, nobody wants to be with a cheater. But if you can fix it, try to fix it if you're married. If you can't, then move on.
You're talking to men too, right?
Men, women, whatever. Whatever.
All right. Men, y'all heard that?
Try to fix
I would follow up. I would follow up.
You work it out for the family.
For the family,
I heard him.
I think that's the biggest investment. That's the biggest investment a person can have is their family. And try to protect your investment at all costs. If you can fix it, everything is not going to be able to be fixed, but at least try to. So I remember talking to Kay and Kayla on one of the topics. I think y'all said, should you stay in a marriage, and if it's infidelity or something. And I said it depends on what's, the degree of difficulty or the degree the person went through to commit the offense. Or, you know what I'm saying? Whether somebody went out on a trip and they got drunk and it was the first time they ever done it and it was this one and done thing, I can deal with that. You get what I'm saying? But if somebody like took their business debit card and something that I don't have access to see the charges on and got hotels, took money out to pay for condoms, you get what I'm saying? So that you can't see it. And they went to this degree to make sure that you can't see it. And they really, really, really was strategic in it. And they wanted to do it. Versus somebody who was I think the drinking can make you impair your judgment and you're not able to make the right decisions. But you are responsible to, what I'm saying, to drink responsibly. So it's just, it all depends on the scenario that I'm willing to try to work through. I don't want this shit to happen to me, but what am I willing to try to fight for? You get what I'm saying? Like under what circumstances am I willing to say, okay, I'll deal with it, but we gotta fix the shit. It all depends on how you do the shit.
Okay,
but you got entertainment saying, "Oh, he be cheat on you, girl, bitch. Walk, fuck that." What did you do? Maybe you had a cause in that. You haven't even gave it You haven't even gave it a chance to sit down and talk to the guy and figure out why did he step out. Yeah, you ain't supposed to step out, but why though? Why the hell did it happen to you? Like,
communication is key.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of
shout out to America.
Relationships in general, friendships, family relationships, romantic relationships. I think that a lot of people would rather just say, you know what? Nope. Versus like trying to get to the bottom of things. So yeah, Bruiser, I understand that. And I think that when you enter into a marriage, you really have to understand that like anything can happen, like barring, forms of abuse and things like that. A lot of stuff can happen. So I just think that, having a more realistic view is good and helps with that mindset like that you have, Bruiser, like having a plan, figuring out how to communicate, what to do next, putting the marriage at the forefront and making sure that that's something that, both people value and want to work on. So, yeah.
And people just have to remember that like mistakes, I think that we've become so slack on them that we even have to have this kind of work it out conversation because it's just so accepted. If people took it more serious, then I feel like it would be different. But people are like, oh, a little cheating. Oh, hey, work it out. You know what I mean? Like, instead of being like, what happened to black men don't cheat? They just don't do it. They don't fathom it. They don't want to do it. How about when you get off of work, you protect your investment and go home?
I mean, ideally, no one is cheating or doing anything wrong ever in any relationship, right? Ideally. But I mean, if people are going to be together for 60 years, a lot of stuff might happen in that time. Like you get married when you're 20, you're together till you're 80, or when someone passes or whatever. You literally become entirely new people over time. Like, and I think that's why having that goal, that focus in mind of valuing the relationship is extremely important, because a lot of changes are going to happen over the course of a lifetime. You meet somebody when you're 20 something, 30 something. Okay, you got to be 30 something together, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. Like, that's a lot of time. I mean, and I think just realistically, it makes sense to just think of it like, people are always evolving and changing, but you have to understand that the marriage and the relationship should be very important, and you should work together to preserve it, barring extenuating circumstances, of abuse and things like that.
Do you feel like it's become a commodity in some ways?
What do you mean?
Like like, I don't know. Sometimes I just see a lot of conflicting messages that make marriage seem like so transactional to the people that like, I mean, I don't know. I guess some people don't believe it's supposed to be about love or that you're supposed to love the person, I guess, or whatever.
Well, pertaining to those conflicting messages, that's why I wanted to call in.
Well, what's going on, Lake? Talk to us.
How you doing? How you doing, Kayla? How you doing, Kay?
Hi.
Thank you for having me on the show. I appreciate you allowing me here. The reason why I wanted to call up on the show is because I heard you say something, Kay, and then I heard Dalen Rollinson say something, and I believe that what you guys said was problematic. So I just wanted to call in and air my grievance about that. Kay, I think that you contradicted yourself earlier. You said there's so many things stacked up against Black people, like pertaining to relationships and marriage or whatnot, right?
No, just in general in society.
Okay, in general in society. But relationships and marriage falls into the category of in general in society, right? So
I was just clarifying my statement.
I'm sorry?
I was just clarifying my statement when I said that it's important for us to have a strong family structure because there are so many things stacked up against us in society.
Yeah, and our existence in society falls in line with marriage and relationships, right? I'm asking you a question.
When I know you are, and I've explained it twice.
Okay, so I'll just move on. I think it's fair to say that our operation in society, relationships and marriage is a part of that. You were giving Kayla advice earlier where you were saying, you know what, you shouldn't have to worry about the like societal pressures of being married at a certain time. Why is it that we have to care about that? Just be ready on God's time when is your time. And my thing is, if men can be pressured by women to be these super providers and six-figure earners and live in a certain neighborhood, drive a certain car, wear certain clothes, have certain swag, if men have to then endure those pressures that women project onto men, why do you see it as unfair that men would then in turn provide pressures onto women pertaining to when they should get married?
Okay, so you talking about me contradicting myself was you saying some things.
What I was saying was that, I'm sorry.
Making up a lot of
I didn't clarify that.
I didn't say.
No. Kay, you're right. I didn't clarify that. The contradiction that I was referencing was when you said we have a bunch of things that stacked up against us, right? That's one of the things that stacked up against us. Yet you gave Kayla information, taking away the pressure of being married at a certain age for a woman in this society. That's one of the issues. Like if we have a bunch of women who are trying to finally settle down and get married past their prime, and honestly, Kayla, that's not a shot at you. I'm not saying you're past your prime or whatever. What I'm saying is that if we have a whole bunch of women who are trying to settle down when they finally decide, okay, now I have all the experience I've ever wanted to gain traveling or working or whatever. Now I'm 35, now I'm 45, and now I can see myself getting with the man and settling down and getting married, and it's past their prime. That's one of the things that's stacked against us. And so that's why I felt it was what you were saying was a contradiction, because you were giving her advice to not worry about those pressures of getting married at a certain time. And it's one of the issues in our community pertaining to people getting together and getting married, because when men get older and they gain more, they elevate economically, they're usually looking for women of a certain age.
Oh, give me a break. 86% of Black men don't have enough money to retire by 65 and have to keep working for another 12 years. Get out of here with this whole mature to economic bullshit. That's just not the case.
So can I ask you a question, Kayla?
Stop it. Yo, that's what I'm saying. That's why
no, pertaining to what you just said, can I ask you first?
Hold on 1 second. If men identified with being a Black person first versus being a man first, maybe they'll come back down to reality, because I don't know if they're thinking about what white men have at that point or what the statistic really is.
That's exactly why I was going to ask you a question after you made that statement.
Yeah,
No.
white
That's
men
what I wanted
recognize
to. No. Wait a minute,
women
Kayla. You made a good point. You made a good point, Kayla. I would like to answer that question.
Wait, but
You differentiated
hold
black
on,
men and white men. Yeah, go
Lake,
ahead.
hold on, because you said I contradict myself, and then you talked to me.
Yeah.
Were you
Go
just
ahead.
coming to like kind of just air out grievances and then leave, or did you want to talk about the things that you brought up?
I wanted
prevent?
really, I wanted you to address the contradiction, and then I wanted to address my next point to Dalen. But go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so the contradiction part, that's definitely not a contradiction. If
Really?
a person is not ready to be married, why should they get married?
So who is? What I'm saying is, who is measuring that? Who's quantifying that? How do we know they're not ready to be married?
Okay,
The issue is that he made an assumption.
I made an assumption.
Yeah.
How?
Late. You don't know Kayla. You don't know anything about her. Nothing except what you've seen on these panels. I
Not
guarantee
about her,
you
it's
never had-
women in general.
Okay, but you were just talking about me and what I said to Kayla. I know Kayla, you don't. So when I'm talking to Kayla, it's because I know Kayla. So when I'm giving Kayla, just if you're not ready, then don't do it. And honestly, if you're not ready, why would you? Would you want to be married to somebody who doesn't want to be married or is not ready to be in a marriage? Does that even make sense?
How are we grading this? How are we grading this?
Didn't we just
how
have
are
a
we
whole
how
show
are we
on
measuring this? How do we know she's not ready? How do we
and
know
all these
she's
young
not ready to be
girls-
married? That's what I'm
all these
saying.
young
So
girls
you get
are
to
breaking
decide.
up.
It's okay. You get to
No, but
decide
what
if
happens
she's
to
ready
all
to be
these
married or
young
not.
girls
Like
that are breaking up with these successful guys because they don't want to be married?
It's Kayla. This is the thing.
Yeah, and when they get to a certain age, they won't be able to get the same standard of guy. That's the point.
Okay, Blake, this is the thing. I see you watch a lot of
How
internet
is
shows.
that?
I can tell. This
Really?
is the thing. Mhm.
Yeah.
This is the thing. If a person does not have the person that they want to marry, even though somebody else might want to marry them, I know Kayla's had people that have wanted to marry her. If the person doesn't want to marry those people, then they're not ready for marriage in those
That's
instances.
incorrect. That's incorrect.
Okay. About
So
Kayla?
we should just marry
No,
anyone.
not about Kayla. About women in
Anyone.
general. About women in general. It's
You're
not
the
about
spokesperson
being.
for
It's
women
not
in
about.
general.
It's not about. It's not a. No. It's not about. It is not about a woman not being ready to marry. It's about if you're saying that a woman
how did
is
you
not
measure
ready
that?
to marry if she doesn't want to get married. That's what you're saying, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
If you have not found the person that you want to marry, should you just marry someone because they want to marry you?
Exactly.
And what are
So
these?
are you
and
gonna just
the thing
marry a
about it is, how are we
girl?
quantifying it? How are we quantifying
I'm saying,
it?
are you going to marry a girl that wants to marry you just because she wants to marry you, even if you don't want to marry her? Just so that you can be married? Or would you just wait a year or two to actually build something real with somebody you want to marry?
That wouldn't be a scenario that exists.
How?
Right? If I'm interested in marrying a woman,
you're a guy. And you
I'm
do
coming to that
you're not
first.
pursued like me, so you don't
Blake, are
understand
you
my
married?
perspective. No one pursues you. You have to pursue, so that would make sense because you have
Blake,
to like the
are you
person
married?
that you're spending the time and attention to pursue. Me, that's totally different because they're pursuing me, so I'm receiving energy, and I have to decide which I'm going to let in. So maybe we just have different perspective because you're a guy, and I'm a woman.
Lake, are you married?
No.
And what? Now your whole argument is just completely.
Wait a minute. You're surprised?
You're not married, but you're okay. So then why aren't you married? If this thing is just hurry up and get married and do whatever, how come you not? How come?
I'm not married because I am on a particular trajectory of fulfilling certain economic goals and artistic goals as well that I'm attempting to accomplish before I decide to.
So we're not
down.
in a position. So
you're not ready yet. You're not ready.
No. I could get married. No, I could get married. No, I could get. No, I could get married.
You have other things you want to do first.
No. See, the thing about it is, it's a difference between. Of course not. I'm a man, but it is wrong if you share the same perspective because you're a woman.
What do you mean? Of course not. You're a man.
Because I have more time than you.
How old are
I have
you?
more time. I'm 32.
No. But how old
I
are
have
you?
more. I'm 32.
You're 32.
I have more time. Yeah, I have more time than you.
Okay. I know.
I'm wrong?
A couple of different men that
I'm
are
wrong?
30. No, I know a couple of different men that are 30.
I'm 30.
And they're married.
That made $20,000 last month doing insurance. What's your excuse? Why are you still working to get economically?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Talking
What do
about
you mean?
you
What's
got
my
time.
excuse? What do you mean? What's my? What do you mean?
Got 24 hours in a day.
I'm a man, so I have
Why
way
you not
more
ready?
time. I have way more
Why
time
the
to
other men was
achieve my goals
but why
than you
was the
do.
other men economically ready, but you're not?
I didn't say I wasn't economically ready. I said I'm attempting to. No, I didn't. I didn't say that. Listen, Kayla, you can continue to overtalk me all you want. I'm still gonna make my point. I didn't.
So true table.
Well, hold on. Did he not just say that he's on a trajectory right now to get to a certain place financially before he entertains marriage?
Anton would have ate you up, bro. I'm sorry.
Because you just said that you are on a trajectory, meaning like there's a plan that you're on. There's a path, right? And at the end of the path, you'll be at the place where you're ready to get married. But you're not at that path yet. And I asked you, as I know other men that are 32 making, they're at that place, right? They're married, they got families, they got kids, they doing all the things right. So what I'm saying is you saying, oh, of course I got time because I'm a man and I'm trying to figure out like how does that work? Because there are other men that have done it.
You muted, bro.
So
yeah, that was. I mean, let's go to true.
It's a false equivalency. That's all I'm saying. You cannot say.
No, you're making false equivalency thinking that everything between men and women are equal, and it's just not.
No, I'm saying it's not. You're the one who's saying it's equal.
But you want to act like you being married and me being married is the same.
No,
there are double the amount of women to men, meaning you have more options because there are less men available, right? So definitely not understanding why you wouldn't be married. But then we bring in the financial thing, whatever. But if it's according to all these people in the manosphere, a woman shouldn't care about your money. She should care about your character. So it doesn't really matter how much money you have. She should love you for you and submit to your leadership, regardless of how much money you make. That should not be a factor. If you can pay for dates or pay for stuff, that should not be a part of anything. She should just love you for you and your leadership. So why are you not married?
Lake came on talking about contradictions.
Yes.
And now
I didn't make any contradictions.
I
didn't make any contradictions.
Okay, but wait, you just said, one of the things stacked up against us about, people not getting married or whatever and all that. You brought that
pertaining to men choosing women because they're waiting a certain amount of time to then settle down. But it doesn't work the same way in the inverse. It doesn't work the same way for men. So I'm not the one who's making men and women equal. You guys are.
All right. Well, thanks, Lake, for your contribution.
I wanted to respond to Dalen.
But wait, hold on, Lake, because there's a lot of people up here that haven't said anything.
Okay, maybe I won't do that. You can have the last word or whatever. Go ahead.
Okay, you can leave. I was just gonna get to true table and
you guys scared? Oh, you scared? That's why you want me to leave because you scared?
Scared. Wait, what's happening? What's happening?
You can talk to him back.
He must have a channel that he's trying to create some content for.
Y'all scared? Kayla, you don't want me to speak more?
The show says.
Why do everybody use that word like you are the truth of something? You think your opinion is more valuable than other people's?
I asked you a question. I asked you a direct question. You can answer it. I typed it.
Someone asked me a question.
I did in the back chat because I'm curious about what I said that was problematic.
Yeah, just respond in the back. We want to get True Table and Mike up here to say something. And Mike, thank you for your patience. I know you've been in the back.
I'll answer your question on the video, but you can go ahead. Whoever's talking next, go.
So True Table, what's going on? Hi.
How you guys doing?
I feel like I haven't seen you in a long time.
Yeah, I haven't seen you in a minute.
I've been watching. I'm always watching. But anyway, great panel tonight. Gosh, you guys unpacked so much stuff. I had one point, and then I kind of want to touch on what Kayla was saying. Hopefully I can tie it together. I find it very interesting that when we talk about the Black community and how the many things that we have to battle exist, and from what I've gathered watching our community from mid-century until now, is that there seems to be this forgotten perspective that we're a fragmented culture. We're a fragmented people, right? Somehow, some way, people think that we've progressed so far. At least in my opinion, from what I watch, I think that if you're going to date or marry within the Black community, woman to man, man to woman, it does have to be understood, to what you were saying, Kayla. Economically, you're always going to be a little bit behind because most of what you're comparing us to is not fair. The people who are married, those are incentivized marriages a lot of times. Wealth is built. Wealth is not something that happens one time. It doesn't happen quickly. You have to build it. It has to compound. And I'm sure everybody on this panel understands this. Sometimes I think the problems that exist, however, it's not giving its fair credence on where most of us are one of one. And what I mean by that is that we're not coming from nuclear families. We're not coming from families that's saved. We're not coming from educational prowess when it comes to finances. Most of you guys spoke on that tonight, that finances, credit, so on and so forth. I think for solutions, we do have information, and I appreciate Anton. I think Anton's awesome in a lot of ways, but I think he's problematic at the same time because it's not just information. Information is not enough. We have to understand exactly where to point the information and have a plan. That plan doesn't have to be all Black people. I also hear our people do a lot of, well, everything doesn't work for everybody the same. We are very passionate people a lot of times as well. And that's what I think gets us derailed off of progress, because we have a mission, but we're project-minded people. Like Black Lives Matter project-based. I think it had an original goal, but I don't know if that's something that it has morphed into what we know it to be now, but I don't know how much of that is really propelling our community. I think it had a touchy-feely type of thing, police brutality, so on and so forth. But our people as a collective community have to have a goal. And Kay, you said something brilliant earlier about the fact we don't have really culture to kind of glean from. Totally agree. So we're living in a land that's kind of given us an identity per decade. It changes. Hip hop comes, it changes. The millennium comes, it changes. And then we're all working individually to try to establish some level of success, which the perspective of success is very subjective. So it's kind of hard to push the agenda of the people if everybody is running their own individual race. Anton said something that was very interesting to me. I wish he was around. He said that all we need is a very few amount of people to be successful, and that's enough. And I totally disagree with that. We have tons of men and women that are successful. Oprah successful, Diddy successful, Wayne, so on. That has not changed the trajectory of the people. The knowledge that's necessary requires the understanding that money is not enough because it's not an economical thing. It's a condition. It's really a mental condition. And we did have a culture at one time, and it was the church. Don't know what happened to that. People just gave up, threw their hands up, walked away. That's fine. But that's what I wanted to say to what you guys have spoken on so far.
I go as far as to say our culture is prevalent. It is evident. I think that everybody is just taking our culture.
What do you mean?
I think everybody in America is thriving off of our culture right now. Music, the way we dress, the way we walk, talk.
Well, we also sold our culture. We didn't have to do that either.
That's what I was gonna say.
Mike, can you expound upon that a little bit?
Good point.
So, I hear that a lot where people say, well, people are making money off of our culture. This is a free market society. That's going to happen. The one thing that everyone who built anything, whether it's Bad Boy Records, Rockefeller, Armadale, Champagne, anything, you could have kept those brands. You chose to sell them to white companies in a free market society. So whenever we talk about people biting our culture or making money off of it, remember, we started it because we actually profited from it and decided to sell it. So
I think those people who have those kind of talking points are upset that those things happen. I'm not upset that anybody's thriving off of our culture. People gonna do what they want to do. You can't control that. Nobody's patenting a style or a way you rap or a way you dance or whatever. Nobody's putting a patent on it and saying only one race can do it. You come with the idea that if it's something that's good and if people like it, they're gonna do it as well. That's
But
totally
bro,
fine.
can I say something? Can I say something, please?
Yeah,
bro. If you don't have any problem with what was just said, that we're sold different aspects of our culture, then don't complain and say that. Wait a minute.
I wasn't speaking to that.
Then don't complain and say everyone is thriving off of our culture in America.
I never complained about it. I just simply said that if anybody looks at the way I walk, talk, and dance in my music, and they wanted to replicate that, I said I was totally fine with it. I didn't say that I was upset with that.
No,
now,
but earlier you said no. But earlier you did. You said you literally said the problem is everyone in America is thriving off of our culture. That's a complaint.
I don't remember. I don't recall saying that.
You said that. You said that. You said the problem is everybody is thriving off of our culture. That's what you said.
No, I said everybody was thriving off of our oppression because we were talking about.
No, you said culture. You didn't say oppression. You said culture.
We were talking
and then
about
Mike said
Olympics, and I said everybody was trying to get a piece of the pie of what we're trying to fight for, the equality. Everybody's trying to claim the same.
Yes, and then Trigger Mike said we sold our culture because you said everyone's thriving from our culture, and then Trigger Mike said it's because we sold our culture, and then I responded and said that's what I was gonna say, and then you turned around and wait a minute, you then turned around and
happened or why it happened.
Then contradict yourself, turned around and said, well, I don't care that these people are we're not patenting anything or anything like that. It was a contradiction. You have to be consistent.
I think you're getting away from what
you're forcing a contradiction on my words, and you're not understanding and not allowing.
Well, then explain more clearly. Then go ahead.
What I'm saying is, I never said anything about anybody selling a culture. I said to Kay, I would say that somebody said that our culture is not shown or we don't have anything to lean towards. I said I think our culture is prevalent and it's evident. And the thing is everybody is using it.
Well, let me explain what I meant by that.
He said, "Hey, what about somebody sold our culture or we sold our culture?" I never had a chance to speak to that part of it.
I should have expanded upon that. What I was referring to is from Anton's point: success breeds success. So to say that one person or just a very few people can now take an entire culture and now breed success, that's false. Every person that you know to be great has some level of heavy influence or coaching, some mentorship, even if you didn't necessarily see them. So even if they didn't come from the nuclear family, there's not, again, enough credence to that. We as a culture, first of all, have to identify what's broken and what we're trying to accomplish. But to say that, well, knowledge in itself is enough, that's BS. The internet in itself is not enough because it's such a wide array of what information is present. The simple fact is that if you want to see success has to be taught. What you compare yourself to being Black people and seeing other cultures, they taught their culture. They taught the customs, the practices. They taught the mindset. So what you really exist most of the time is the discipline, the outlook on hard work, the outlook on time. The fact that most of our culture doesn't understand that nothing's going to be built great under 10 years is baffling to me. Yeah. But
so my question then is, why are the majority of white people broke?
The majority of white people are broke, but they're still, when you compare their numbers, is what balances out what you see.
Even if the median income for Black folk, I think it's like something like 43K. The median income for white folk is 53K. That's still. Mm-hmm. So like there's this idea that we have that white folks see themselves like we see us. Mm-hmm. Black folk, we are not one of the only groups, but a lot of people of color, we see ourselves as one people. White people do not see themselves as one people. They're Chip, Rick, Harry, and John. Like, they do those things, and they do what they do for themselves and their families. Now, Black folk, we think that like individual success, like you said, is the equivalent to community success, and that's not necessarily the case. There has to be some sort of shared like some idea of like a shared community that we have. So like I don't know if I'm making sense, but like,
and Jonathan, can I say? And Jonathan, that's why earlier. And Jonathan, that's
let me finish.
Sorry.
No, you're making perfect sense, Jonathan. I'm not trying to convey to the fact that I'm saying white people are more unified. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
A lot of what unfortunately is not understood is that the ownership stake compared to white people, compared to black people, is vastly different.
Right.
So regardless on if they are broke or not, the ownership is what drives the market. The ownership and the lack of ownership is what will drive the market. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And that's why I was saying, like, to not to Anton's point, but I think the thing about what Anton's statement that was like important was that it was based in like individualism, which is the cornerstone of like the United States of America, like Western society. And so I don't think he's saying it from the standpoint of like black people will survive if like a few black folk get rich. He's talking about those few black folk.
Yeah, and that's
like how we as a community, like how do we in our community mindset figure out ways for the community to survive in a space and places that only values individual success.
I think Anton is saying the situation we're in right now, you can't figure it out for a mass of people. You just got to figure it out for your household.
See, but those are like two different conversations.
Yeah, it's two different worldviews. Like that's the.
And I think everybody's mindset is
that's part of our culture.
I think what he's saying is every mindset is instead of trying to repair a mass of people, repair your household, and if everybody focuses on their household, it'll do itself. It'll work out for itself.
Yeah, y'all are talking about a lot of problems that are like compounding. So to go all the way back to what y'all were talking about in the beginning, you're talking about legacy and families, and none of this happens without the family structure. So we're talking about individualism, right? That's able to thrive in the black community because of the lack of family structure. So that's why I said it's number one. And I agree with you, Bruiser. It's the family dynamic that needs to come back. And as True Table said, it's something missing as far as discipline is concerned. Where is discipline also taught? In the family structure. So that's
Can I ask you a question, Trigger?
Yeah.
Hold on, wait.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Wait, just hold on. What in the world? Mike, were you finished?
I'm sorry, Mike.
No. Ask the question. I'm ready.
Wait, okay. Hold on. So family structure, absolutely. I think, is there anyone here that thinks that family structure is not a major part of what needs to be looked at and really taken care of in terms of black communities? Is there any?
You don't think it is, Kay?
I do. I literally say it all the time. But yeah,
I proved that you didn't tonight.
Late, can you stop? I see you're trying to have a moment. Just stop.
I think it depends on what you're teaching in your family structure, Kay. So because I think you have to be intentional. If you're a black person that believes in the black community, you have to be intentional about teaching community in your family structure. If you do not do that, then you're just an individual family, in my opinion. And I'm just interested in what y'all think about, like y'all everybody here, like what y'all think about that. Like, are we as black people or as black men, saying that we're interested in black people as a community, or are we saying we're interested in our families or ourselves individually, and that's it?
Mike, what is your response to that? Because I would like to hear your response to that.
Yesterday on Sage's show, I said we suffer from a black lack of community. All right. So look at every group. So let me just use other ethnic groups as an example. Every thriving, budding ethnic group has a patriarch seated in the home. So without that plant, that's foundational to the family structure. There is no community, and you see what the black community has turned itself into. So without that foundation, all right, go ahead.
Trigger Mike. That's a great point, right? Values that are then projected by men, right?
Yes.
So pertaining to family structure. So something that implores family structure is the values that are set forth by men, and then the women follow it. So my question to you is, do you think it's opposite of the family structure if men in society of the current generation or whatever say, okay, it's better for women to get married around this age in their prime years, right? Do you think it's opposite of that if we have a whole demographic of women who are saying, oh, no, they shouldn't have to deal with that pressure that men put on women. Women should just, and all throughout their 20s, they should just be able to travel. They should be able to work, do whatever it is they want to do until they're 45 or 48. And then, you know what? That's something that's going to help the Black community pertaining to family structure. Do you think that's healthy?
Not only is it not healthy, let me tell you that it's not me to say it's wrong. It's pure statistical and science. It's not for me to say it's wrong or it's right. You cannot. I mean, you look at the statistical age in which women marry, it's 27.6 years of age. And then you look at men, it's 29.7. So how can a 30-year-old woman say I'm going to start dating when every marriageable person that's marriage minded, that's ready for this, that may have been, taught how to do this, is already out. So,
and that's the point I was all I was trying to say to Kay. That's all I was trying to say
it's wrong. The pool is somebody pissed in the pool after 30. So
I think
that's all I was saying.
Thank
you, Trigger Mike.
I think that two things can be right though at the same time. Obviously, the ideal structure of that, from what I believe Dark Lake is saying, is that you want women to prioritize marriage earlier in our community. So I get that, but I think that to try to dispose of those women who get the lessons later is also incorrect. I think
I didn't say that.
No, I didn't say you said that. I'm saying that. And I'm saying that if women are interested at any point of combining, a family structure, even if it's later in life, we have to leave room for that as well, because it can still be productive.
True. Let me give you a little bit of challenge on that.
Sure.
So it is my assessment that this nuance that we try to create is what caused this problem in the first place. Okay. Some things need to be black and white.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And I think it's that space, because I actually agree with you. And if we're going to actually get these women married in our community, we're going to have to create that space. But some group of Black people need to be strictly black and white on this. My daughter is going to be married before age 30 because her chances of getting killed by the Taliban are greater than her chances of getting married if she waits that long. You see what I'm saying? So
I totally understand. I agree. I'm saying that it's almost impossible to create that new narrative without time lapsing. It's already happening. So what I will believe is happening is that if you're going to look at that and enforce that, guide that, instruct that, that's fair. But there's still a group of women who exceed 30 years old today,
Absolutely.
40 years old today. And if there's interest on them wanting to re-inseminate into the culture, for us to say, well, no, your time is expired, I think does us as a community a disservice. Honestly.
Why? Because for a man who's broke, his time is expired if he reaches a certain age and he's still broke.
Plenty of broke men are married and plenty of broke men are in relationships. Let's stop with this whole.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying, why is the nuance only catered to women? Why isn't it catered to men?
Well,
women are on a biological time clock. And they're going to at-risk pregnancies once they get to closer to 40.
Just for
have to do it.
Relationships. So that's not like
children having a good healthy birth.
It
and
is.
Also,
no. You say it's a temporary condition, but what if that man never gets rich or starts making stable income? It's a possibility. What if he never makes stable income? Then he's out of the game.
And that's irrelevant.
There is no nuance for him. That's what I'm saying.
Like plenty of people that aren't that aren't in stable financial situations are married and have girlfriends or have whatever. Plenty. That is a thing that is true. So like you saying, like, what about the men? Plenty of broke men that don't have the means to support themselves are
I'm talking about the
marriages.
Kay, what I'm talking about is the message that's projected by women. That I'm not talking about what actually happens. I'm saying if women want to project the message throughout society that a broke man at a certain age is not worthy of a family or relationship or sex or whatever, right? Then I'm taking that into consideration, and I think every man should, just like a woman should take into the consideration when a man says when he reaches a certain age he's trying to marry a 25 to 27-year-old woman. They should take that into consideration as well, pertaining to the message that men project.
Okay, so you were just saying that you're not talking about what actually happens, so I'm not even going to address it because you're just talking about talking points. So we can
But it's not fantasy.
Okay, but you just said you're not you said I'm not talking about what actually happens. You said I'm talking about the message being portrayed. So
I'm not
that
talking about what only thing that actually happens.
Okay, you just said you're not talking about reality. So we're gonna move to the next
I didn't
person.
say that. I didn't say that. Don't put words in my mouth. I didn't say that.
You said I'm not talking about what actually happens.
No. There's a difference between what happens in society and the message that people project. I'm referencing the message that people project. So, and it goes back to my earlier point, Kay. It goes back to my earlier point when I was talking about contradictory messages.
Hold on, wait.
Right?
I'm just saying that we're gonna move to the next person because if you're not talking about what actually happens, it's just not a thing I'm gonna entertain. So let's go to JP.
Before
you're not either.
What's up, J Prince?
Okay, I gotta go. Before JP goes, can I say one thing?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Gotta go. Yeah, I appreciate this. This is dope. But I just wanted to address one issue that has nothing to do with this. Anton was 100% wrong when he said that Africans sold Africans into enslavement. That's like saying today that left-handed people are all one people. Africans did not have a unified consciousness until the 1900s. There were different cultures, there were different tribes. So they were not selling each other into slavery.
That's true, but black people sold black people into slavery. That's true.
No, they did not. Yeah. No. So you're just gonna have to trust me. I could do a whole 2-hour thing on this. I teach Black Studies for a living. I will go on anti.
Doing your students a disservice then.
But I do not.
I need you to stop.
It's very
right because you over here anyway. But anyway, so
you're right when you say Africans didn't sell Africans into slavery. You're.
Oh wow.
Okay, go ahead, Jonathan.
Yes, but I just wanted to say, my God, that that Africans did not sell Africans into slavery. It's a whole, it's a whole workshop, but there's a lot of history and context and other things that are tied to that. And we don't want to do African people and Black people a disservice by judging them based on 2220 understanding. So I just wanted to say that. I appreciate y'all. This was great.
Thank you for coming on.
I'll talk to y'all. Have a good one.
Have a good night.
Okay, y'all. What's up, panel? How y'all feeling tonight?
Hi, JP. Is your sound a little low? Can y'all hear him well?
Yeah, I thought my sound was off.
What about now? Y'all can hear me?
It sounds like you're really far away.
Probably
just got it sounds like you're talking like this real low.
Okay, I'm about to
turn the gain up.
Okay. I'm about to do that now. What about now? Y'all can hear me?
A little bit.
What about now?
That's better, I think.
Okay, I'm gonna turn it up a little bit more. How about now?
You're good.
That's good.
Okay, I want to start off by saying this because everybody keep. I know everybody gonna say I'm a simp, but I like to be real and genuine across the board, not just on the man side. When we talked about Kayla not being married and all the other type of stuff where Bruiser brought up, I think Kayla was raised by her father, mother and father, but particularly by her father because he was in the home and he participated in the raising of her. And I think he raised Kayla the same way all of us men would raise our daughters. When y'all sit up here and say that women, why she's not married, but a lot of us Black men will raise our daughters not to just take bullshit from all these type of men. And if she experienced men cheating and stuff like that, we forget that cheating is very dangerous. You know what I'm saying? One of your daughters come to you and say, okay, I'm having problems with my husband cheating on me, Dad, and you tell her to stay in that relationship and work it out because he a high value man, he doing all this other good stuff for her, and she come back 6 months down the line and say he gave her that package that she couldn't get rid of. Ain't that much daddy in the world and love in the world gonna take that away? Also, I want to go start off by saying, why is Black men so eager to have this submission from our women?
It's necessary.
Yeah, okay. I think the reason why a lot of black men are so eager to have that submission because the only thing black men can control in America is our women. And when our
Now,
women,
let me give
how
you
long? Let
some
me finish my
pushback.
point, Mike. How long? Let me finish my
Go
point.
ahead. Go ahead.
That's the only thing black men can control is our women. And when women start rebelling against us and not submitting to us, we lost control of everybody. How come? Like we lost control of everything and everybody. My question is to us black men: we request submission from our women, rightfully so, but how come we don't request submission from other races of men? That's who we should be getting submission from first. The reason why I say that because all other races of men got that submission from other races of men, and in fact, black men submit to other races of men on an everyday basis. And now here go another point. I know I'm just bouncing all around. I wrote a lot of stuff down. A lot of these marriages, I have seen these marriages when y'all say that a lot of black women is leaving. The reason why I believe that a lot of black men is not leaving these relationships is because they control the environment. You know, they don't have to worry about feeling unsafe. They don't have to worry about a lot of stuff because they control the environment. Whereas I have seen women from experience where women being these, and typically we always want to throw these good black men. Typically, those good black men be the ones that be abusing them in many ways, verbally, physically, all kinds. Money degrading them, saying that you nothing without me. I done heard a lot of successful good men that did the same thing, and I experienced it hand first with my own eyesight, where the good black man, you know, even though they became millionaires now, he raised a family, he did everything that he's supposed to do with his wife. But on the outside, that marriage looked so good to people. But I was in there on a daily basis, and I seen him used to beat the shit out of her when he didn't do nothing. When she didn't do what he said do. But I also seen that same man, and a lot of black men will go out there in the world and get punked by everybody. You get bitched by everybody in the world. You come home and take it out on your wife. I believe that's why.
Let me go. So let me do the submission one. Somebody else get another one. We can, yeah.
Like
we about to form the Avengers on your ass right now, boy.
Come on.
All right. Submission from women. I'll go there first. Okay. Submission is required, and let me tell you why. Men in general do not lead by desire. You don't see men walking around like I'm the leader of the house. We lead by expectation. Everything your woman is going to expect you to do in a relationship, more specifically a marriage, is going to require submission from her. Unfortunately, in the black community, it's a curse word. Therefore, you're not allowing me to learn by trial by fire. You're standing in my way. You're second guessing me. You're doing all the things that hold a man back from growth. You're not a husband on day one when you get married. You learn it, and your wife is there to support you. So without lack of submission, she's essentially standing in your way and becoming another obstacle from the expectations she has from you, for you, rather. All right. So that's why it's required. I'll let someone else do the submission to men one because I'm a little hot and I might start
respond to you right quick, Trigger Mike.
No, Mike.
Yeah,
let me respond to you very quick. Okay.
All right, let me ask Mike a question real quick, JP, real quick, and then you can respond to him. And I know that Blake wanted to say something to Dalen. So Mike, you know, I heard what you said just now, you know, and it makes sense in terms of like the expectations, right? I think that's sometimes where the disconnect comes in for some people. What do you think when a person does not want certain expectations of them, but they also want to be seen as a leader?
That person is not a husband. So let me go backwards and tell you where the real problem, another problem lies. It's that we have a problem in the black community of women giving their bodies and everything to men that are just not worthy. And it's like I can't speak for any man like that is so ill prepared to be a husband that he exhibits that type of behavior. So we need to start teaching these women, do not try to make the perfect man. You don't have that power. The most sacred thing you got as a woman, and we talk about knowing your worth, it's okay to say no to a marriage proposal. You don't have any of, the emotional capabilities to make this last long term. As we call them, what, Pookie and Ray Ray all the time. They want the most thuggish, ruggish dude, and think just because he gave them a ring that he's automatically a husband. No, if he doesn't want those expectations of him, he's not husband material. Plain and simple.
Let me respond to him right quick.
Yeah, go ahead, Jay. Thank you, Mike, for answering that.
I think, Mike, like I was just about to say that, it sounds like y'all saying when black men is on their purpose and then their achievements and all the other stuff, they should be entitled to a woman that's submissive and all the other stuff, but they disregarding the emotional intelligence he's supposed to provide, the spiritual intelligence, the mental intelligence. Just because you got money and stuff, maybe a lot of these thugs know how to connect with these women emotionally. Okay. And whereas this so-called good black man, just because, I want to throw this out there, just because you achieve goals and went to school, that don't make you a fucking good man. Just because you don't got a case on your record, that don't make you a good man. You might be suffering from a lot of insecurities. And typically, by me listening to a lot of these black men that come on the panel, that's AKA good black men and very successful, I hear a lot of insecurities. Whereas Pookies and Ray Rays, they might don't have that dollar amount. Some of them do, but they might don't have that dollar amount. But a lot of them is very confident. Maybe that's why these women choosing these Pookies and Ray Rays, because they exhibit confidence. And another thing a lot of these Pookies and Ray Rays will also do, they don't mind protecting their women by any means necessary. Whereas these good black men won't. Like a lot of these so-called successful black men, because they're afraid to get off their square and they might lose in the world. But your woman.
I don't know, Jay.
Prince, you're wrong about that. You know why? Successful black men don't have anything to prove by projecting pseudo masculinity. But black men but black men. Hey, Trigger Mike. Hey, we need to do a show. But anyway, black men who walking around here like they're.
I knew you were on.
No, I'm not doing that. That was a joke. That was a joke. I'm not. I don't have a YouTube channel. I do not have a YouTube channel. I do not have a YouTube channel. I'm not plugging anything. I wouldn't disrespect. Okay, honestly, I wouldn't disrespect.
You're up here being this for a reason.
No, because I'm passionate about certain things.
After you address and say what you're saying, make sure you address Dalen, because I know that. That's something.
Okay, I'm going to address Dalen after this point, and then I'll leave. I just want to say thank you, Kay, for allowing me to speak on your panel. I really appreciate it. Even though our conversation was contentious, I appreciate the opportunity to come up here. Thank you. And Kayla, you have a good night.
You mean even though you were contentious?
No, we both were. It's cool. It's cool. It's okay. It's okay to be contentious. It's okay to fight a little bit. Kay, we can't fight a little bit? We can't fight a little bit?
I don't really want to fight with you. I don't even know you.
Oh, I kind of like it though. I kind of like fighting. No, I kind of like fighting. I'm from Anton's Fight Club. I'm Dark Lake. That's who I am.
Are you?
Oh, now you know who I am.
Things are now starting to make more sense.
Oh, I'm so happy that I help you connect the dots.
I don't think I've ever.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy that I help you connect the dots.
I've never seen one of those episodes,
but Jay Prince, I just want to say, it was really good seeing you again, man. I haven't spoken to you in a minute. I just want to say that I think that what you said was a little problematic, just because there is masculinity and then pseudo masculinity, right? Back in the 40s and 50s, when black men were working and taking care of their families, this whole like thug mentality or whatever it is, let me walk with my pants sagging and walk around looking like I'm about to fight somebody 24/7. That's pseudo masculinity, right? That's something that didn't exist back in the day. But because of our culture has corrupted different perspectives of what a man is in the black community, a lot of women take that pseudo masculinity and they conflate it with actual masculinity. A black man in society, preferably the 54% of middle income black men in society today who are single and childless and are in the middle class and are elevating economically, they don't feel the need to project pseudo masculinity and prove anything to anyone, any white man, any black woman, anyone. And a lot of black women conflate that with not being a confident man. So their corrupted view of what a masculine man isn't the successful black man's fault.
Hey, Lake, let me ask you a question with that. Well, if that's the case, and I can somewhat agree with you, but if that's the case, those good black men,
I like how you put that.
They don't have nothing to prove to a lot of these other people. How come when they in society and they getting treated like at the bottom. Because don't tell me it don't happen, because it does. It happens a lot, and a lot of times they'll go home and take and get their try to gain their confidence and their bravo-ness off on a women. Now, I have seen that it's been a lot of women.
Wait, Jay Prince, which men are you talking about?
Angry. Our black women are not just angry for no apparent reason. We gotta admit, black men in whole, black pookies and black and these so-called good black men, because they the ones y'all said that good black men get to cheat and do whatever they want to, them high value men. So we don't put a lot of we add it to a lot of bitterness.
No, Jay Prince, black women are angry because they don't understand the infrastructure of society. When a white man walks into Pet Boys and she sees a white man working at Pet Boys, she's not looking down at that white man because she has a degree and he works at Pet Boys. When a Mexican woman walks into the Mexican shop where they have used tires and they see Mexican men working at that used tire shop, they don't look down at those Mexican men because they work at the used tire shop and that Mexican woman has a degree. That's something that not all black women, I'm not saying it's all black women's problem or whatever, but a majority have that perspective. They see a black man working at a used tire shop, they're going to look down at that black man. I got my degree. How come he couldn't get his degree and make this much money
You said
annually?
You said majority, more than 50%. What information, how do you know this? Or is it conjecture?
It's pertaining to experience and also research. So every black man, wait, I'm going to answer your question just real quick. It's not going to be long. I'm going to answer your question, Kay. I'm going to answer your question. So first it pertains to experience. Every black man can identify with that moment when you walk into a post office and the black woman who works at the post office is smiling brightly with her pearly whites at everybody. And then when you walk up, her attitude changes. Every black man can identify with that.
But
and you guys might not like my personality. You guys might, but you have to agree with me on that. Okay.
You gotta answer Dollar a question.
You're talking about your experience, fine. But you said research. Can you point me in the direction of where you know that the majority of black women feel the way that you just stated?
I'll tell you what research is. Anytime.
What's the research?
I'll tell you what research is. Anytime you have an influx of TikTok videos and you have an influx of YouTube videos and social media profiles, so you're not gonna let me answer the question. Okay.
No, because
I'll just respond to Dalen. I'll get to what I thought Dalen said that was problematic earlier, and then I'll leave because you're not gonna allow me to get to the research. But it's okay, Kay. It's all right. You're not used to an assertive black man like me, so it's okay. No, it's okay. I'm not gonna go down that road with you.
I know you're not going to because there is no research you're going to point to.
May I respond to?
You just said.
May I respond to Dalen?
May I respond to Dalen?
May I respond to Dalen?
It's literally my
and my opinion is valid.
Opinion, and that's okay. It's your opinion based on
we
your
both agree. We both agree
Hold
with
on.
that.
Wait, you're not going to shut me up on my show.
I'm not trying to shut you up.
Okay, just stop talking real quick. It's your opinion based on your experience, based on, I don't even know if that's what you saw. But my thing is to say that there is research and the majority of black women feel the way that you just stated is problematic while you're here talking about other people being problematic. You're making things up. It's purely conjecture. You're literally just making stuff up.
Can I ask you a question?
Majority.
Can I ask you a question?
No.
Can I ask you a question?
You can ask Dalen his question so you could.
Okay, I'll ask Dalen my question. Dalen, it wasn't a question. I just wanted to bring up. But I'm not going to make any exceptions, Dalen. You can clear it up. Correct me if I'm wrong, please, right? Earlier you said in the show, this is about a different thing. You were saying that you made a point that there are some two-parent households, right? That where they have a horrible relationship and they're not raising their kids right in two-parent households. So don't feel bad if you haven't grown up in a two-parent household or if you're not in a relationship with a man or a woman in a two-parent household. That's what you said earlier, right? I just want you to correct me if I'm wrong about that.
I said that often people project two-parent households as the set standard, but we often see children coming from two-parent households and they're problematic, sometimes more so than people who come from single-parent households. That's what
okay. And I would like to say this, and this is the point. I'm sorry. You can go ahead. Is it Bruiser? Go ahead. I want to respond to him, but you were going to say something. Go ahead.
I was just saying, I don't think that's, I think it's, I'm saying often seeing it. I think that's very inaccurate. That's all.
That's what I was going to say. That's a good point. Here's the thing, Galen. There's two things that's wrong with that. You said that we often see. We don't often see, which is why a two-parent household is the standard. A two-parent household is the standard because the statistics show that the trajectory of a successful child normally comes from a two-parent household. So, of course, the scenario exists where there are two-parent households that these parents are horrible and they're raising their kid wrong and they could be abusing their child. Of course, that exists. But it's not the majority pertaining to the outcome of the child of the two-parent household. So that was the first part of the problem I wanted to bring up that you said. The second thing is I have nothing. I know you from Fight Club. I haven't spoken to you before, but we've been on the panels a couple times, right? Right?
Not Fight Club, but Q&A. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah, Q&A. Sorry about that. So I just want to say this. I am not against your lifestyle or anything, right? No problem with your lifestyle. Why are you laughing? I'm serious.
The whole
Don't
lifestyle
laugh.
comment. Go ahead.
Oh no, correct me then. I said something wrong. I said lifestyle. What should I have said?
Just said community because that's not
Okay,
my
community. Okay, community. I didn't mean to offend you, but if that's the correct word, I'm gonna say I'm not, I'm not bullshitting. I'm like, okay, so you're the community that you belong to. I don't have a problem with whatsoever, right? The issue that I have is when someone from your community is talking on heterosexual relationships, especially in the Black community, you can't be saying incorrect statements like that affect the heterosexual relationships in the Black community because you're not in that heterosexual particular community. So saying this two-parent household thing is something that we shouldn't like. It's something that we shouldn't aspire to because there's some two-parent households where they're horrible parents and it's a bad family. That statement is true that there are some, but you're not even in the community who you're talking to. So then you don't really have the right to be saying those incorrect things to this community, to the heterosexual community. That's what I wanted to say.
Okay, so I'm gonna push back on that. I want to apologize for making an assumption. But to say that I don't have a right to speak to something that I grew up in, that I did experience, whether I actually going through it now, that's a different story. But to say I don't have the experience I grew up with a single mother. I grew up with men coming in and out of her household. My brother and I are two different people. It has nothing to do with my sexuality and his. So,
it wasn't okay.
Again, so I understand where you're coming from and saying, like, I don't speak to heterosexual because I don't have that experience. You are right in that. But to say that I have no right when it's something that I grew up in, I was raised Black, I understand the whole mindset of when it comes to Black people versus my sexuality and how I'm not just an outlier, but I'm not accepted. So, to like dismiss me like that, that's not cool.
No, I'm not trying to dismiss you. I was just bringing up the point. No. Listen, Dalen, I'm gonna leave soon. But listen, what I want to say is, I apologize if you feel as though that I attempted to dismiss you. That really was not my intention. The only point, and I wasn't also trying to make the point that you don't have any experience in what you're talking about. The point that I'm bringing up is when you say something like a two-parent household isn't something that should be a standard. Because there's some that a person listening to you say that who would be naturally inclined to have a relationship with the opposite sex and then have a child in a two-parent household could listen to what you're saying and then take it and not take it with a grain of salt. They could literally think that was a valid point you made. And at the end of it, it's going to be the heterosexual people who are affected by that type of comment, not you, because you're not in this community at this point.
I think that you have a very valid point.
I'm sorry, my bad, True. To push back on it, I might not be part of that community, but I do have nieces and nephews who I'm trying to instill values in.
And they shouldn't listen to what you just said.
But did I not apologize? And thank you for clarifying. Did I not apologize? Did I not concede to that point? And you're still trying. You do like to fight. You do like to fight. I'll give you that.
You guys are right about that.
When I concede to a point and say, okay, you know what I said, I can understand what I said was problematic. You still want to come at me.
Okay,
Why can't
that's
it be
fair.
just as men, because I'm still a man, regardless of how you may feel about me, and regardless of what you think about my community,
I know
I
you're a
walk
man.
out the door, I'm still a black man.
Yes, I know.
So
what do you identify as Dark Lake, black or a man?
What?
What do you identify as, black or a man?
I identify as a man, but I know that I'm a black man. I also identify as a black man, but I identify as a man. I'm a man before anything else.
I want to say
but
this,
it shouldn't work the same way. It shouldn't work the same way for women. Women should identify as black before a woman, though. That's their issue right now.
Can I say this before we lose this point? I want to say this to Lake and Dalen right quick. I think both of y'all was right in terms of when we talking about the two-parent household. To me, I think two-parent household isn't enough. I think what we should be focused more on black families and black people as a whole, whereas we need a village. I think that concept of a village, of
First things
raising
first, Jay Prince. First things first.
right, but we cannot not acknowledge that. Yeah, true. We need a two-parent household, but we also need a village, because a lot of these situations with two-parent households, that's not enough, because a lot of times a mother and a daddy don't know what to do with the specific child or whatever, and they get frustrated, and all types of stuff can happen. Whereas if you had a community that can help you out with, like, let's just say if I'm teaching my kids, I might be good at math, she might be good at reading, but we don't know shit about science. But if we had a community that could come together as a whole, that could cover all of these subjects and the behaviors and how to work together and hold the children accountable when we see these kids out there doing the inappropriate things, that might would have changed a lot of this stuff when it comes to the black children in the community. So I really believe
First of all, Jay, I like
community.
I like the fact that you said it need to be two-parent household.
Bruiser,
But I don't
after
like
you
how you said
go.
the reason why we need to have a village or whatever is because the two parents may not be able to raise them. First of all, two parents who are
sometimes it might not
Wait,
be.
hold on, Jay Prince. Jay Prince, wait, because Bruiser's gonna respond. We're gonna go to Rico. He hasn't said anything. We're gonna try
I'm actually gonna leave.
Going.
I'm gonna leave. Thank you so much, Kay, for having me on this show. Kayla, it was fun fighting with you. And Kay, if you're ever in the mood to fight, just let me know and I'll come up on the show because you know I'm into that.
Follow me too, Dark Lake.
But follow you at Bruiser.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys have
Jay
a blessed
Prince.
day. Okay, guys.
Have a good night.
Jay Prince. Two parents or two people, a man and a woman, coming together to have a child, should have that child with the intention of already having ability or have an ability to raise that child. That way they don't have to use the village as a safety net in case they can't. Two people shouldn't be you shouldn't be procreating if you can't take care of your kid. That's whole nother problem.
I think God made a lot of people and made communities for a reason. I understand that if you have a child, you're supposed to be accountable and be responsible for raising that child. But we not Superman. And then they never gave us a book on how to properly raise children. We just doing it based off how we was raised. A lot of these
we didn't need a book. We didn't need a book. I don't think we needed a book.
A lot of times in raising children, we had models that came before us, and the models that we had that came before us could have been wrong. So all I'm just saying is 5 heads is better than 2. 10 heads is better than 2. So if you got a community that can help you through a lot of this stuff that you're dealing with kids, because you might have you and your wife, you might got kids, I don't know, but y'all might come to a stumbling block, or the stuff that you and your kids is the stuff that you raising your children, when they're around you, they put on this face. But like I just found out, I don't even know my kid. I found out I got a whole different kid when they're not around me. But if you don't have that community, because your kid gonna behave a certain particular way when they're around their parents, of course. But when your kids get away from around you, they need that community to continue to.
So I think I misunderstood. I think you're right. I think you're talking about education, right? You're talking about like going to a good school.
Not only just education, but to uphold what you teaching your children, like far as you teach your children not to steal or do something inappropriate. When you're not around, that community, when they see your boy, your son out there trying to break the car, they're gonna be like, hold on, you know your daddy Bruce gonna get in your ass. Matter of fact, come here. That's what I mean by the community need to get these kids. Not just say, well, that ain't my. What's been happening is
a second layer of security. I get
like a safe,
what's been happening is when we see
community,
like,
safe haven.
Yeah, listen, Bruce, what's been happening is when we do see these kids out there fucking up, we be like, well, that ain't mine. I don't give a fuck. Now your kids probably dead or in jail because they so scared to tell you, or even discipline them themselves because you either gonna beat them up or get mad at the parents for even trying to stop your kids.
Some of these kids don't listen, and some of these parents don't want you talking
to
their
listen
kids.
Because we don't got that community. We don't got that community. A lot of kids will listen if they know the community is gonna hold them accountable, and they parents is gonna agree with the community instead of fighting against the community like we do teachers. Your kid be fucking up in school, then the teacher trying to tell you how bad your kid is. You want to get all mad and fight, not you. I'm just saying, a lot of times you want to get all mad and want to fight the teacher and go against them and work against them instead of it should be a community. We should have the church. We should have
JP, currently, because I agree with you that there needs to be more community in terms of us looking out for each other and all these types of things. I agree with that. Everything you said about that, I 100% agree. Like your kids should have a safe place where the people around them also care about them being successful. You know what I'm saying? So I get that. I agree. In your day-to-day life, where you live right now, do you know your neighbors? Like, do you talk to them?
Well, now I'm starting to, but we don't really, to be honest, there's no community. Everybody just be
okay. So then something that you could do, in your own life, because I think Mike, or I'm not sure who, but it starts with what's small first. Yourself, your family, your neighbor, it grows from the smaller unit to the larger one. So what you can do is get to know your neighbors. Do they have kids? How can y'all look out for each other? And then I think that's how it starts. Like each person does their, hold on. Each person does what they need to do in their own life. Then they, affect the people that are directly near them. Because I think sometimes like a lot of us forget, we're online and we're talking and whatnot. But the biggest impact that you're going to have is really with the people that we talk to or see on a regular basis, because those are the people that you can actually hold accountable or whatever. Like those are people that you see, that you know, that you can help, that can help you. So maybe hold on. So, oh man, he left again. I don't know. I was about to go to
respond to
can I say something really quick? I just want to
go ahead.
Hold
on, JP, wait, because we have to. I mean, come on. So first Dalen, then True, then we'll see what better you've been sitting there. He might want to say something. So we're going to try to, get people in and make sure that everyone gets to say whatever they're saying. So Dalen, True, and then better you.
I just want to say something about this community aspect, why I think it's great to speak into existence. But the problem is the community still be responsible if something doesn't go the way that it's supposed to go? Or will that fall back to the parents? Because like people just may disagree with my quote unquote lifestyle, but I'm still a part of the community. So if I speak to something and they don't agree with it, does that fall back on me or does that fall back on the parents? Even if what I'm saying is correct, like you shouldn't be going down that block, you shouldn't be hanging out with those people. Then you come to me, well, you don't know, you know what I'm saying?
See, but I think that situation, and sorry, True. I think that situation is the case a lot of the times now. Like people don't want you telling their kids anything. I think there's a level of distrust that people just have in general, not even just the Black community, but just in general, the distrust of other people, right? That you don't know personally. So I think that trust has to be rebuilt. The bonds, like the communication between neighbors and people on the same block needs to be rebuilt, so that then it's not like, why are you talking to my kid? It's more so like, oh, I know we're all on the same page. So if you're telling me that this is what's going on, or if you stop my kid from doing something, I trust you enough to know that you have their best interest in mind. And I think that trust has been broken. Those structures have been, I don't know, for a lot of communities, they're just not there. So people just end up very much concerned only with their house. And even if your house is in order, I think, like what JP was saying earlier, that sense of community is important. We're social beings. Humans are, we live in societies and whatnot. So like we have to think beyond our home. But first things first, it's yourself, then your house, then you start worrying about these other things. Because if those aren't in order and you try to go out of order, now you just end up kind of blaming people that may or may not even know or have any relationship with, So yeah, sorry, True, for jumping.
It's your show, Jay. It's all good. But Jay, well, I want to speak to what you said, and I do definitely appreciate your vigor, your spirit on things. Why I believe what you said in reference to kind of creating an opposition between the Pookies and the Ray Rays and the good black men, because you kept using air quotes when you would say that, this is what I see in our community. The divide. If he's a good black man and there's a Pookie and a Ray Ray, you still belong to the community. I think that we can spend our energy doing more and trying to figure out and not pointing to the very small incremental instances where men are abusing their women. I think that also you as a man and then you as a father, secondary, is that you have to teach your daughters that submission is necessary. Just like Trigger Mike said, it's not necessary because of the fact that the man it earned this prominent position. I think that the reason why we have a lot of strife is because we have men in the community and women in the community that are now both on opposite sides and trying to say, well, I will provide for you if you provide me with submission, and then vice versa. I think that it has to be cultivated and it has to be taught. Submission is not a conditional thing. It should be a mindset. It should be a practice. It should be a discipline. And if you are going to produce and teach a young lady that now she should carry her life where submission is not something that is baked into her femininity, that's dangerous. That is one of the things that protects our community. When we have men that can be their absolute best, as I believe Trigger Mike was saying. And I think that sometimes we do us a disservice trying to point out the nuances of who's productive or who's counterproductive, who's a thug, who's not. Those are such small instances. And quite frankly, in 2022, I grew up in that era. I'm sure you grew up in that era too. Nobody's really living that life the way it once was. We're not in a society now where you have to be so hell-bent or have street cred or have that level of street sense like you once did. And I believe even Jay-Z spoke to this in an interview he did when the gentleman asked him, what do you teach your kids? Do you teach them street knowledge? Do you teach them street instincts? And he said, no, they don't need that. The instincts you need now, the things you need now is knowing how to read, knowing how to form a network, knowing how to articulate your thoughts, emotional maturity, things of that nature. Those are more progressive, in my opinion, than what was.
I agree with you, True Taylor. I just want to add this. I think when I talk about submission,
JP, hold on.
I just want to respond to you quickly before I lose.
I know, but I just want to make sure that Better You doesn't have, because he's literally been sitting here for 45 minutes, longer than that, without saying a word. So I just want to check in. Better You, is there anything that you would like to add at all or respond to?
Actually, it's from a good deal earlier in the show. And Jay Prince kind of brought it back a little bit. I think they cited the percentage of women who leave marriages. It's like 75-80%. And kind of, I want to push back on that premise a little bit because respectfully, the way your framing kind of came across was as if all the men are abusers or inadequate in some way. And frankly, from my own experience and from at least from the anecdotal experience that I've had in various men's groups, churches, and whatever, that's not always the case. There are bad women who perpetrate certain things, just as there are bad men who perpetrate certain things. And there are a lot of folks who, frankly, when they got married, they weren't ready to be married. And I think that's really the biggest thing. Men have a tendency to stick around a lot longer and have a higher tolerance for emotional pain, I guess you would say, because a lot of men, especially those who come from more traditional households, have been taught to stick it out. And I feel like, especially in this current culture, women are taught the opposite. When certain things arise, such as first inklings of infidelity or whatever it may be, leave. And you have, because of those two dynamics, you have men who would literally stay in abusive relationships, Stockholm syndrome. Whereas if a woman is just simply experiencing some of the more typical bumps of marriage, they may be more inclined to leave.
But that's what I was saying. Better you. What I was saying earlier. Even though both, I did not deny that there's a situation where women is the problem, but a lot of times, and when you keep saying infidelity, and don't forget about the abuse as well. The problem is with that. You just said some of the stalking syndrome, but the problem is with that, men don't have to worry about their safety in those relationships. Whereas these women, how many women getting killed, black women getting killed by their men on a yearly basis? But how many black men is getting killed by black women on a yearly basis? The numbers it's more.
You're making really bad assumptions, Jay Prince.
I want to say this. I want to say this when we talk about submission. I don't got a problem with the words. I don't mind teaching my daughter submission, but the problem is particularly with black men is it's not submission. We target the control under the guise of submission. Usually what I have seen in the black communities when we talk about submission, it usually be controlling. Sometimes it becomes sickening that a lot of black men, what I have witnessed out of my own eyes, it's the reason why I check myself, because I used to have the same beliefs. But when you start having daughters, you got to ask yourself, from what you have been through and experienced, one of your daughters you get in these situations, will you want your daughter to be in an abusive situation? I think the ones that a lot of these women that didn't leave was considered stupid. You don't stay with a man that's either abusing you mentally, verbally, and physically. Those women who we call dumb. A lot of people usually tell these women, dog, you should leave that guy. It don't matter if he a pookie or a good black man. You should leave somebody that's not respecting you. Period. If that man cheated on you the first time, you damn right you're supposed to leave, because if you stay, you teaching him that it's okay.
Go to counseling. What about counseling?
I mean, counseling can help, but a lot of times
nobody choose that. They just leave.
No, but counseling is not the end all be all situation though. By time you get done, I'm thinking about this situation as if I'm talking about my daughters and what they should do in these situations. Should my daughters stay in a situation that this man cheating on her, verbally putting her down, tearing down her self-esteem, and taking her away from around her family, so he can just strictly control her under the guise of submission?
So one of the issues, and I spoke on it earlier, another issue that we have, and something that we need to address first, is the choices these women are making. I'm sorry that I cannot believe that a woman, especially with the seriousness and complexity that you stated, a man could be that abusive, emotionally, physically abusive, and you did not see that behavior before you married him or decided to get in a long-term relationship with him. We also talk about the Pookies and Ray Rays, and then we got to go back and look at the statistics that predate these men. They're most likely raised by single mothers. They've never had a male influence in the home at all. They're overly emotional, just like their mothers. They lack the ability to, practice any kind of logic when it comes to stressful situations. So, women are willingly giving themselves over to these men. I can't debate for them.
Trigger Mike,
So,
but you
Mike, wait, hold on, JP. Hold on, JP.
All the abuse on Pookies and Ray Rays, and you
JP,
want
hold on, JP, because we got to get to Rico. Mike, I think you bring up a point that goes directly back to strong, healthy families, right? Like if that structure is in place, a lot of certain decisions won't even be made.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, there will be some, but I think that it would lessen it.
Absolutely. Because it's like when people say, well, girls from 2-parent households deal with teenage pregnancy too. Well, look at the numbers; they're drastically different, right? So it's like, yes, they deal with these type of things, but it's dramatically reduced. It's about knowing your worth and having. I mean, really, when you really think about it and you look at the statistics, a father's presence alone. Not even what he taught her or all of that, dramatically changes the situation, as we see with statistics.
Parents are very important. Absolutely. I'm always going to say that. Rico, thank you for your patience. We definitely want to get you in here to see if
Rico.
What's up, y'all? What's up?
Hi.
Hi. It's my first time on. I'm an avid watcher of all the shows on the Lapeef Network.
You watch 6 days a week, huh? You can
whenever I can, But no,
Thank you for your support.
Yeah, no problem. I think people should just not focus on so much on what they see on social media, what they see everybody else have. Just focus on what you can get and what you want, and get it. That's really, when you talk about fatherhood, it's important for fathers to be in a home, but it's important for men to be men. Like, I'm an avid believer that it's everybody's fault. We all done effed up. I'm not going to blame women. I'm not going to blame men. Men need to learn how to be men, know how to lead. That's it. Know how to lead, know what you want. And women just need, I won't use the word submissive because people don't usually like that word, but women need to be willing to be led. That's it. And find a good leader. Because I'm with someone just said it. I'm not pretty sure who it was, but I don't have any sympathy for him. You have 2 kids by a guy that didn't do anything for the first kid. I mean, sorry. Can't do anything about that. Just like if a guy marries a promiscuous woman, I mean, buddy, 2 of your best friends had her. Why would you marry her, bro? It's pointless. That's my thing on it,
Choices. That's what you're saying. Choices matter.
Yes, sir. Choices.
Absolutely.
Would you agree that, okay, because it sounds like what Trigger Mike is saying is all of these abuse and all of this other stuff that's been happening in the relationships, he kind of blamed that on the Pookies and Ray Rays, as if a lot of these so-called good black men don't suffer from inferior syndrome, where they even though they might be successful, they probably raised in a good home and all this other stuff, but they got low confidence about themselves, and so they feel like they are beneath when they go out there in the world. And the world, don't tell me that all black men experience this when they go out there in the world and they get beat up by everybody. And when they come home, they take it out on a woman. So what Trigger Mike is doing, he blaming all of those abuse statistics, all of those cheating statistics, all of that type of stuff on the Pookies and Ray Rays, and that's completely false.
Well, Jay Prince, I'm not saying that good black men, so to speak, don't have their own behavioral issues. There is no man of any race or an ethnic group that does not have behavioral issues. But what I can say statistically is that black men, black men of the same makeup. So let's say a black man that was raised in a 2-parent household in a middle-class family goes on to marry, a woman. We have the same, if not better, outcomes. So the statistics are against what you are saying. We are known to be the best fathers in America. Stamp. That's a stat.
Well,
All right. So it's like we don't suffer as bad as you're saying. So if you're somebody's going to choose between me and Pookie and Ray Ray, the choice should be simple. The statistics say you're better off with me.
No,
And I can stand on that all day.
But I mean, but Jay Prince, what's the argument?
What I'm arguing is that even though, see, people got like, I don't know, like, have y'all ever seen this? Like, people like that's doing real good for themselves. On the outside, things look perfect. It look good. It look like it look like marriage goals. But when you trickle down, when you go in the inside, see, the problem is with Pookies and Ray Rays, they shit is just out there in the public. A lot of these black men is just doing the same type of stuff as the Pookies is. But sometimes I've done seen Pookies is more respectful to their women than these so-called good niggas.
So are we advocating for Pookies? Can we get some clarity?
I'm not advocating for Pookies, but what I'm saying is you can't blame and subtract yourself from all of these messed up statistics and blaming it all on Pookies and Ray Rays.
Okay, JP. So are you saying that so-called good guys are not, just because you have money and you're successful and stuff, you're just a good guy? I mean, that's what they seem to believe.
So I was going to ask something similar. JP, can you clarify? Because that P&R term, I don't even know. Can somebody like define it?
Pookies and Ray Rays are the guys that don't take care of their kids. They go around, their pants are sagging. They at the corner store. You go to the gas station. They say, "Hey, how you doing? I get your number out." Those are dudes. Those the niggas. That's always at the corner store.
So people who don't take care of their kids and
So yeah, uneducated. I guess uneducated black men who perpetuate negative stereotypes in the black community.
Like what are the stereotypes?
They don't take care of their children. They what's it? Gang culture. Yeah, they project gang culture and negative things outwardly in the mainstream.
Okay.
Their genes, yeah.
So gang members who don't take care of their children. So JP, this whole time that you've been talking, is that the same thing that you've been referring to when you say it?
I'm only saying Pookies and Ray Rays because we got this thing in the black community, like we all divided. But these
okay, but wait, JP, before you get into, because I know JP, I'm asking because I think that there's some disconnect about the whole P&R thing. So based on what Mike and Rico said, it's gang members or people who are in the gang life.
People basically.
Wait,
no, not gang members.
No, I won't say gang
members. Hold on, y'all. Gang members or people who are in the gang type of lifestyle. Let's say that.
So remove gang and say gangster hip hop culture. You know what I mean? Like
I would say ignorance. Ignorance.
How about this? I found the actual definition.
She asked me. I want to respond.
Let's hear the real definition from Bruiser.
I found the actual definition. It is it generalized as a broad term to describe societal non-conformists, usually ex-convicts, jobless, unfaithful ghetto dregs, incapable of social graces, commitment, or gainful employment, the absentee father, baby daddy of unwed mothers. The inmate population, the drug dealers and hustlers on the streets are examples of Pookies and Ray Rays.
Can I add one thing to that? Can I add one thing?
I respond to that.
Perpetuators of anti-intellectualism.
Hold on real quick. Mike, do you want to add something to that definition that he read?
Yes. Perpetuators of anti-intellectualism, i.e. the people that will joke on you on the school bus for reading a book. They're also Pookies and Ray Rays.
Okay, but I want to say this.
So JP, the question for you about this whole P&R thing, when you're speaking about it, because I feel like there's maybe some kind of disconnect in terms of the definition. Bruiser, thank you for bringing it up, Urban Dictionary or wherever you got it from. But JP, so the definition that Bruiser just read, is that what you are thinking of when you're saying what you're saying?
Some of it. but I think a lot of it is partial of it. But I think a lot
Okay,
of
which
it.
parts are you referring to when you're saying the things you're saying?
Okay, when they say Pookies and Ray Rays, like a lot of that definition, I'm just agreeing with them because I personally think they just think the guys that perpetrate these type of behaviors, they just think they just better than them, and technically they really not. Because they would consider me as a Pookie and Ray Ray, but a lot of that definition, I don't wear sag my clothes. I'm raising all of my kids. You know, what's happening? I mean, I don't probably been through some stuff, but a lot of times these dudes just be mad and jealous that they didn't have the guts and balls to be who they want to be. Instead of Pookie's and Ray raising that term thug, to me, I think thugs is very confident. They brave, they take risks and all this other stuff. Whereas these good black men, they were so scared to be who they want to be. And so they decided to bow down and do what they are told to do as a boy, whereas a Pookie and Ray Ray do what he want to do, and they do what they can.
But see, I think you got it.
Ray Ray and these busters, so-called busters, that so-called good black man, they think all these other, everybody else is beneath them because they don't went to school and got a job and submit and all this other stuff. But when you think about all of the, like when you go back in history, when you think about white for black folks and all the other stuff, that was Pookies and Ray Rays that got us out them ruts and
okay. So JP,
work. Not
JP,
too busy being submissive.
JP, I think that you might be, just based on what Bruiser read and based on what I'm hearing from Mike and Rico, I think that you're looking at the term as maybe like a symbolic term for people that are judged negatively, although they are not doing something negative. Whereas I think Mike and Rico are speaking specifically to the definition that Bruiser read, in terms of things that are actually, that can actually be harmful to our community in terms of like.
Those are labels was passed down. I'm sorry, Kate. You know, I'm so sorry. You my dog. But those are labels that was given to these specific black men so they could use as a weapon against these other men who they are jealous of. Pookie, the reason why these men is jealous of PNRs, they got a big problem. And it's so crazy because Pookie and Ray Rays don't even think about these dudes. But yet these dudes always got PNRs and Pookies and Ray Rays in their mouth because they are jealous because the women want them. They are jealous because these men is brave. They are jealous because they got balls to stand up.
Jay Prince.
Okay, so let's let Rico respond to that. Rico, what are your thoughts about what JP said about certain men being jealous of another group of men based on the characteristics that he just specified?
Jay Prince, I just think you got it misconstrued against Pookies and Ray Rays and a man that grows up in the hood and just take care of his business. You know, like we go through stuff. You know what I mean? Just because you came up in the hood and you've been on the block and you've been to jail and you done did this and that don't make you a Pookie and Ray Ray. You feel me? A Pookie and Ray Ray, as far as I'm concerned, as far as we're all concerned, is somebody who's ignorant and just won't do anything for our society. You know, if you're taking care of your business, you're not that. I wouldn't pay attention as far as like who's saying it. And to be honest, I don't even think man made it up, bro. I heard it coming from women. To be honest, I don't know though. So I don't think it's really a big thing. And I wouldn't put, if you're not in that category, I wouldn't put so much into it because we can't lie. There are men that don't take care of their business. There are men that's out there doing nonsense. And they're, like you said, you got daughters, bro. It's men out there that got daughters right now that's not taking care of them.
Yeah, I think there's a disconnect between what JP is saying and what y'all are saying. Like me just sitting here listening, I definitely can see that very clearly. Like Rico, what you just said, I know, but hold on, Rico, hold on. But what you just said, Rico, I think addresses that because you said just because you are from a certain situation doesn't mean you're automatically one of. But I think that JP, you're kind of looking at that as an umbrella term that includes everyone that could be viewed a certain way based on socioeconomic status. But based on what I'm hearing in the definition that Bruce read, it's not necessarily like how much money you have or anything like that. It's like a very specific set of characteristics. So JP, you can go ahead and respond to that. And then Mike, I think you had,
okay, like the reason why I say the word jealous, the reason why I use the word jealous, and I stand firm on that, because when you think about it, you don't see no Pookies and Ray Rays. What they consider Pookies and Ray Rays on panel complaining about black men, the good black men. What you usually see the good black men complaining about the Pookies and Ray Rays. Pookies and Ray Rays don't even think about them niggas. Pookies and
Why
Ray
do
Rays,
you think that is?
they innocent on some booty right now. You know, whereas these men is getting mad because these Pookies and Ray Rays, somehow these women is attracted to these Pookies and Ray Rays. Now you got to ask yourself a question. Not only black women is attracted to Pookies and Ray Rays, all these other races of women that they trying to run to, like they little famous white woman want them a Pookie and a Ray Ray. They want the bad boy clique, the bad boy out of their race. So when they get with these white men, when a white woman get with a white woman, when a white woman gets with a white man, they tend to go to the ones with a little bit more swagger than the geeky ones. And I feel like a lot of these good black men, they jealous because they don't have that type of swag about themselves. They don't have that type of confidence about themselves. Their confidence is their accomplishments. Their confidence comes from their accomplishments.
He's addressing men, so I think a man should answer him. So
okay, but like real quick, because I know Trigger Mike. I know
he got a point though. He got a point.
It's still a woman's show. But JP, real quick before Mike, real quick, just based on what you're saying, do you think that a person who's considered a P and a R cannot be a good man? Like, do you think that those are two separate, like they overlap?
Because it's a lot of smart.
Because you keep saying it like good man, and then you're saying separately, like.
No, because I'm going off their narrative. I'm going off Trigger Mike's them narratives of the Pookies and Ray Rays. Their narrative is like he's saying that Pookies and Ray Rays is uneducated. They the ones doing all the abuse. They the ones doing all of the gang culture. Might be true. They doing all of this stuff. They the one treating black women bad. And when you and their specific kind of a black man is the ones that the black women should aspire to be with. They the good guys and all of this other stuff. And to me, and what I'm saying is their confidence and their happiness and their good stuff, it's only attached by their achievements, their goals that they achieve, their education, and all the other stuff. And whereas a Pookie and Ray Ray, we got the same type of characteristics as far as confidence and braveness. Ours come within.
Okay.
We don't need an income to make us feel like we worthy. We got a lot of us have a lot of Pookies and Ray Rays got self-built confidence because women is attracted to. They're not attracted to your Geek Squad.
Thank you for addressing that. We're gonna go to Mike, and then we'll go to Rico.
So I guess I'll start by saying that it is not true that Pookies and Ray Rays have more confidence than the average good black man, because I'll actually argue that what they are projecting is insecurity, and they're dressing themselves up and putting all that on because of how insecure they really are about the poverty and the bad situation they create for themselves. So that's firstly, okay? The reason why men like me, because I'll come out and say it, I don't like Pookies and Ray Rays because they misrepresent black men in mainstream society. They perpetuate anti-intellectualism. It's okay and good to be stupid. That type of thing. I'm not no slave for no master. I go to school. I don't got to learn nothing because I'm a hustler. That is perpetuated by the Pookies and Ray Rays. So intellectual black men, not even intellectual in the sense of you having to go to school, as a black man specifically, projecting any kind of intellect or know-how as a youth, you get crucified by these dudes because they're intimidated immediately by
No, we are not.
Mike,
you are.
In fact, hold on, okay. In fact, Trigger Mike, I consider like the ones that the good black men that say they educate and all other stuff. to me, I think a lot of that, I think y'all just more indoctrinated than educated. Everything that y'all recite is what your teachers done put in you, indoctrinating you and made you. How can I put this? They indoctrinate you with their beliefs of what they want you to believe. Whereas a Pookie, you ain't gonna tell no Pookie and Ray Ray, whatever you want, whatever
So
you
let's
want.
split the difference here. Let's split the difference.
Where they can piss on you and say it's raining. You won't let Pookie and Ray Ray do it to you, but you let that white man do it to you.
So you can't really say.
JP, what?
You need to bow down to them because they are quick to come at us, but you won't come at the white people who you submit to on a daily basis.
JP,
on a daily basis, and want to go home and beat up your girlfriend.
JP, based on the
You're creating false narratives
based on
at one after another.
I seen this stuff in real life.
JP,
I don't know you, Trigger Mike. I don't know you, Trigger Mike. So
I know. Let me finish my. Kay, did you want to say something?
Yeah, like JP. Oh, you moderating now, Mike? What's going on?
No, I just didn't want to cut you off.
Did I want to say something? JP, like what you're saying, I just don't think. Yeah, I think that there's a whole misunderstanding that's going on here. That's what I'm hoping is happening, because when we're talking about like a PNR or whatever, like it's not necessary. Like the definition Bruiser read, I think when I've heard the term, I think that's what people are referring to. And when you're now talking about like people going to school and being indoctrinated and all of this, like I just think that whole narrative about like anti-school, anti-higher education is very detrimental because we do not have enough Black people that are in fields that require degrees. We need more Black people to go to college for accounting, for architecture, for engineering, for teaching, for whatever the case may be. So like when we start talking about it like y'all just been programmed, like come on. Like we have to
Anti-intellectualism, like I said.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
Like wouldn't you like to pull up at the doctor's office for your daughter's pediatrician appointment and it's a Black, like somebody that looks like them, a Black woman? Wouldn't you like to see that? I just
what about those guys who get stuck in the game though? You know, they can't get out.
No, I agree with that, but what I'm saying is, what they forgot to add to that definition is, how did Pookies become Pookies? Where was the good Black men at? They were too busy getting bitch made by the whites, and they got y'all let the whites run y'all out your home, and then so these mothers had to take care of these Black Pookies and Ray Rays by herself because these so-called good Black men was getting home by Black men and got ran out their home.
So you gotta understand.
Every guy raised by their mom. Every man raised by their mom.
These boys have to raise. These Black boys have to raise
Let
themselves.
Rico talk, JP.
Every man raised by their mom. No. Everybody raised by their mom is not a Pookie and Ray Ray, man. I think like she said, like Kay said, you're taking it as a blanket statement, like.
No, Trigger Mike made it a blanket statement when you said.
Okay, let's clarify.
No. Relax.
Hold on, guys. Let's just clarify really quick. Mike, do you think that anyone from a single parent home is automatic? Just a yes or no, then we're going to get back to Rico. Do you think that anyone from a single parent home is a PR?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so that debunks what you just said, JP. All right, Rico, go ahead.
So yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you take it's been taken as a blanket statement to where it's just like, if you're not that, you're not that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I see you on these panels faithfully. You say some wild shit, but it is what it is, bro. Like, I don't think you know Pookie and Ray Ray, bro. You feel me? Like, Pookies and Ray Rays don't take care of their kids, bro. Like, I don't really know you, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I grew up in a single mother household. I ain't no Pookie or no Ray Ray. You know what I'm saying? It goes to that specific person and what they doing. Are you ignorant? Do you could be a drug dealer and not be a Pookie and Ray Ray? Like,
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is. It just goes to that specific person. Are you working for a higher purpose,
drug
or are
dealer.
you working or are you working for the detriment of the black community, man? That's
Hey Rico, I was just responding to when Mike said that Pookie's Ray Rays used to come from single homes, over emotional, and all this others. He had a whole broken down.
But mostly they do. Mostly they do.
That is the truth, though. It's not all single
Jay Prince,
people.
mostly they do. Just like we can agree that maybe most promiscuous women come from they didn't have a father in their home. Just like we could say most serial killers, aren't black. You know what I'm saying? There's specific things that go to specific things. It is
Both
what it
can
is.
be true at the same time.
So JP, I think that Mike may have just been, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. You're here. I'm not trying to speak for you, but like, I think that he was speaking to a tendency of a certain thing to happen in certain conditions.
Yes.
Okay, so I think that's where the disconnect is. And JP, I think
where was the good black man at though? That why these dudes? Pookie's Ray Rays was raised without a black father, a black good father.
Because those women.
So
if y'all saying that but y'all keep blaming on a woman, but y'all perpetrating yourselves like y'all got all this fucking power. So how is y'all able to let these women outpower you?
No, well, it's not me.
Well, let me respond to that. Let me respond to that. So, Jay Prince, you got to understand that even Jay Prince, hold on, let me get a word in. Jay, let me get a word in. So, even in the state of the black community today, all of the good statistics come from the good black men you're trying to shame. Good black men marry women. Yeah. Good black men are responsible for that 80+% of black men that marry women. If you didn't know. So we're still making up the men that are left, that are good black men, that are principled men. Hold up. That are principled men. And the one distinction that I want to make in the definition that Bruiser gave, and probably the most important thing, is the inmate population. 80% of incarcerated inmates come from single mother-led homes. That's why that stuff is important to note. It's not about picking on single mothers. Both can be true at the same time. All right, the inmate population. When we talk about quote unquote good black men, they are not making up the majority of inmates. I have a son. I don't want him to become an inmate. So I'm not going to sit here and perpetuate an anti-intellectual Pookie and Ray Ray lifestyle for him. I'm going to go to the good black man handbook for that. That's what I'm saying.
So, Mike, what would you say? Let's
good though.
Let's start. Let's do that. JP, let's talk about that because we're talking about these terms that are kind of subjective to an extent, right? Like I think there are things that all of us would agree on in terms of a good person versus a not good person, But let's just kind of get some clarity around that based on who's here on the panel. So what are the qualities? We'll go around. We're going to start with better you and go, well, from my screen, it'll be like clockwise from the bottom. So better you, what do you think makes a good man?
A good man is one that provides for his family. He sets a good example through behavior. He leaves something behind for his children and preferably his grandchildren as well. A good man is a resource to his family and the community around him. And a good man is a protector of those in his household and his network.
Okay. Good answer. Thank you for giving that. Rico, what do you think? And then we'll go to JP, then Bruiser, then Mike.
I think a good man is a protector and provider. I mean, I think everything else falls in line under those categories. Protect, as long as you protect and you provide, anything that you bring into this world, anything that you create, you protect it and you provide for it, you'll be good.
Okay. Thank you for that answer. JP, what do you think?
I agree with both of them that protect and provide. Also, a good black man will stand up against anybody, no matter who it is. Anybody, even if they got the little white cheat on their face or whatever, they will stand up against anybody when it comes down to trying to let our life on example. They teaching our kids to be something that we don't agree with, and whereas a good black man will stand up and say no, This is part of protection. No, you're not gonna teach my child that. Whereas we got these men that they so submissive to the rules and laws and everything, they just sit back and lay down and just allow anything to happen to their families. Whereas a good black man gonna stand up and fight against it, and those are the ones that possibly end up in jail, like Malcolm X and them and all them other stuff. Martin Luther King been in jail and stuff like that as well for standing up for what they believe in. But they are called Pookies and Ray Rays. That's why they got criminal cases for the most part. Whereas we get somebody like Trigger Mike. He gonna do
Come
whatever.
on, man.
Wait, hold on, Rico. We can, have a little discourse about this after we get everyone's answers. I just kind of want to get, some answers to the question. JP, I almost jumped in, Rico, about the same thing, but I was like, you know what? Let's finish going around the panel and then we'll get back to that. So Bruiser, what do you think, is a good man? What characteristics do you think a good man has?
A good man is supportive. He's ambitious. He has a desire to succeed. Because it doesn't necessarily have to have the resource, but just you're on a path to try to get it. You know what I'm saying? You have a purpose. You're goal driven. And you're productive. That's a good man.
Productive is good.
Okay, Mike, what are your thoughts? Thank you, Bruiser.
Well, everybody pretty much summed up all the good characteristics. That's what I get for going last. But I don't know. Let me try to. A good man is self-improving, self-correcting, reasonable, and accountable. Everything that I could think of summed up in that.
I agree with that.
I think reasonable is a good one.
Anything is possible with a reasonable man. Give that advice to your daughters. What does he have to have? How does he look? Reasonable. I asked, that's something a Nigerian woman told me once. Just, what do you want to find in, she's like telling her daughter, what should she find in a man? He's reasonable. You can do anything. Sky's the limit.
So, there has been a common thread kind of between all the answers that were given, which makes me wonder, and I'm going to ask you all, since you're all men. Kayla's not here. I don't know if she can hear me, but if you are, come back, Kayla. But
she took a restroom break.
She's been in the back. So all the men on the panel, again, there's a common thread between like all the answers that were given. Would y'all agree with that? Yeah, they kind of work along the same lines. So do you all think, and we're going to go around again, and this time we'll start with you, Mike, because you went last. Do you all think that women who are in search of a partner or who are on the dating market or whatever put too much weight on characteristics like being funny and kind or things like that? Because nobody named anything really like that. And I know that, when women are looking for a man, they look for a lot of different qualities. Do you think there's too much weight on those types of qualities?
I absolutely believe there's too much weight on those types of qualities. And I believe that's a symptom, especially in our community, of not even knowing what men are for. Exactly. They have no idea what the purpose of a husband is in your life. So they create a fantasy figure and give him all of those dream characteristics.
Well, those type of women with those type of desires that make that weight heavy on those characteristics are people who want to laugh at a man and want to get things from a man. Simple.
Who want to laugh at a man? You're saying like
they want to receive something from him.
The way you said it was actually funny. This is very ironic. I wasn't laughing at you. I was just laughing at you. Okay. JP, go ahead.
Well, Bruce, I was laughing at you. I think Mike, Trigger Mike, and Bruce just sums it up. Those are the guys that don't have that type of character traits. I think when it comes to dating with women is emotional creatures. We can't expect women to think logical. And what they've been trying to convince.
Hold on, JP.
I'm getting somewhere, Kay. We
say that.
all had agreed that women is very emotional. They got logic. I'm not saying they just dumb. I'm saying they got logic, but the man is more logical than feminine, than emotional, whereas the woman is more emotional than logic. So if we saying that women yield towards being more emotional, that means you got to connect with them emotionally out the gate to win them over. So that's sometimes laughter, sometimes how the way you make a woman feel. She might like your personality. That don't mean because a man got those character traits, and that means he failing in all aspects, everything of being a man. That's not what it is. What it is that he know how to connect with this woman emotionally and all this other stuff because he got emotional intelligence, like Mike just said earlier, and he got that type of swagger. Whereas these guys that's complaining that these women prefer the first encounter, you got to have something to turn this woman on. You can't just say, "Okay, I'm a man. My name is Trigger Mike Speaks. I got
Stop
all
picking
these."
on me, Jay.
Okay, wait.
Stop picking on me, Jay.
You gonna be my wife? No, you gotta make a woman feel you. I'm picking on you, Trigger Mike. You my boy. But you gotta make a woman. You gotta make a woman. You gotta have like we gotta have some type of attraction on the other end.
Okay, so understanding women, you're saying, is part of it. Like knowing the things that women as women would like to see. You want to appeal
to their heart. You gotta get to a woman's heart and their mind. After you get to their heart and their mind, you got her. Now it's up to you to maintain that attention with that woman, and that's what comes in with taking care of the homes and all this other stuff. But primarily, they want to be able to feel you. They want to be able to be emotionally attached to you. And a lot of us black men was raised to be emotionally avoided, which means a lot of us black men were taught to be soldiers instead of soulmates. We was taught to suppress all of our emotions. That's what's making us emotional immature. All black men was raised to be that way, to be emotional immature and to just be these soldiers instead of soulmates and being vulnerable to your woman and being open to your woman. Because I have heard a lot of these black men come on the panel talking about they will not be emotional to their woman, but yeah, you can be emotional and vulnerable to your friends, your male friends. Maybe that's why we see a lot of feminine men now.
Interesting, JP. Thank you for, taking us on that deep dive. We will definitely get more into it. We're gonna get Rico and Better You, y'all's answers on that, and then we can kind of talk about it.
Well, you speaking as far as like the being funny and stuff like that.
So, I'll repeat the question and give a little context based on what we just talked about. So, we saw, all of y'all answered about what makes a good man. And a lot of the things that were named were kind of along the same, they were kind of the same. Like y'all were all in one accord about what makes a good man, but none of the things that were mentioned were certain qualities like being kind or funny or certain things that women do tend to look for. I don't know who's having all this feedback. Okay, sorry. I muted you, but when I stopped talking, I think when I talk and you talk or something, there's some kind of feedback. I'm not sure, but that's the only reason I muted you. But I noticed that no one said anything like being kind or being funny or being, I don't know, whatever. Those types of qualities that a lot of women mention. So do you think that women put too much weight, or some women put too much weight on the qualities such as kindness and sense of humor?
Yeah, I do. I just think they, like we said earlier, women a lot of times nowadays pick off the wrong things, which it's not a shot at them. It's just what they're taught. And like you said, most of the men, we said a lot of the same things. That's because men know what a good man is. Like we know because we judge each other. Like if it's a bad dude or a guy that's a degenerate, like we know, okay. Like if you really doing something for yourself and you raising your family, you don't want to have nothing to do with nobody that's doing bad. I don't want to say doing bad things, but nobody that's, I don't want to say Pookie and Ray Ray, but yeah, you don't want to have nothing to do with no ignorant person, no ignorant people at all. So yeah, men know what good man is, just like women know what good women are. Right? We know.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Thank you for your response. Better you, what are your thoughts? Do you think that many women put too much weight on things like being nice and funny?
In the spirit of the question, I would say yes, and I would characterize it not as simply more vain characteristics, but rather pursuit of limerence and infatuation over the tangible benefits of what a man can provide in terms of covering for a woman.
So, I think that's interesting. And Mike, you kind of said something similar, like about the purpose. A lot of people don't know the purpose of a man. You said something like that. And I think Better y'all's answers were kind of similar. So hearing that makes me think, okay, protect, provide, be reasonable, bring balance, do, all these kind of things that were named. But like, what do you think about like happiness in a relationship? Or do you think that happiness should automatically come if the things y'all originally named were in place? Or do you think it shouldn't be about happiness at all? It should be about purpose and, playing your role and all that.
Well,
it's not. Go ahead.
I appreciate it. I kind of wrote that down. So just as a statistic for our talking point here, arranged marriages have the best record in the world. They do. There's like 90%. In most cultures that still practice arranged marriages, they 90+% of them stay together. All right. So they don't get to pick. They don't get their kind, person with high cheekbones, none of that. And they stay together for the 90+% of the time. So I personally believe that when you really look at America as an example, and we perpetuate these superficial stereotypes for women to say, hey, I want a dude that looks like this tall, etc., we get women that leave the relationship 80% of the time. So I would say that only true happiness can be achieved when it's a purpose-driven marriage. Everything that every man on this panel stated has to do with the actual stability and maintenance of the marriage, if that's what a woman is focused on. So if she finds those things sexy, the marriage, you will definitely have a better chance of lasting. And I'll say this as far as for men on the flip side, because my father-in-law is a pastor. All right. And what he's currently telling his son, my brother-in-law, is that he married her and then he loved her. You look for the good characteristics in the woman that will make her a good mother and a good wife. And you find characteristics to loving her after that. That's the same thing that's supposed to be going on in reverse.
Mike, what do you think are the qualities, I guess, of a good woman?
Ooh, come back to me. That's going to take more thought. But it's going to be extensive when you do.
I'm going to see you with your pen and pencil, your pencil and paper, your pen and paper, writing. Anybody who wants to answer that, what do you think are the qualities of a good woman? Because we talked about, the good man.
So for me, when I hear a good woman, I think of somebody who is kind, who is nurturing, somebody who is supportive, who is cooperative, i.e. submissive, somebody who is a backbone to the family, who frankly is a teacher as well. I think of somebody who is a support structure.
Okay. So anybody else, Bruiser, wait, were you about
I would
to say
for a good woman, I think it could be subjective to the person's preferences, first of all. But if I was to give it,
you don't. So I'm only interrupting
you.
you.
It's like a universal good woman.
So when I asked you about good man, you answered it, right?
Yeah.
Why did you say it's subjective when it came to women? Is there some like a baseline good woman, the characteristics that you would name?
I mean, it's the same thing for a man too. So I'll give you that. You caught me on that one. Thanks, Teach.
Caught you.
Yeah, she needs to be peaceful, a peaceful person. She got to have a peaceful nature. You don't want nobody just giving you a lot of drama and nagging. A lot of that causes men to just not even want to communicate because there's no way to communicate with somebody who's don't have a peaceful nature. So they're never gonna know how you're feeling, and they're never gonna know the reason why you're stepping away. If you decide to step away, because a lot of men, they want to be able to communicate with a woman to let them know that we got to fix these things. But if I can never do that if you don't have a peaceful nature. She need to have good judgment, discipline. You know what I'm saying? She needs to be liberating. She see me working hard, trying to grind and be successful in carriers or whatever I'm doing. I need her to be liberated. I need her to be supportive and not criticizing. So I think women having those, and most importantly, to me personally, that's why I said it can be subjective. I need my woman to be beautiful. I think a woman's most her priority, her number one priority in this world is to be beautiful. That's just me. And that's health, attractiveness, all that. Because she's not required to have all these skills and stuff. For me personally, I know everybody got their own preferences out of a woman, but for me personally, her skills is and all that is stuff is her ability to maintain beauty and be attractive.
Okay, thank you for your answer, JP. I know, Mike. What you doing? What you doing, Mike? You are in deep thought. Are you writing stuff down? Are you googling stuff?
No. One of my work colleagues stay emailing at this time of night. It's
I
crazy.
knew you were doing something that required a lot of attention. I thought it had to do with this question though, but we're gonna come to you after JP, so be ready. All right, JP, go ahead.
A lot of things what damn near what Bruce was saying are nourishing, peaceful, feminine, loving, caring. Make sure I don't eat at Popeyes on Thanksgiving. Keep the house clean and being a healer. A lot of people, I think women characteristics, that's part of it. When I'm out there getting my bumps and bruises and cuts and stuff out there in the world, I need to come home and she be able to put put the alcohol and band-aids, bandage me up and stuff like that.
I think all women is good healers.
Yeah, I think they healers. Loving, being good spirit. I miss like the old singers back in the day, the old female singers. How the way you could tell by the women back then, how they back then in their music compared to the women now. How the way they carry themselves, not trying to seek other people attention. Something like you, Kay. I think you is an exhibit to me what I would consider what a good woman to be. I think you got a lot of examples, of you actually shown me what I'm looking for out of a woman, out of a wife. A lot of stuff that are characters that I see in you. That's what I want my woman to be.
Thank you, JP.
Ooh, compliment heavy.
Thank you, JP.
You're welcome.
Mike, are you ready?
Oh yeah. So I'm gonna go with two that start off with two that nobody else said. She has to be dutiful. Like number one.
Expand upon that. Be specific.
Dutiful?
Yeah.
Pure like everything that every assignment, every job, every task in this home, she needs to do as intently, without groaning, without complaint, as I would do it as a dutiful father and a dutiful husband. Second is selfless. I put that there because I think it's what is missing in our particular society today. And I want a lot of women, especially mothers, to know there is also a consequence for putting yourself first. You know, you get consequences when you don't take care of yourself, and you don't, but you also get a consequence for putting yourself first and not being selfless. And that goes to men as well. I also believe submissive is a good one, soft spoken, feminine, and peaceful, as Bruiser said.
So
I don't think women are any of those today. Well, yeah, they starting to migrate from those.
It's some out there.
Okay, so go ahead, and then
Well, let me say this. It's interesting because we got not even less and less wives. Marriage is on the uptick again. But the funniest thing is in our community, when you look at the women that are married, they share the same characteristics. I say it all the time. I can spot the wife in any room, and she'll still have some of these characteristics that we're talking about. You can tell she takes care in her femininity. She appreciates it. She wants to nurture it. She's kind. She looked like she's purpose driven and she got something to do. She's mom walking with a purpose, acting like she got things to do on a schedule. You can spot that in the women. So it still exists, but it's not the example that people want to follow. Unfortunately, Meg Thee Stallion shaking her ass on Instagram seems to be very popular nowadays.
I mean, what?
The question you asked that started this, Kay, you said
always shaking their ass though. That's in history.
You said, do you think happiness is important? Is that you said? Do you think happiness is important when it comes to relationships? Not for real, because I just want to expound on that because men are not happy a lot of the times. Like we do not. I ask this question to like my female friends and women that I deal with. It's like, do you really think that men are happy when we gotta really go out there and make it? It really, if you're a real man, it all goes to you. It comes back to you. Like
so Rico, are you saying that? Do you think is your perspective different for men versus women?
No, I just think that people shouldn't focus on their happiness so much when it comes to relationships and family. It should be about the family and about the purpose. Like that's it. Because like you asked, do you think happiness is important? Because we said a lot of things that probably didn't have anything to do with happiness. And then you asked, do we think that the providing and the protection should make her happy? And it's not even that. If she just can't be happy in a setting, I mean, she's just not the one for you, and you're not the one for her. But happiness should not be the overall goal, because shit, if y'all gonna be together for 20, even 5 years, 20 years, it's gonna be at least a month where you just like, oh man, I'm not happy. It is what it is. But if you only basing it on your happiness, it's gonna fail.
I think we should talk to what if a person wants to be happy in a relationship and they want to prioritize that, I'm for it as long as I know if I'm told or what are the things that make you happy. Like if things that make her happy is me fulfilling her love languages, by all means, I'm gonna try to do that. If I got a woman who like physical touch, you know what I'm saying, as a love language, and I neglect her of that, and then I wonder why she's stepping out on me. That's my fault. You get what I'm saying? If that's what makes her happy, it's what's making her happy is me making sure the bills are paid, making sure we got food on the table, roof on our head. It ain't got to be nothing far fetched, but I don't think people are saying, "Oh, you got to make me happy, make sure." I don't know how to put it, but
Bruce, I disagree.
I was just expounding because she asked the question, but I think women base it a lot on happiness. I think that's why we have a lot.
It is. It should be though. I think it's justified to if you're gonna bound yourself to one man for the rest of your life.
You have to be happy.
But happiness.
We all us men named off a list that will make us happy that wanted to marry that woman. We all
Jay Prince. Happiness is a feeling.
Hold on, Rico. We all just gave a list of things that will make us happy and make us want to be with this woman. Like Bruiser said, he wanted a woman that's physically fit, beautiful. That will make him happy to have. If a woman just feminine and stuff, that will make us happy to have. So you can't just say now when it's a woman's turn, when a woman turn to come up there,
Yeah.
you just gotta accept whatever she can get and just accept that you there and you take care of everything and all this. That's some bullshit. I thought men love making their woman happy. Because when your woman happy, it make you feel happy in a way.
I don't think that's what Rico's saying.
I'm not saying happy home, happy wife, happy home, but I love making my woman happy. I don't want my woman to be complacent with me.
What I wasn't saying you shouldn't.
Would transpire in the bedroom because if that woman not happy with you and all this other stuff, it's gonna show when she just laying there and she can go whatever, No, you want your woman to be excited with you, happy.
I wasn't saying you shouldn't make your woman. I wasn't saying you shouldn't make your woman happy. You should focus on being happy in your relationship. But if somebody's not a happy person, like you can't provide. You could be happy with your situation in your relationship and love what you have going on, but you really can't make an unhappy person happy. That's what
you're changing it now.
Can I add some context to this? Can I add some context?
What is the opposite of happiness? What is the opposite of happiness?
Wait, let me add some context, Jay Princeton.
Hold on.
Say it again.
Hold on, Trigger Mike. What I'm saying is, if he's making you unhappy, that's okay. I mean, that's not okay, but you shouldn't just base it, oh, I'm unhappy this month, I want to be out of this relationship. I'm not saying, oh, the guy could be a POS and she should deal with it. No, I'm saying don't base it strictly on your happiness. Now, if he's making you unhappy, that's something that you have to deal with your partner.
I just think there should be some follow-up behind this statement saying that I'm unhappy. There should be some details about what's making you unhappy.
Yeah. So about those details that are making women unhappy. So that's why I said we got to go into deeper context. Because I actually agree with Rico. When you ask, just random women, you hear that word on these podcasts, on these shows, happiness, happiness, happiness. It's about my happiness. I'm leaving the relationship because my happiness matters. They have a bad understanding of what happiness is and how to achieve it. Like Rico said, you snuck it in there. Happiness is a feeling. Feelings change. All right. So let's talk about what women are saying. They say happiness and love. You hear those two words a lot. So I attribute love to maybe the feeling of being in love. There is no married person today that has been married for a good amount of years that can say they've been in love with their spouse the whole time. They're a mother freaking lie. And here's why. If we can all think, has everybody on this panel been in love before? Can say they've been in love? I've been in love.
I'm not.
So what factors and characteristics are involved with being in love? I think it's proximity, meaning that person is close to you, right? Like you see them every day, the relationship's fresh, the relationship's new. Then you have affection. Y'all are showing copious amounts of affection to each other. You're having sex out of control all the time. That attributes to the feeling of being in love. All of that stuff changes at the blink of an eye. And now no longer you're in love. Proximity, he could get a new job that takes him away from home 4 days a week, or she can. You no longer have proximity. Affection, what is it? The law of diminishing returns. Now you're not touching each other. The feeling of being in love goes away. Therefore, if your happiness is solely attached to those factors, you will not be happy once that stops. That's why you need to attach your happiness to other factors in your relationship.
Happiness to superficial things. You saying that women are? Hold on, wait.
Women are attaching
their happiness to things that are temporary and they're going to change. I don't believe that.
I 100% make that indictment. I believe that's what women are attaching their happiness.
I don't believe that's what they're talking about.
Mike,
I think
every woman is different whenever it comes to their happiness.
Wait, hold on, one at a time.
I think every woman is different when it comes to their happiness, and when they come to the table and get ready to go into a long-term relationship, they're telling men, or men are telling women, hey, these are the things that make me happy. Take care of the kids. You know what I'm saying? Let me work. You know what I'm saying? Make sure the house is clean. I don't think they're saying, oh, make sure you tear it up every night or twice a week. I don't know if that's what people get in a relationship for. To say, hey, that's what's going to keep me happy, knowing that that's not going to ever always last.
But I would also push back at the type of men that modern women are choosing.
Wait, hold on, Mike, before you get into that, because something you said about my happiness, and then like what Bruiser said, I don't want us to get too far away from it before I forget. So you know, how you just described love in terms of like proximity and you said, I think you said proximity, affection, and something else.
Yeah, those two. Yeah.
There, I think that is very specific, like by individual, because there are plenty of people who don't live anywhere near each other and are in love. Love is a feeling. I've talked about this a lot of times on this show. Love is just it's a feeling. That's it. You love somebody or you don't. That's a feeling that you have. And I get what you're saying, like certain factors can cause someone to, you know, maybe fall in love, quote unquote, more quickly, or you know, some people might need certain things in place to stay in love. But just in and of itself, love is a feeling that happens. Um, when you were saying like you know, I think Rico said it. Like happiness comes and goes. Yes, it does. And I agree with that. Like I don't think it's reasonable for anyone to expect a relationship that's lasting forever. You know, you plan on this relationship lasting forever, that you're just going to be 100% happy all the time. Like, I don't think that's reasonable to expect. However, I do think that um, you should have I don't even know what word I'm looking for, but you should be happy. Let me say happy with the relationship, happy with the choice you made, happy with the marriage. Now, are you going to be happy every day? No. Are you even going to want to be near this person every day? Maybe not. You know, things happen over the course of forever. But I think that being happy with your choice and being happy with the relationship, when I think about happiness, that's what I think about. Like, am I
Absolutely.
happy with this choice? Am I happy with this relationship? Am I happy
So,
with
I want to ask Mike a question right quick.
Wait, hold on. Let me respond real quick and then you go, JP.
yeah, I was just saying everything you just said about being happy with the relationship. When you asked us what makes a good man, we gave you the foundational principles of what establishes structure in a relationship.
I
Good.
agree.
So it's like that. Being a good man in that sense that we were stating is what a woman's supposed to be happy with, because when the love fades in and out, and when all of those things ebb and flow, he will still be going to work, still
The
paying all the
structure.
bills. He's still an excellent father. He's reasonable. He wants to be there for his kids. He's making the effort to get along with your family. All of those things count long term.
Yeah, that structure is, I think the structure for any relationship, any type, friendship, romantic, family, having a structure there, I think is very important. So like I got that y'all were saying like the underlying, or I guess foundational, you know, things that keep a relationship solid. Because once those things start falling apart, then you have a bigger issue than, oh my goodness, I'm mad at you today, or I'm, you know, I don't want to talk to you today. That's a whole different level of problem when like that type of stuff starts to fall out of place. So JP, I know you wanted to respond to Mike about something.
Yeah, I got two things to say. I want to say this: the way Mike, how the way you made it sounds like a person when they first get a job, right? They first get a job, they be excited and whatever, but after so long, they don't really care for the job. But is the way you explain how the relationship should be? They should be more focused on the income and stuff like that instead of being happy with that job. And to me, a lot of people don't last at these jobs if they're not happy with the job. You don't want to go to work every day because relationships is like a job. That's what the relationship like you talking about. It's like it would be considered like a job. Is as long as it's paying the bills, as long as it's putting food on the table and all this other stuff. You go to work, you drag to work every day, even though you damn near want to call off every day you go there. You can't stand the job. You feeling sick as hell every time you even think of the job, and every time you got to go to work, you feel like you in jail. That's the type of relationship you talking about. Now I want to ask you a question. Are you married?
Yes.
How long you been married?
4 years next month.
You got kids?
Aww.
2.
By the same
Boy and
wife?
girl.
By the same wife?
But yes.
Okay.
My
Look,
only
JP's whole argument he was ready to have is just
he was ready, he was trying. You weren't ready for all this good man stability, huh?
You know what though, JP, like you were saying it, and you were saying it's like a job, like based on what he was saying, you were saying it sounded like a job.
Like a job.
But I mean,
you don't really want to be there.
But that's the thing though. I've always said this, I've been saying this for years. I think I've only been married a short amount of time, but I've been saying it for a long time that marriage is a job that you love. Even if you love your job, you don't necessarily always want to do everything that your job entails. I love teaching. I love it. Am I very happy that it's summer break? Absolutely. Like, that doesn't take away the fact that I love teaching and I love my career. So, like, if you're in a marriage, if you're in a relationship, there are going to be hard parts that you have to deal with. You have to figure out. You have to work together with your partner on those things. It's not always going to be like, oh, I'm just so excited about every aspect of everything. But you still love that. You still are happy with your choice. So when you say it's like a job, there's a difference between a job you hate and a job you love. If you're in a job you love or a job you hate, there are going to be days that you don't feel like going, or days that whatever happens. So I think that's where the difference comes in. It's not a job you hate. It's something that you have to work at regularly to have a successful relationship.
Yeah, and now look at it from the other side. Okay, now we got jobs that's considered usually to me. Okay, I agree with you with
Consider
that.
What?
Okay, I agree with what you just said. Now look at it from the other side. Now, what about having a hobby and getting paid for stuff you enjoy doing? I would consider what we're doing now. It could be a job and it's our hobby and we enjoy.
I can't live off of what we're doing right now. That's the difference.
What I'm saying is, but we enjoy being here, and let us say you get let's say you get financially rewarded for it. It can cover the bills or whatever, and and you can actually build off. You can actually build off this, but you actually enjoy doing this. To me, I would look at a marriage like this. Should be the example of what a marriage should be.
No. Can I use your own example, Jay?
Hobby that you enjoy.
Let me use your own example, because Jay, you were spot on, bro. You were spot on when you said marriage is a job like a job. So I'm gonna give you my story, right? When my daughter was born, I took a job that I didn't want to take. I'm a hospital administrator, and I was teaching medical education. And I said, they're going to offer me a job in medical education. Let me take it, but as an instructor. And I never done that before. All right. So I loved it at first. I was excellent at it. I started to hate that job. Then my wife got pregnant with our son. And I said, let me leave this job for another job. But I said, I like the way this job pays the benefits. They gave me an employee stock ownership plan and all of this. So let me work this job until something else comes along. And then 2 years later, I became a director. Now, I loved it. Well, I don't really love it that much no more, but I loved it for some years. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like you just go along with the job because of the benefits that it provides you. And you made a promise to do it. Right. That's what it's like. So you stay in it and realize that it's duty driven and purpose driven. And I'm actually getting a benefit from it, no matter how much I complain. So as long as the benefit is there, sit your ass down, have some discipline, and wait for the better times to come around, because you can actually make them happen.
Okay, you just trapped yourself.
What you talking about?
You just trapped yourself. You dealing with Jay Prince now. You done trapped yourself, right? Now,
he said you dealing with.
You just agreed that relationships. You just agreed with me that relationships is a job, and you just said, Jay Prince, you was spot on. Relationships.
Yes, I do believe you were spot on.
You then went in to break it down, the details of if you get this job, no matter what, the benefits and all the other stuff, you better stay there until. But now we're going to use the same comparison. right? What you just explained, that if I get in a relationship with Kay and I'm married to Kay, and in the beginning, I loved her and everything. Exactly what you said about your job, right? I loved her and everything. It's plenty benefits of being with Kay. So what you just suggest to me is, eventually, let's just say, well, we get mad at each other. Now I'm starting to hate Kay, and now I should. What you saying is, I should stay with Kay long enough till I find me another woman.
No, I didn't say that.
I think Mike.
That's exactly. He's saying until you find something better than Kay. I mean, I'm
talking about positions of advancement in the same company. So let me make it clear, because you wound up a knockout punch and freaking missed. So all right, the new job or the new position was saying, when you aren't feeling a certain situation anymore, just wait. You have phases where it can get better. You enter a new phase of your marriage, just like you enter a new job position. That's all I was saying.
But you talking about, you said stick in there until something else comes better. That means
you
a
have
whole type of job.
I don't.
I'm sorry, a new position.
In terms of analogy, he was saying like another position within the same organization,
which would equate to like better times within your marriage. And he said you make them happen.
So what do women do when they unhappy with the man in a relationship? Do she just stay there because of the benefits, or just because that man is providing her all these benefits, but she's still unhappy? She's dragging every day. What does she do at that point?
So right now, you see my first thing when she asked what makes a good woman is dutiful. So right now, women are incentivized, unfortunately, many women are incentivized to leave relationships. And the bad part is that if you do it after a certain age, you may not be able to find another man. I only saw this stat once. Please forgive me for not having it. It was a stat that I went looking for. I had never seen it before. And I was curious. I said, how many women who have been married 2 or more times will willingly admit that they should have never left their first husband? It was over 60%. All right. I'll find it one day. I'll post it. But over 60% of women admitted they should have never left the first relationship they were in. They were just upset. They got better. They don't even think about it like that no more. So when we see 80% of women leaving relationships, and everybody wants to cite cheating, within the margin of error, men and women cheat at the same rate. All right. So you should look at sticking in your marriage as the logical thing to do. All right. You took those vows. The way I look at it is with me and my wife. For instance, she's already forgiven. That's what they told me at the altar. So she's already forgiven. So anything that goes down, I got to think about how to stay in my marriage, because it's not about me. It's about my children. It's about our legacy. It's about everything we built. Marriage is a wealth creator. You think I want to give up my wealth? Hell no.
Okay, let me ask you a question, Mike. How long, okay? Let me ask him a question right quick. How many relationships you been in before your wife? Because this only been 4 years, and you seem like an older gentleman.
Don't call me that. I ain't that old. Serious monogamous relationships, I've been in 4.
4. Have you ever been married before this one?
No.
Okay, you've been in 4 relationships, right? And what was the longest ones you've been in? Was it longer than 4 years?
Yes.
Why
6
did
years.
you? Why did you leave?
That was my college girlfriend, and we were not compatible outside of the effery of college. And I went into a new phase. I matured late, but when I matured, she wasn't the person that I was going to marry.
You left 3 relationships.
Well, these weren't so you asked monogamous relationship. This is including high school. So
what is your age?
Right? Yeah, three immature relationships. Yeah.
Are you in your 40s?
No.
What, you 30s? What?
35.
Oh, damn.
Hey, man. Yo. Okay, the gray is distinguishing. I've been through a lot. Go ahead.
You look young, though. But, I've been through a lot of relationships, though, right? I mean, okay, how many women outside of relationship, how many women you been with? How long, Kay?
How many women I've been with?
Yeah, how many women have you been with?
On the spot like that,
okay, all right. So look, I'm not gonna say. I'll just say this: I was a college promoter. I was a party promoter in college.
So
I can't give out that type of information.
Would you agree that you dealt with a lot of women? How long, Jay? How long, Kay? Would you agree that you dealt with a lot of women?
Yes.
You know that's considered pookie, right?
Oh my goodness.
Dealing with a lot of women, that is called being a bachelor.
You wasn't married to those women, and you didn't have dick discipline. A good black man would have dick discipline.
No. Now, here's my rebuttal. Here's my rebuttal. Here's my rebuttal to dick discipline.
There's men that comes on a panel that I would say is good, some decent black men, and they in their 30s and 40s, and they practice dick discipline. They not run around here sleeping with all these type of women. You've been in 4 relationships. Trigger Mike. What the fuck? You done been through all of these women. You done broke a lot of these women's hearts because I guarantee you, when they gave you their bodies, they was hoping to be with Trigger Mike, but he had different agendas.
I think that is actually not true. I think female sexual liberation has it actually the other way. They could have just been using me. We're in a different society.
But you're the leader, though. You're supposed to be an example.
No, wait, hold on, because let me go back to dick discipline. Let me go back to dick discipline and what you. I don't share that same dick discipline mantra that dudes are talking about. Here's why: men have never practiced sexual discipline since the beginning of time. Men have done what they wanted to. The only difference between now and back then is there used to be a community of men standing in your way if you went to get their daughter. If you can't knock, you can knock on a girl's door now and say, "Hey, Mr. Smith, can I see your daughter?" Back in the day, you didn't do that. If you had eyes set on a girl and she was a respectable girl that came from a respectable home, you had certain things you had to do and people you had to go through to see that girl. No, men have never practiced sexual discipline. Other men would just stand in your way.
Talking about Trigger Mike, right? Trigger Mike sounds like you done slept with women that was very promiscuous.
Man, I've done it all, and so if you up
here, you up here make yourself as this standard. That's Kay. That's what I'm saying. Just because people that can articulate their points and their act are educated, that don't mean that these is good men. He's no different from me. He just went to school and I didn't. He did a lot of fucking. I did a lot of fucking. But he want to set himself as the standard of what a man should be. But yet he was very promiscuous. He didn't have no dick discipline. He was doing no. He was out here run through all of these women. Pookie behaviors, because that's another part of the definition of being a pookie, sleeping with a whole bunch of women that you are not married to.
No, that's not. It's impregnating a bunch of women you're not married to. You are wrong. It's impregnating those women.
It's men that comes on a panel that don't go around sleeping with a whole. They don't got a large body count. You afraid. The reason why you're afraid to express your body count because it's a high number. You probably can't even count how many times women.
So that just no. So I could defend myself on it. That just made me a bachelor. It didn't make me a pookie.
Being a bachelor is no excuse to be. Being a bachelor is no excuse.
Okay, let me go. Let me go with your premise, Jay. Let me go with your premise real quick.
No excuse to be.
Let me go with your narrative. Let me go with your narrative. If I ever practiced pookie behavior, in the end, I did what was required to not be labeled that anymore. I married a woman, and that woman had my children.
But you only been married for 4 years. It's not.
Hold on, Mike. Wait, JP, wait, because
he might be practicing roles.
I'm really tired. I'm confused. Let me
men have that behavior. Going to always have that behavior.
Hold on, JP. So, Mike, would you consider yourself a reformed?
Hell no.
Okay, I'm just.
I've never been a pookie in my life. My standing is that I've never been a pookie. I was a bachelor, an adult, doing consenting and consensual adult behavior. That's it. That's how I would describe myself.
I thought there's men that come on a panel that's saying.
And no. And look, Jay, if you would have called me promiscuous, I'd have been like, yeah.
Undick discipline, sleeping with random women who you don't even know. I'm quite sure you didn't wear protection all the time. You didn't wear protection
all the time. all the time.
Come on now, it's been time. So you only been in one woman unprotected out of your whole life.
Man, change the subject, bro. This is
No.
Trigger
Mike.
JP, wait.
He ran from that because he was practicing the same Pookie's behavior. He brought in unprotected.
No.
Wait. Okay.
You lying. I can't cap on that. You lying.
Hold on, JP. Now, I'm always going to respect someone's choice not to want to talk about certain things regarding certain things, because y'all know me. I ain't talking about certain stuff. So I respect your choice to not talk about that anymore, Mike. JP, you are, I don't even know what to say.
You raw. On a play of words, you raw.
Like, not funny.
You
how
was dogging them women, and you know you was. That's why you cheesing. That wasn't the only. You didn't wait till you turned 31 to go on a woman unprotected.
JP, wait. You cannot, because I guarantee, Mike, have you and JP ever talked offline?
Never.
Okay. So the same way I was saying it.
Game recognize game and men recognize men. We know.
Okay, hold on. The same way that I said that when somebody was saying something about Kayla, I'm like, you don't know her. We're going to extend the same, respect to each other here. JP, you don't know what Mike was doing in college. He has admitted to some things, but you're like, man, women, you don't even know. We don't know. Don't nobody know. I don't know. None of us know what anyone was doing. So, I'm just going to stop it there just out of respect, because I really understand not, diving deep into someone's personal life that they don't want to share online. Like, the internet is forever. Let's stop. So,
all I was just trying to do is point out that it's a lot of Derek Jackson's imitations of Derek Jackson's, and the way he come on here.
Are you calling him a Derek Jackson?
Yeah, he Derek Jackson, right? Derek Jackson had them same good talking points. When you listen to Derek Jackson, if he would never, he was talking the same type of stuff that Trigger Mike Speaks was talking about when he first came on the show, right?
No. Me and Derek Jackson are actually totally opposite.
Hold on.
Out of Trigger Mike.
Let's get some, let's recalibrate a little. Let's, we can get into it a little bit for a little bit longer. I'm about to go to bed soon. But Mike, what do you think about him saying that you're like a Derek Jackson of the Lapeef? I don't know what he.
Yeah, he's just swinging. Yeah, he's swinging now, and listen, you can't connect. No, that is absolutely incorrect. To be honest, like Derek Jackson, I warn people about him. I personally do not like men that ingratiate themselves with women, because what I can tell you about the Derek Jacksons of the world is they have a complex where they imagine themselves on a hill with all women looking up to them, praising him. No other man can be standing on that hill but him. And the way he ingratiates himself with women is to always say things that you agree with and all of that. I don't say that. I talked about submission. I said a woman need to be dutiful. Women don't like these words, Jay. I'm the opposite of Derek Jackson. Women don't like these words that I speak. So I'm
said out your mouth, women should choose
you. Just don't care because you're not their man. I think that's where it comes in. A lot of people are apathetic. They just don't care what certain people say because they have no, like, some woman could be watching this right now and you're saying all these things and she might just not care because she doesn't know you.
And guess what else, Kate? Derek Jackson, besides what he did with his wife, Derek Jackson was also educated.
Okay, this is the thing. Derek Jackson.
He was the image of the good black man.
Okay, but listen, this is the thing. This is the thing. Derek Jackson is a content creator. I don't know if y'all are the type, and I'm just saying y'all loosely, whoever, are the types that thought like wrestling was real when you were a kid. Like, people that create content and get really, really big and are making a lot of money do certain things. And I'm just going to leave it at that. Like, I don't think that we always know who everyone really is and all
But
of
he was
this.
educated.
So
He
like
was
when I see somebody, hold on, man. When I see somebody like Derek Jackson or some other like really big content creators, and they find their niche and they find what people want to hear, a lot of people just keep saying whatever it is that people wanted to hear because that's what brings the money in. Like, can we at least acknowledge that that is a thing that happens?
Yeah, that's the thing that happened in arcade now with Derek Jackson, right? Even though
You know him?
No, all of that. No, I do know he was educated, and you can hear it like Chicken Mike said how intellectual he was because he expresses some. He uses
I didn't say he was intellectual.
He's very articulate. He was everything that Trigger Mike was naming for our black women to seek after out of a guy, and yet he was the same type of nigga like me, exactly like Trigger Mike is like me.
So I would like to just kind of push back a little bit. Just because somebody is an instance of a person of a particular class doing one thing, you can't then take that and make that emblematic of everybody. I mean, if you did that, you could literally say all billionaires are like Elon Musk and are Bobby Womack level savages because they sleep with their best friends' wives. So you can't take one negative instance of something happening and paint that like that's everybody. So everybody that went to college is now cheating on their girls or doing whatever.
And I will also add that, we tried to make the distinction earlier, but Pookies aren't even just like hood people, but there are very distinct characteristics that go on with them in particular. So, I don't even know how you know Derek Jackson, but I don't know that he's educated. He just, he's a married man. I believe he's in the church. I don't even believe that, he should have been crucified. I don't even like him. I don't believe he should have been crucified the way he was, but it's his fault because he puts himself up there, to be criticized like that. But me and him don't have any similarities. I am pro, so I'm not pro black man. I'm not even pro black woman. I'm pro black family. Everything you hear me talk about is pro family.
Okay.
All right. So
I agree with that, Trigger Mike. I think my point is this, that let's say all that to be true, what you just named about him. My point is this: women, if anything, he made all y'all good black men look horrible because women believed in him. Women looked up to him because they said, man, this is an example of a good black man. He speaks very well. He not out there selling drugs. He not doing the pookiest behaviors. He wasn't doing that. He wasn't doing the pookiest stuff. So he was an example that black women looked up to, and same way like you talking that what black women should be choosing. So to me,
well,
choose now. Choose him or Pookie. She might well have fun with it. Go with the Pookie.
But see, JP, you keep like compartmentalizing, I guess is the word, certain things. Like, you can be a good man or a good woman and cheat on somebody. You can be a good person and do something that hurts someone like emotionally. You don't have to be a horrible person to do something quote unquote bad or whatever in a relationship.
Trigger Mike said that's
JP, what is going on with you and Mike? Mike, is there something I need to know? Because what?
I get this a lot from people whose beard hasn't fully grown.
Oh no. Like what?
No, because
I know what this is about, and I didn't want to say nothing, but
Mike was so with this against Pookie and stuff because he said,
somebody selling beard oil in the chat.
He don't like Pookie because he got a lot of Pookie's behaviors himself.
Okay, maybe this is the question I need to ask because I think I'm seeing like, at first I was really confused. Now I'm like maybe starting to put the pieces together. So JP, do you see yourself as the PR and like a Trigger Mike is like the antithesis? Like he's like your arch nemesis. Like, is he like the opposite of what you see yourself as? And you're trying to make him understand that y'all are more alike than he thinks?
I think Miles is more just exposed, and he's just trying to hide his.
Okay, so you do think? Wait. I'm just trying to understand. So you think that you two are perceived as opposites? You're perceived one way and he's perceived another way, but you're saying that you all share more in common than a lot of people would like to admit.
Okay, I'm gonna give you an example. I'm like Donald Trump.
I mean, but is that like a yes or no? And then you can give the example.
Yes, I'm gonna say yes, and it's like I'm Donald Trump with my racism, and he is Joe Biden hiding it.
I'm actually a conservative, so I take offense to that.
No, what I'm saying, I'm trying to put it like this. I'm more exposed. I'm more open with mine, and
yeah. Let me do this.
Same way,
because you could be right. You could be right. So let's not make it anecdotal.
Because of his wife, he just hide his.
No, let's get more.
Mike, can you address that directly? Like what he's saying in terms of y'all being basically the same person.
Absolutely. So in an anecdotal sense, I would agree. But just the same way he asked me, the same exact questions he asked me, I'm going to ask him so I can show him the factors that differentiate us. Jay, are you married?
No.
Jay, how many kids do you have?
3.
Are they by the same woman?
No.
Y'all have a good night. I got to get to bed.
All of them. I'm raising all of them. Yeah.
Wait, JP said no.
I'm raising all my kids though, so it don't matter.
I mean, my thing is, I'm not gonna judge you about your kid situation. It's whatever. I mean, as long as you're taking care of your kids and doing what's best at this point, do you. But like, I just thought it was really.
I'm not the one that try to hide mine though. Hide who I am. What? Being who I am, the good and the bad. I'd rather portray more of the bad.
Wait, JP, what? I'm just trying to see, like, what made you think a way about him specifically? Like, why did you even, like, you were going hard for, like, hours at this point. What made you think a way about him specifically? And then hold on real quick, JP. Better you. Is that what we should call you? Better you?
You can just call me Dre.
Dre. Okay. All right. So Dre, did you see what I was seeing? And were you also confused? Like, wait, what is, I thought maybe they knew each other off screen or something. That's why I asked Mike.
It felt like there was a little bit of beef there, man.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what?
The thing was how the way he was coming for the Pookie and see. My thing is this. I see this out of a lot of dudes, and there'll be a lot of dudes come up here front because maybe they don't want to look a certain way from their jobs or their wives, or they probably done changed their lives, or probably done got a good paying job or went to school or something, whatever. But they forget who they are and where they come from. You still got this past, and how you gonna look down upon on certain type of groups of men when you exhibit the same type of behaviors that you sitting up there trying to tell women to run from? You are exactly that guy.
So can I ask you this one question then? So if a man was once something in his past, is he always that thing?
Right.
Certain stuff, yes.
Like what? Like what? Because I think that was a good question, Dre. Because I don't look, JP, right now, by you answering that question in that way, you're doing the exact thing that you're like that you want other people to do.
Okay.
So
if I was a rapist 10 years ago,
we're not talking about heinous. Listen, if
I was a murderer, or if I did certain type of stuff don't come out your.
If there are heinous crimes that someone commits, I completely understand people being like, you know what, I'm still not comfortable with this person. If they did anything like,
I'm gonna be more realistic.
Let's say something, because wait, I'm sure. I mean, I don't know, but I'm
If
gonna
y'all found out that I slept with 300 women 10 years ago, if y'all found out that I had 300 women that I actually slept with, 300 to 400 women that I actually slept with, even though that's my past, you're like, hold up, before you start thinking about marrying a guy like me, right? One of your husband told you, babe, I was a hoe. I slept with 500 different women 10 years ago. What wouldn't that change a certain type of way how you look at him?
I really liked Dre's question about, is someone the same as they were before? I do not think that everyone is always the same as they were before. Because JP, think about it. Even with you, certain things you've shared even online, should someone continuously judge you based on those things?
No, but my thing is, don't be judging people where you come from or what you were. I can't judge people for being a Pookie and Ray Ray even if, let's say I change my life for the better, right? I'm not going to change my life for the better, then want to shit on where I came, want to shit on the people that.
But I mean, but right now, I think right now.
That's not being real. That's not being 100 with yourself.
I just think right now that you're making assumptions about Mike and his past life.
No,
I don't know the man. I don't know him like that. I don't know. I don't know what he did before. I'm not
he was talking about Pookies and Ray Rays and how hard he came from them. Came at us. I felt like I had to stand up because I'm getting tired of people keep coming. Kind of degrade Pookies and Ray Rays like they beneath men and beneath.
You said I'm getting tired of people.
Yeah. Like it's some very educated Pookies and Ray Rays though. It's some very intelligent Pookies and Ray Rays. It's some very Pookies Ray Rays is good fathers, good husbands. It was just one of them just got married. I know personally 2 days ago.
See, but again, that is where the difference in definition comes in, because based on the definition that was read earlier, someone like that is not a good father. Like that's part of the definition. So like you're thinking about people who are perceived as that way based on where they live. For example, you live in a certain neighborhood, people automatically think a certain thing. I think you're looking at it like that versus like that definition that they gave. But again, I think that the term is problematic in and of itself. Like, but I guess that's a whole nother conversation.
I was rubbing in a lot of stuff to get out of them because, you know, a lot of they like he said, there's a lot of these good black men don't like Pookies and Ray Rays because Pookies and Ray Rays winning all the women. So they kind of jealous of Pookies and Ray Rays, not only because they winning the women, the confidence that these Pookies and Ray, they feel like Pookies and Ray Rays shouldn't be that deserving of the women, the confidence, the attention that they get. The world pay more attention to them than the ones that like Steve Urkel. You remember Steph Fine more than you do Steve Urkel. You'd rather be around, most women will want Steph Fine than Urkel. So a lot of these dudes, I'm not even calling Mike Urkel, but what I'm saying is a lot of these dudes have Urkel traits. And they getting jealous of these Pookies and Ray Rays. But my thing is Pookies and Ray Rays don't even talk bad about neither one of them. Pookies and Ray Rays not even on his panels. It's usually the Urkels come on here and complain about the Pookies and Ray Rays because the Pookies and Ray Rays is winning. The Urkels is winning as far as like life stuff, like the finances and being good, being a good boy, being a good little nigga, you know, not getting no criminal record and all this other stuff. Whereas the Pookie and Ray Rays, they doing their thing, they living their life like they want to live it, and they not finna sit up there and let nobody tell them or allow nobody to make them live their life what other people want them, how other people want them to live. That's not freedom.
So
that's not freedom. I'm free. I can do whatever Jay Prince want to do when I want to do it. And sometimes I might.
Let's not act like the people that people consider those names are just so free and out here living just the most non-problematic life and they're just so excited and everything is great. I mean, there are problems. There are problems.
There's problems, but still, but a lot of problems they be enjoying it.
There are problems in any community, right? Any group, in any, whatever. And I think that I don't know. I don't like the terminology, but I just think that glorifying and acting like people who do certain things are automatically, deep down better than people who do other things. I just
don't agree with men being a man in this country, right? I just don't agree. If I had to choose between being the way how they exhibit, the examples how they exhibit what a good black man is, and the pookies, I'd rather be a pookie than to be the ones got the axe master to just being so self-serving and don't got no balls about yourself, and you walking on tiptoes out of life because it's 88,000 laws. You don't want to break no laws. You want to do everything the correctable way, what they tell you to be. To me, God put me on this planet to live my good life and my bad life. We as people, it's good to us and it's bad to us, and we should be able to own it. That's why I don't have no problem expressing the good about me and the bad about me. That's why everybody know about me, because I'm comfortable in my own goddamn skin. And I'm not coming on this panel to put on all these multiple faces and trying to maintain this multiple face and these reputations, whatever, to make other people feel good but me.
So, if I may, real talk, from the few panels I've seen you on and even here tonight, in terms of definitions, real talk, you don't fit the definition of a pookie, man.
Well, thank you, sir.
No, and that's
that's legit. Real talk, you a man.
Was I considered a good black man?
Say that again.
Am I considered to be the good? No, when they talk about pookies and ray-rays, they talk about my past. They look at me because I got all of this criminal history. I got all these baby mamas. I got all of these sexual partners. And I used to be the guy who used to wear sag my pants and shit. That was the style back in the day. Was it? I just think I just didn't have no ass. No, but you know what I'm saying? I had to throw a little caveat like that to throw K off a little bit. But you know what I'm saying, though? But now I'm just laying back, enjoying my life, enjoying my kids. I'm so glad God gave me the chance to be a father to my 3 little girls and stuff like that. So now I'm enjoying this. I'm at a new stage. I enjoy being on the show. I feel like my life is, don't get me wrong, I am learning a lot of stuff, right? I have been learning a lot from y'all. That's probably why I didn't get no woman when I went to the club the other night. You know what I'm saying? Learning from you. No, but you know what I'm saying?
Wait, JP, you went to a club?
Yeah, I went to the bar. I had the police at me and everything. I recorded it. Yeah.
Wait, a club or a bar?
It was a bar. It was a bar.
I was about to say, oh my goodness, I haven't been to a club in
a long time. Yeah, I haven't been into a club. To me, that's, they got clubs that's for people in their 30s and 35s and stuff like that. It's like an older crowd and stuff like that. But I don't too much go to clubs because I don't feel comfortable in them. But I went to a little bar, whatever. But what I'm saying is, I have been learning from these men of these type of calibers, and I'm not really talking bad. I tease them every blue moon because I just enjoy teasing them to see their facial expressions. But I don't believe in living my life with guidelines of how I should live my life. I want to be Jay Prince, and that's who I want to be, me. My past is good because I believe the good stuff that happened to me in my life, that's my prosperities. Those are my rewards, and those are my blessings. The bad stuff that I done went through in my life, that's what gave me what gave me my wisdom, my characteristics. Made me out the man that I am today. So I needed both. I needed the good and the bad. My bad made me the man that I am today with a good character, good swagger. They say I'm funny like Richard Pryor because being funny comes from a lot of pain. Pain brings the best out of people. enduring a lot of pain what brings the best out of you. And you done survived it, it brings the best out of you. Yeah. So I'm grateful to go to went through all of the stuff that I went through negatively. Because it made me the man I am today, and that's great.
Nigga! No, legit. No, I feel that. That's legit, man.
What you think about that, Better You?
No, I agree with it.
Call him Dre. Call him Dre.
Oh yeah, my bad, Dre.
There's no problem. Like, I agree with a lot of that. Like, I feel that in terms of the low spots in our lives, man, like it's I'll just say this for me personally and what I've been through. I don't mind sharing my story. It's one of the reasons that I go to some of the groups that I go to.
Do you want to share your story right now? Is this an opening to a story share?
I'll tell it. Kind of to keep everything without going into too deep a detail and Cliff Notes version. Like, I got married to my high school sweetheart. We were together from beginning to end, roughly 8 years. Didn't work out. Things went completely south. There was a lot of health problems afterwards. After our divorce, I got really huge. Was up to like 300 pounds, but I made a decision to turn my life around and really just stop being a victim of my circumstances. And part of that was owning up to my circumstances and owning the situation and really climb my way out of it. It was a lot of hard work. It was a lot of sleepless nights. But putting a plan together for my life to advance in my career, advance in my health, even advance in relationship. Like I'm in a fruitful relationship now that's going somewhere, and even to be a best father that I could be.
You know what? Thank you for sharing your story. I want to ask you, if you, let's say, knowing everything you know now, right? Like going through everything you went through that you just explained to us. What piece of advice would you have given yourself if you were like giving yourself some advice for back then?
Run, nigga,
run. That's it, huh? Okay. Like out of the situation, or?
Yeah. The situation got really bad. And this is kind of to my point a little bit earlier when I was initially trying to push back on one of Jay Prince's points about that 80% being a result of all men abusing. My situation was kind of the opposite, where just kind of to keep everything high level, like there was threats of violence, there was weapons pulled, and it's incredibly hard to sleep under the same roof as someone once they've pulled a weapon on you. And and there's certain threats of weaponizing the authorities and certain things like that against you. It's a very unsettling environment. And
what made you stay? What made you stay?
Duty. I felt obligated to the vows I took and to my son and family. And there was an element of shame as well. I didn't want to be the one person in my family that divorced. I can't really think of too many people in my family that has divorced. So it was that as well. I wanted to make it work. And
so would you say that it's, I'm just listening to what you're saying, and the duty, right? You mentioned that as a reason that you stayed. And when we were talking earlier about things people should do, like, and roles and all of that, knowing the purpose and the duty and all of these things were mentioned. So do you think that it's like a double-edged sword, where it's like, having these parameters, I guess you could say, for yourself within a marriage or relationship, it's a good thing, but do you think it can also be harmful because it might keep you in a situation that's not healthy for you for longer than you should be?
No, I definitely do. And I think it does get weaponized against a lot of folks with particular values. like even those groups I was speaking of, it's incredibly hard to hear some guys' stories and just come out outright and say, yo, dude, you were being abused. Because automatically there's this sense of like, I'm a man, men can't be abused. And it's like if I go down the list, like, okay, was she gaslighting you? Was she emotionally abusive to you? Did she demean you? Even like, hey, did she put hands on you? Or did she initiate violence against you? Or was there violence in the relationship? So many things. And it's like a lot of times you can like, I can check off like 6, 7 boxes once I go down that line of questioning. It's like, it looked like a duck, it quacked like a duck. I don't know. You saying it's a platypus? Okay.
You know what? I think that it's really, brave of you, of course. And I appreciate it a lot that you are sharing this, because you're right. I think a lot of times men aren't viewed as people who are being abused, even if they are in an abusive situation. Excuse me. So I think that like raising awareness around the fact that men do get um, emotionally abused, physically abused in relationships is important, and needs to be like, I don't think it should be invalidated just because someone is a man. Um, yeah, so I think that just sharing those stories, you might have inspired someone that's watching or something that's in a similar situation to get the help they need or leave the situation if it's not healthy for them. So thank you for your vulnerability, your transparency, and all that.
And what I want to add to you, Dre, that for one, when you express yourself, this is part of being freedom, because freedom is not a physical form; it's a state of mind. When you don't attach yourself to reputation or what people say about you or how people think, why you think how I be coming on here, I be so fluent, and people threw a lot of stuff that I done had said, exposed on this show and threw it back in my face, and it don't bother me because I have freed myself. I don't attach other people's views about me, and it make me feel free. So that's one good thing. Continue on with that. Always learn how to be vulnerable, because it's for you at the end of the day. I remember when I used to have those attachments to how people thought of me, and the only thing that did, it made me miserable. I chose careers based off what other people, how they would feel, make other people feel good. I did a lot of stuff out of my life based on how to make other people view me in a certain light instead of myself. To one day I was like, I'm asking myself, why do I want to do this? Why do I want to make this decision over this decision? And when I found out, or even with buying certain type of clothes, I used to buy a certain type of clothes to impress women, to not even to go around the guys. But now I wear what I want to wear. Whatever I feel good in, whatever I think I look good in, you can't tell me nothing different. And it's cheap. It's cheaper to always be yourself. It don't cost a penny to be yourself. The problem come in at when you're trying to be something that you're not. Then you go all out your way, you go all out your character, and you spending a whole bunch of money being somebody else. Now with the woman thing, I seen this growing up, and I had to ask myself, do I want to be the abuser, or do I want to be the one that getting abused? Typically, I seen these good men. Not all women is like this, but I seen these good men getting their ass abused. That could be verbally, mentally, or physically. I have witnessed these good guys getting abused by these women. Whereas men like me and my uncles them, now I don't. Certain women, like when they approach me, they can tell they can only go so far with me. But you gotta set that. You gotta set that law out the gate. Any from future reference, any woman you get with, you put the law down of what you will tolerate, what you won't tolerate from day one. Don't wait till the middle of the thing. Let them get comfortable and treat you any kind of way, and that can be for men and women. Yeah. I don't let a dog talk to me like that. A dog bite me, I'm biting that dog right the fuck back.
You said you don't let a dog talk to you like that.
I'm just saying, like you gotta
What?
set people straight.
He's 100% right.
The thing is, you teaches people how to treat you. That
Yeah.
applies to
You're
women.
setting boundaries. You set boundaries.
Set boundaries. You teach them how to treat you. Some people know who they could do certain stuff with, too, and some people know they can't. Some people know they could talk crazy to somebody else on Twitter, but they can't do it to Kay, because Kay gonna set certain type of boundaries of what she allowed and what she won't allow, and she set that out the gate with that person, so they know after that. And if they try to continue after that, now it's disrespect. But it's not disrespect if you don't set that foundation out the gate. You almost allowed it. Now you can't get to the middle or towards the end and want to set boundaries. No, you got to set your boundaries out the gate. That could be your family members. That could be it don't got no gender on it. It could be your family, your friends, your wife, your girl. You set that shit out the gate.
No,
that would free a lot of this stuff from happening to you.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And from my particular situation, like, you know, with that being happening and everything being so young, it is one of those things where it don't happen outright. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like the whole analogy of like a boiling a frog in a pot, but like you turn it up real slow on him and he don't jump out. It was one of those things where it was like, I'm a real carefree guy. Little things, it's whatever. And then it was certain things kind of got to a point where, especially when I felt like she felt like it was over, it became where she was trying to antagonize me and get me into a particular situation to where now I'm completely out of the picture because I'm behind bars or it's whatever. So even in spite of that, everything that happened, it was still a element of self-discipline and control I still had to exhibit. But you are right. A lot of that did come from not setting some certain boundaries when certain things came and not checking it right then and there. So like,
would you consider yourself as passive aggressive?
Oh, hell no. If I feel something's a problem, I'm going to address it. But if I don't feel something's large, like say, for instance, like if you did something that's like, whatever, you know, I'm just going to let it go and I'm just going to let it slide because it's not anything big. But if you did something that's like, you know what, that disturbed me, then I'm going to say, hey, yo, Jay Prince, hey, man, you did X, Y, Z a little bit earlier and it kind of rubbed me a particular type of way, bro. And like, you know, we go talk it out. But if it's something,
a woman pull a gun out on you, you know, at that time, you know, did you feel like she respected you? Because that's what I'm saying. You stuck in that marriage because you didn't want to get looked at. Y'all didn't believe in divorces and stuff like that. And in that point, you weren't in control of the situation. It sounds like you wasn't in the one that was in control. It sounds like she was the one that was very controlling.
To a certain degree. I felt like she pushed me to the line one day and I punched through our door.
Uh-huh.
And it was one of those things where at that particular point in time, I think she really saw like, yo, I really know what I'm dealing with. Like this, if he goes there, like I can't do nothing with him.
And right, a lot of times this might sound kind of crazy, but in real life, women would test you. They want to bring out she probably thought you was don't get offense, but she probably thought you was soft. And a lot of women like to see that the aggressiveness from a man. And a lot of times they would do little stuff on purpose to try to bring it out of you. So when you did punch through the wall and stuff like that, you probably put a big hole in it. She probably thought that could have been her face. And how she act after that? Was she kind of like, you know, acted like mild manner after that?
After that, it was like it went from somebody in your face to like now you talking that trash from 10 feet away.
Right. See, that's the thing, and like that's even go with men. You know, when you're dealing with men, you got to let people. Sometimes you can't avoid all situations, all altercations. You cannot avoid it, even if it takes for you to get your butt kicked. But one thing about it, they will know that you're not for that. Even though the man that kicked your butt, he will know that you're not with that, and he's gonna develop respect. And once you punch his ass right back, But I'm not teaching you to be violent, but sometimes you got to stand up for yourself, and don't be afraid of altercations. You can't always be afraid of altercations, because when you afraid, they not afraid. They willing to take it. They willing to go to the extreme, but you not. And sometimes you can't avoid all situations all the time. You gonna go through your whole life running?
Nah, it's not a being afraid of altercation. Like, well, for one, she knew this, and I've never put my hands on a woman. And outside of certain situations, I never would put my hands on a woman.
No, I'm not talking about beating up a woman or something. Sometimes they like to be grabbed up though. You don't know. No, think about Dre. Sometimes, like, I done had to do this plenty times.
You might get somebody in trouble, man.
Hey, Dre, you snatch that, you grab her by her shirt like this. You like, I done told you. You don't show her that power that you really got, man. Before you know it, she's dripping all over the place. You didn't put your hands on her. Women want to feel that power from a man. She don't want you, like soft like her. She want to feel that aggressiveness. She want to feel like she got her a man and powerful. I'm not saying beating her up, but sometimes it's a little grabbing and stuff. Sometimes that's part of sex. That's part of the foreplay. I know we ain't supposed to be talking like this on Kay and Kayla show, but I'm doing some real shit. The niggas in the chat, niggas, am I lying?
Nah, you ain't lying, man.
You ain't lying, man. They're not gonna tell you. They just want you to do it because they have to tell you. If a woman have to tell you, get aggressive with me, that's gonna throw it all off. You just got to have that in you. How old are you? You seem like you in your 20s.
What? Oh, nah, bro. 33.
Okay. Well,
Yeah,
you got some time to go. You done been through this stuff before. You don't have to continue to do nothing that's hurting you. Always.
This is like 10 years ago, man.
Okay.
I got married real young.
I want the world to know you don't have to do nothing, because I used to always have to attach myself to like trauma. Like, if it ain't trauma, it ain't real. I had to realize I don't have to continue to do nothing that's hurting me. You don't have to do shit that's hurting you. You can change some stuff. And sometimes if you have to remove certain people out your life, it could be your family members. It could be anybody. You don't have to continue to endure nothing that's hurting you. It could be some of your own behaviors. If you got some behaviors that you're not proud about, you can change it. Practice on changing it. You don't have to continue doing nothing that's hurting Dre.
No, facts.
I ain't no preacher or no doctor. I'm just a nigga from the bus stop with a Coke 45 in my hand. No, but that's why I say pain brings humor. Hey, we done took over your show.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
I'm enjoying it.
I was listening, and I liked how, y'all were talking about some real things that affected you and may affect other people that are watching and things like that. So I'm here for it.
And people that's watching us, it can be learning from us, because it might be people out there that's been watching us. That's power. They come on the show all the time because they looking for answers. All these people that's watching us, they all not just living a perfect picture, perfect life. They going through something, and a lot of these topics that we be having, and I love the fact that y'all allow us to be real. What I mean by y'all allow us to be real, the arguing, the yelling, the cussing, the madness, because it feels real. It don't feel scripted. It feels organic, and it brings the emotional feeling that other people that's watching can really feel. That's why they be so addicted to the show. I'm addicted to the show. But it brings the appearance to it. It's not watered down. This is real life, and that's why I appreciate the Kayla and Kate and them, even the Lapeef, Anton them, the whole show. Even the ones that come up here just piss us off, because that shows you how to deal with people that do that. So I just love being me. I don't want to be nobody else. If I can't be me, I don't want to be it.
Remember that Genuine song, and it was like, and it was like, nobody knows. Does anybody in the chat know that how did it go? And it was like, I can only be me. Y'all remember that?
Listen to that. I think I remember that.
Okay.
I love my rap music.
How does it go? Same OG. That's what it's.
Same OG.
That's
I
what
love
it's.
same OG. More money, more problems. I'll still be listening to that. More money, more problems. I don't know what's like more money.
You said multiple times, like, I can only be me. And every time you've been saying it tonight, I've been thinking of that song.
Because sometimes we be losing ourselves. Please, everybody. We be losing ourselves.
I'm link it in the chat in case people didn't see it.
I know I talk a lot, but I don't know. I'm working on that too. But it feels good. You know how to come on this show and let this show be a voice for your pain. Don't come on here and try to put on a front. Like I didn't. I didn't come on here. I could have been the same way like y'all. Come on here, put on the front, make it seem like my life all good, that I'm making all the right decisions. That's phony. I don't agree with being phony. That's just me.
No, I agree with that. Like, I feel there's power in authenticity and with sharing our stories. Like, if you have to be somebody else and hide who you really are, like, is it really worth it?
Mm-hmm. It's right. Like I come on the show, I feel so free. I can just be open. I tell all my stories, and can't nobody say nothing back to me that'll hurt me. I think you should get like me. I think people that's watching me should get like me. Learn how to be honest with yourself. I don't keep nothing in the closet. I don't got no secrets in the closet. This show gave me an opportunity to let go all of those secrets, because as long as you keep it a secret, it will always be there, and you're going to always build on that secret. You're going to add more shit to the closet instead of changing. You can't change. The only how you're going to be able to change when you come 132% you. When you open up all of you. That's the only how you be able to change. If you steady hiding shit in the closet, well, you never going to be free. You're going to always have some type of stuff that you afraid of exposing. You think about that. Okay.
So, JP, do you think that, because some people are not going to expose all their business on the internet necessarily, but do you think that in order for a person to evolve and grow and get past certain things, they have to have like a group or some people that they can confide in and be just completely honest with?
Yes, you gotta be. That's what therapy is. The therapists don't know what you be going through. You gotta tell them. But if you only tell them the bits and pieces, what's the point of going to a therapist?
Okay.
When I'm talking to y'all, it's like I'm talking to myself actually, because I'm learning. I'm learning from myself. I'm being open. Now after you get all of that load off your chest, I swear to God, you be feeling light. You feel like you done got high or something. Because now you done lifted the world off your shoulders. Your heart was heavy. Like when I first came out here, my heart was super heavy. I had a lot of stuff on my heart just weighing on me. But now
tonight, or just like your first time ever?
Yeah, my first time ever. Like I was going through a lot of stuff. The world was on my shoulders. And it affected the good. It affected my the good side of me and my personality, because I was weighing in, and I took in a lot of other people's problems too, and put it as on my book, like a book bag. So now, when I came on the show, I gave all that up. To me, that's what I think surrender, give it to God means.
Yeah.
You got to let it all out and let them deal with it. Now I'm chilling. Yeah.
I mean, I agree with that. Like, there's a certain part that's within our control. Like, what's in, my pastor used to have a phrase. He would say, "Provide all the natural so that God can show up with His super." Like when I divorced, like my health got really bad. Like I got really overweight. I was up to 300 pounds, and I'm 5'9", so that's like really obese. And health was so bad, like I was going blind in my eyes. They told me I had diabetes. They said my kidneys was failing, and basically they were like, "Yo, you gonna be on dialysis in 2 years, and if you don't take the insulin, you might not be here in the next couple of years." And I remember just going home that night, and I cried my eyes out praying, face to the floor, and I was like, "You know what, God, if it's your will that I be gone, then okay, so be it. But I'm gonna do everything within my power because I don't believe this is my end." And thankfully today, like I'm in the best shape I've ever been. I'm like 200 pounds. Blood pressure's good. There's a letter on the wall from the doctor saying diabetes is in remission.
Yes.
All this stuff it's hard work, man. But to what you said, like you have to turn over the parts of it that are beyond you to that higher source and control what you control.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you should be proud of yourself right now, Drake.
Yeah, right. We're proud of you. I'm proud of you.
Appreciate it.
I'm proud of you too, big dog.
Thank you, dog.
Oh. Huh. Okay. Well,
Jay a real cool dude, man.
Y'all should be like friends or something.
Yeah, definitely. Where you from?
I'm from backwoods, South Carolina, man.
Oh yeah, that's all my people. Well, like my old family them from South Carolina and stuff like that. I'm way up in Milwaukee.
Got you.
Look at this budding friendship. Y'all should exchange information in the back. Like y'all can be friends. I think that would be great because y'all clearly, click.
Jay remind me a lot of my cousins.
See?
Oh yeah, I get that from somebody. They said, "Man, Jay Prince, you remind me of my family members." I'm like, "Don't tell me it's the Pookies, Ray Ray."
Oh my goodness!
They be like, "Yeah, it's the Pookie. Maybe not the Ray Ray, but the Pookie." I'm like, "Oh damn."
I think this is really nice. Like I love to see people, having things in common and building and all that. Like y'all could, I don't know, maybe y'all gonna do a channel together. I don't know. I'm just saying. I think that y'all should connect and be friends and all that. At least.
And make sure you come on to Jay for President, man. Okay, why you didn't come on my show yet?
Oh, to say what?
You have a show?
My show.
I know about your show. You should have texted me. I've been telling you to do a show for the longest.
No,
I'll come on your show.
Yeah, YouTube Jay for President right now. Jay Prince for President.
And you know what, JP? I was sick of you for a while because you said that Black women were the enemy. I saw you do that.
Yeah, I knew.
You already know. And yeah. I'm like, oh, so if I'm the enemy, if we the enemy, then like, what?
Okay, I knew when you seen that text, or when you seen when I posted that, I was like, damn. I don't be realizing, I be saying a lot of stuff, right, by men and women. Even when I talk about biracial people and stuff like that, I just be in my zone, but not realizing that it's people who I really care about that I be affecting too.
We've talked about this, JP. Like, I think I asked you explicitly on one of our shows, who have been the main women who have had your back, have been there for you, have been the ones that you've been able to lean on. It's Black women.
Yeah,
So
black
like
women.
when you say that like black women are the enemy, I was just like, oh my goodness, unbelievable.
I kept telling you that I forgot what I
I
said.
ignored that text message that you
And one thing I learned about you, Kay, and that's why I be having these conversations when you're around. I know that you real protective of your black race, and I know that you love your black people.
our black
Yeah, our black. But I'm saying for you, because I see you got this shield and this sword, and you protect the race.
Absolutely.
So I'm like, damn, I gotta watch what I say. I be like, but damn, Kay, I wish you let me be me. Let me just be me. Don't take it
But
personally.
JP, but that's not you being you, because you actually do not think black women are the enemy. That's you being in your feels, which I understand we all get emotional.
I didn't mean
But that's not you just being you. Like that's not what you really believe.
Right.
So it's not. I mean, I get like when you say you being you in terms of just like
put it like this. When I'm mad, I'll put it like this. My emotions be everywhere. When I'm mad at black women, I be just mad as hell. But then when I'm happy with black women, I be loving as hell. I love them to death. So, but like I said on the show before, I think black men in this manosphere, we secretly love each other. Black men and black women secretly actually love each other.
And it's not even a secret.
That's a secret.
It's
No,
not even
the secret is the reason I say secret because we be coming on these shows and stuff, and we spend hours, 24 hours talking bad about one another. You got other people from different, platforms talking bad about black men, and you got us talking about black women, but secretly, that means that y'all love each other. Because imagine if we was doing that. Imagine if black women was talking bad about white men all day, or we talking bad about white women or Mexican women all day. You know, like, why would you care if you ain't really rock with them like that? Would you think that?
So you're saying like hi 2 cents uncensored. Thank you. Are you saying like the reason that black men and women focus on each other is because of how much we care about each other?
Yes, that's why every little thing we do, we pay a lot of attention to it. That's what giving us conversations about each other because every little thing that we do, we pay attention to what black men do and what black women do. I know I pay attention to it affects me what black women do compared to other races of women.
Yeah, I get, we have a vested interest in each other. I get that. I just don't think that we have to like
publicly.
We don't have to like demean or belittle each other as a race or gender. Like I would never be like black men. Da, da, da. Like people can say what they want about me, but y'all ain't never seen me do that. You've never seen me say black men are this or that. You've never. I'm not going to, because you can have a problem with an individual, or we can recognize that like certain things in our community need to change, but just getting on public platforms to like degrade and demean other black people, to me, I mean, it's not something I'm going to do. Like arguments, okay, we can argue, we can do that, but like y'all ain't seen me out here name calling, doing anything like that. I'm not gonna do it because I just think that we have to understand, like there has to be a code. And like Courtney and I talked about that before on one of the Thursday shows a while back. Like there's code and certain things we should just not be doing, in my opinion. But people be like, Kay, you overtalk people sometimes. I mean, we're on a talk show where it's encouraged to, do all these things, but like we should not be putting our own race down. We should not be doing any of that. I just think that we have to recognize that we are Black people and Black people are watching and the internet is forever. And can you imagine like 100 years from now and there's like a class, like a psychology class or something, and they pull up a Lapeef Let's Talk or a Kay and Kayla and they see you, JP, saying Black women are the enemy? Like, do you want that to be something that's on record of you like forever when that's not even what you think or mean? I just think we just have to be more. I
be meaning it in that moment, but that because
not mean it.
First, I don't really mean. I don't look at y'all like my enemies, but I'm saying that moment when I'm upset with and I just think I'll just be frustrated. I don't bash Black women. What I do, I call out the stuff that that emotionally affected me, certain behaviors that they did that emotionally affected me and affected the Black men that's around me from a Black man perspective. Now there's other women, now there's Black women that's doing the same thing that I'm doing. They calling out the stuff that Black men did to them that made them feel some type of way and made them frustrated with Black men and made them angry and stuff. And I think Kay, I don't think we should silence that, because Buzz able to do this and have these conversations so real, it is actually helping us get our bond back together.
You know what? I see what you're saying. Like, and I'm not saying that people shouldn't have real conversations, but just because a conversation does not include like degrading, diminishing and demeaning a person doesn't mean that it's not real. Like everything I say on the platforms or whatever, like these are things that I actually think. And we can have a conversation around issues. Absolutely. We can always do that. I don't think everything in the Black community is perfect. I don't think Black men are perfect. I don't think Black women are perfect. I don't think any of that, generally speaking. But we can talk about a topic and we can have a conversation about it without it becoming personal attacks and name calling and things like that. We can even get loud. We can do, whatever, but it doesn't have to come to a point where people are name calling each other and doing stuff like that. Like, come on. Me personally, I think I'm just too old. Even when I was young, it's just not my personality to just be name calling people and doing things like that. Like, if you talk to my friends or whoever in real life, I don't do that. Like, I just don't. So, like, I'm always so confused when conversations have to like devolve into some kind of, I don't know, it takes away from the conversation. It takes away from the points that are being made. It takes away from the substance of the conversation when it just becomes personal attacks and all these other types of things.
And sometimes when I be having those conversations, sometimes I do be want to hurt Black women, like get under their skin and stuff like that. And
why?
Just to show them, just to make them feel what I'm feeling or how they made me feel. It's almost like a retaliation thing, because I know one thing about Black women: when you talking bad about them, they're gonna come for you, and it's kind of cute to me too. But a lot of the other times now, it's times where like you know how to articulate yourself. You got the language, you got the education, you very intelligent, so you know how to express yourself more appropriately, where I don't.
Okay, so JP, and then I want to ask you, Dre, because like I'm just curious about your opinion. And I know it's late. I'm on summer break, so I'm out here chilling at 2:32 a.m. But
she up at 2:30 in the morning.
Man, y'all know I would have been gone. But JP, do you think that it feels cathartic? I don't know. Do you think that the reason that you might lash out or say certain things that you don't necessarily mean. Do you find it to be because you are more vengeful and you want to hurt somebody, or do you think it's because you don't have the tools, like the vocabulary, the emotional whatever, to engage in a conversation without being hurtful to a group of people?
I think it's both, but I don't know the other side because I don't have the language, so I never experienced it. I want to know how that would feel if I did have the language and could be able to really articulate myself with these big educated words. But I like to just get to the point with stuff and be more organic. But on some stuff, I'm kind of vengeful. But if I really see something happen to black women, I'm not gonna like it.
Right, and that's the thing. Like, that's the thing that I know about you. I know that if we were walking down the street, you know, and somebody was trying to disrespect me or something, I know that you would say something. I know that you would.
I got this mindset. I got this mindset, Kay, that I said this on the platform not too long ago, and I got ridiculed for it. That I feel like I'm the only one could talk bad about my black women, but nobody else can't. And I be checking people, and I always, because I used to do this type of stuff on Facebook 2017, 2018. And when I have conversations about my black women, I used to see other races of people want to chime in. But I used to always have a disclaimer like, hey, this is just a conversation between black women and black men. This because we working on something together. We don't need nobody else coming in instigating us back and forth against each other. I'm having this conversation, letting black women know how I'm feeling, and they let me know how they feeling. What I need to work on, what we black men have did, and I feel like these is my women. I created them. I create black women, so I could talk bad about my women, but nobody else can. It's almost like you can fight your family members, your brother, your sister, but nobody else can't dare put their hands on them. That's how I look at black people. I could talk bad about my black people, not just black women, black men too. But I just feel like can't nobody else do that. And what I be seeing on the platforms, once they be seeing us going at each other, they feel like they can come in and do the same stuff and then playing us against each other.
Dre, what do you think about that in terms of like what he just said? You know, he feels like, oh, I might say something hurtful, but nobody else that's not black should say anything hurtful. Like, what do you just think about that whole concept?
I mean, where I'm from, we call that family business, and I agree with that too. Because real talk, like,
is it still family business if it's on YouTube?
I'll put it like this: if it's on YouTube, yes, everybody in the world can see it, but at the same time, too, they're not come crooked, and that's just me personally. Because same thing can be said of other races and their platforms. It's one of those things where I know when I critique or I say anything about black folks, it comes from a genuinely good place. And it's for me trying to offer my insight to help improve my community that I love. If I turn on Fox News and they talking about people wilding, they ain't doing that because they want to help black people. They don't give a damn about me. Same thing about a lot of different places. We're the entertainment. And they want to poke at our dysfunction. But I feel, and granted, there's an element of all skin folk and kinfolk, but for the most part, whenever black men and women are critiquing each other, I feel like it's very important for us to listen to each other, for one. Because
stay out of it.
Yeah, because if women are having a problem, if there's certain things that men are doing, they might be some things that we as men, myself and my circle, need to be aware of so that we can start addressing, and vice versa. So that's kind of how I see it.
Yeah, you know, I when you said, like, you know, people can, like, let's say we're up here, you know, arguing or whatever, saying something, but you're like, other people, you know, that aren't black shouldn't see us doing that and think oh, now I'm going, do this or whatever. I agree with that. I don't think that just because people see Black people, having discussions amongst other Black people, that gives others like a pass to talk however or whatever. But it is interesting though, because some non-Black people see certain things and try to like team up with a Black person to talk negatively about other Black people. And some Black people
Try
be
to get
going
that
for that.
pass.
Some
Black
people,
folks be going
some
for
Black people go for that, and like I'm not about to go for that ever, but some people do. Like, and it's just bizarre. Like, and that just goes back to what we were talking about earlier about just customs and norms and just things that we can all agree on. Like, I think that should be something that we agree on. Like, we are not about to team up with a non-Black person to denigrate Black people. Like, we're just not going to do that. And I think that should be across the board. But that's just, I guess, my
and I do agree when they say don't, because I said we be doing this publicly. But however, there's no other way for us to meet up with you, have these conversations outside of the internet. We done bond with all of these type of people. I got all these bonds with all these type of people through this though. So I just like, like a lot of times when I be talking with my Black women, especially in the group, like Lapeef group, it be just getting my Black women attention. I love attention from Black women. I always, I don't be seeing how niggas.
Wait a minute, JP. Hold on. So let me just ask a question. Let me, get some insight. Are you saying, and maybe you're not, but are you saying that sometimes you say things to get a rise out of Black women because you just like to communicate with Black women, even if it means that you are saying something that is negative and the attention that you're getting is not positive?
Okay, I'm gonna be 100. Yeah.
JP, hold on. Now, this is something that I have to go over. This is something that I have to go over with my students every single year, every month. No, it's the same thing. And it's interesting that you said that. I always have to tell them, look, you can get everyone wants attention. We're humans, right?
I'm a salesman.
Attention. Wait, hold on. So I always have to go over it with my students that I think a lot of kids are used to only getting lots of attention when they do something bad, when they do something they're not supposed to do. That's when all the adults around are like, and that's attention. And I think that when people are children, sometimes they can't differentiate like positive versus negative. So they just do what they need to do to get attention, even if it's negative. So like when you say that, that's the adult version of that. You are like, you know what? I don't care if it's them yelling at me or them hugging me. Either way, I just want Black women to say something to me. And the easiest way to get Black women to say something is to offend Black women or to say something negative about Black women, right?
Yeah, I learned that. Let me tell you a secret. I done gave you my game, Kay. Like when I was on Facebook.
I already knew that though, JP. It's very obvious what you be.
I tested it. I said something nice about Black women and stuff. I said Black women is the most beautiful women on the planet. I got a few people that say, "Oh, thank you, we appreciate that." Then boom, conversation I with. But one time I said, "Man, Black women is the most dumbest motherfuckers on the planet." Before you know, I got like 20 something.
And you were at home like,
yeah. And we sitting up there having a conversation. I love poking at them. I think they cute. I think they cute when they be coming up there and like fighting me back. Like They were like, hold on, nigga. You know.
Remember when Neo had that song about when the woman is mad? But anyway, I think that you should not.
That's why I love fuck with you and Kayla a lot, because I know y'all the type of people that's gonna stand y'all gonna be the type of people that's gonna, if somebody say something bad about y'all gonna hop on their ass about it.
JP, you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. Because my thing is, for me and for Kayla too, I'm gonna speak for Kayla. She's not here, but I'm gonna speak for her too. When you say certain things, and I'm not just saying you. Oh, PJ knows all the songs. That's the exact song I was thinking of. PJ. But I'm gonna speak for her too. Some women like us, when you say things that are not, when you're constantly, let me put it this way, when you're constantly saying things to get a rise out of someone, or you're saying things that are offensive or hurtful or whatever, people start to lose respect for you. And that's not what you want. Like me, for example, me and you used to talk more often than we have been in the last couple of months, because when you said those things that you were saying, I was like, well, what's the point of me even, like, what's the point? So like, if you just want a friend and somebody to talk to, like, we can have a conversation. But if you keep saying things that are negative and like purposefully hurtful or trying to be a certain way about me or Black women or whatever, I'm not going to be like, ooh, he just wants attention. I'm going to be like, bye. And a lot of women are going to be that way. You will get some people who will continue to argue with you forever, but that's not going to be.
Why do y'all take it so literally though when we be on here?
Why do people take it literally when you say something like Black women are the enemy? Why would they take that literally when that comes out of your mouth?
If I did say Black women is the enemy, right? And I
You said Black women and white men are the enemy. You said that.
Okay, now, and the context was about that. How come not trying to figure out why I'm saying that? And I gave y'all context of why I felt that way. Everything that bad that happened to Black men. None skip it.
Everything that happened bad to Black men. What?
Skip it, Kay.
Huh. I feel like my straw is really noisy. But anyway, so I just, because it's glass.
I don't be meaning no harm though.
How would
I be able to tell? And now you put me
how
in a
is
position
anyone
where
supposed to know that, JP?
I'm be afraid to express what I'm feeling at that moment. That don't mean that. How can I put this? That don't mean I hate Black women because I'm telling them. I understand I said that I do stuff to get their attention, aroused or whatever. But some stuff I be saying that I be really be feeling that I be wanting Black women to pay attention to and try to correct and try to understand why a lot of Black men. This is why Black men is afraid to express how they feel because of what you just said. That
JP, no. This is what you're not going to do. You're not going to say, oh, this is why Black men are afraid to express how they feel, when the feeling that I'm only talking about in this specific circumstance is something hateful to Black women in general. If you say Black women are the enemy, and I say, well, get off our show because I'm Black, Kayla's Black, why are you here? If we think that you cannot come then and say, well, this is why we don't say how we feel. What? You literally said the enemy. Why would you be trying to be in the space of people who you think are your enemy? Let's say, I don't know, this is my thing. I don't watch shows hardly. I don't watch shows of people I don't like ever. I don't watch shows of people who I think aren't intelligent ever. Like, I'm not gonna go towards things that I don't like. So how could I blame someone if I'm like, oh, I hate so and so and they blah blah blah, and they don't let me on their show? I can't be like, see, this is why I don't express myself, because I told you I hate you and now you won't let me on. What? That's the consequence. That's the natural consequence that comes with saying things. Like, words have meaning. Words mean things. Words are used to communicate. So if you say Black women are your enemy and I'm a Black woman, why would I want you on me and Kayla's Black woman show?
Right, I understand that, but what I'm saying is, like, when I say, like, okay, if I say the Black woman's enemy, then I gave you a context of why I felt the way I felt. My thing is, one, I wasn't talking directly to you. Two, I think that it's a lot of Black men that felt that way. They just afraid to say it. But when we start breaking down why I say that, all the stuff that white men did to us, our women doing the same thing. Why not try to figure that part out?
You think Black women are doing or have done the same things to Black men as white women?
What I'm talking about, outside of the white man doing the bad stuff to us, the next thing we got to worry about if our women gonna get us for false great, get us set up and get murdered, robbed, all types of stuff. It's a lot of Black men that's dead because behind of a woman.
So, okay, let's see if you're consistent. Let me just see if you're consistent. Do you think that Black women should hate or view Black men as the enemy? Based on what you're saying, in terms of who mostly, great.
Let me give you.
Hold on. No. Wait, hold on. Do you think, just based on what you just said, because Black people, in proximity and all that, do you think that Black women should feel negatively about Black men based on the things you just stated about who mostly does this, who mostly does that to Black men or Black women? Do you think Black women should feel that way?
No, I think you mentioned it. I would say no, and the reason why let me finish. The reason why I would say no, because a lot of times these Black men that doing this type of stuff to Black women is out of response of our Black women betraying us for this other system that's in place, and a lot of these views that they got towards us is adopted from this system. I think if the system wouldn't have been involved in our relationship, instigating shit, we would have a better relationship. But since it seems like our women continue to add this system that never been good, since this system been here, it never did anything good but harm to us. But yet our women want to still maintain this system that's continued to draw the.
What do you mean? Why do people say that? Please clarify. Like, and Dre, I want your opinion on this too. Because what system are you saying that Black women are maintaining that Black men just are rejecting? Which system? Which one?
It's the whole system. The whole system, as far as like, it goes from the child support system, the system where believe all women, the Me Too movement system, the feminist. How long? The system where if a woman do something to us and we react, we go to jail for it. It's like
first of all, let's just start with this.
I come up with it, but they perpetrating those, even though they didn't make the rules up. That's what I'm saying. Even though they didn't make it up, but yet they would use this system that they already know that's already been fucking over. Black women know this system that they've been using been fucking over Black men forever since the system came out. Kay, The system, we can't continue to ignore that. We can't just ignore it. They know this system been fucking up. I done seen women. It's been women doing it to me, Kayla. I mean, Kay, that will, if I don't do something that they don't like or whatever, give them whatever, they would bring up certain stuff that they know that they can use the system against me. Y'all might don't like the words that I'm saying, but us men is getting the real deal shit. It's us men is going to prison for this type of stuff that our women been using. When black men is becoming dead behind this stuff. This stuff is real for black men.
It's real for black women too.
But what I'm saying is, the only person,
if a black woman is dead or missing,
the only people that can get rid of
are the main, like who?
Black men is the main one doing that to black women, as far as like deleting them. I can agree you that. But what I'm saying is, this system that's in place, the only people that can get rid of that system at this point is black women. The thing is, black women is holding on to the system because it gives them some leverage.
Hold on. So, Dre, what do you think about that in terms of just everything that was said? The whole black, you can, any point you want to address, because there were several.
I think I know what Jay is trying to articulate to a certain extent. I feel like what he's trying to say is that certain laws and levels of society that can and have been weaponized against black men. And I think part of what he's speaking to was in part similar to the situation I shared a little bit earlier, where there is that fear. Like I said, she tried to make threats of weaponizing the authorities against me. It's like, especially when it's a woman versus a man, if authorities come, she beats on herself really quick, rips the shirt or something like that. I'm going to jail. And I've personally seen it. One of my cousins, they had a stroke. Dude could not walk. And she literally slapped herself up a few times, ripped the shirt, and they took him to jail. So what Jay's talking about, it is a real thing. But I would say also that part of it is on us too as men, because when we recognize certain characteristics in women, we got to cut them off. Like I can say this, the relationship with my ex-wife went sour really quick, really fast, but I have never dated another woman who exhibited any of those negative characteristics in her. And part of that is because as soon as I started seeing certain things and where it could potentially go, I can't talk to you no more. Because I'm not going to put myself in a position where my freedom could be compromised.
That's what I'm saying though, Dre. But if those systems wasn't there and to begin with, we won't have to worry about they calling these people. You won't have to worry about their characteristics because the system is not there. That's the only reason why you got to think about it. That system is like gold in these women's pockets. And when push comes to shove, see, the women that we talking about that probably won't use it like that. They never been broke. They never been down real bad or whatever. But let them.
Wait a minute. Hold on, JP. JP. Do you think? Because I now I'm starting to hear what you're saying. I don't know. But do you think that more black women report and call the police on black men who do certain things? Do you think more women do that than not?
Well, okay.
What? Like women, what? And this is not even a racial thing or even a gender thing. Like a lot of people don't report things. So like, you're like, well, all people want to do is use the system. Do you know how many people right now, as we speak, are in a house with a man that beats them and they never called the police?
Well, they'll call the police. They just won't go to court.
No, I'm talking about a lot of people don't even call about things. And this is not this is not based on even gender or race. I'm saying a lot of people.
Why do black women?
A lot of people don't report things, and then it's even stranger that you don't want someone who's being harmed to call the authorities.
Now, okay, because typically.
Now, I think that people who, if nothing is happening to you and you just want to get back at somebody and call the police and put a black man in a dangerous situation just because you mad, that's a problem. It is. That's a problem. That's problematic. People shouldn't do it. But if someone is in harm's way, or if someone is being abused or whatever, like all of that, and you call the police, okay, you should call the police. That goes for men, women, any gender. That goes for any race. I don't get this whole like protect.
But now, Kay, I'm 37 years old and I've been around black people all my life. And what I have witnessed, now this, I never witnessed a feminine, quiet, meek black woman, the good black woman that we say we want. I never seen nobody just go up and side their head for no apparent reason. The women that I have seen that got beat up by men was usually the loud, the aggressive, the disrespect, the one you ain't my fucking daddy and fuck you, you ain't shit ass nigga. Those are the women that I see. And then I also seen that when men be like, man, leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone 100 times, these women will keep poking and poking and poking, and before you know it, he go upside her head now. I'm a woman now, but you want a woman for the first 10 hours.
JP, do you think that a woman talking with her voice, using words, warrants a man hitting her?
No, what talking? What you could, women could go to abuse shelter for verbal abuse, mental abuse.
I understand that. But I'm asking you very explicitly: do you think
that's how men react? I just think that when
wait, hold on. Do you think that there's anything a woman can say without touching somebody a woman can say that means that a man should beat her?
No, Kay, I just think, I hope you please don't do that, Kay. Don't give these women permission to make them feel like they can say whatever they want to say just because they don't want to.
I'm not anybody's mom.
It's dangerous because you got to think about it, Kay. Men been doing this for years, so it's
okay. But JP, right now, what it sounds like is happening is that you're saying that this is what it sounds like. It's because I'm not saying that people should say and do whatever they want. You shouldn't. I mean, you should understand that other people might not react the way you want, and it can be dangerous, and people should be careful. I absolutely agree with that. I'm asking you though, do you think that there's any words that a woman can say that would warrant a man hitting her?
Do you want me to be nice?
I want you to be honest.
Yes, it is words that can possibly get them hit.
No, that's not what I asked. I said, do you think, I didn't say there are words that can possibly, I said, do you think that there are any words that a woman can say that would warrant a man hitting that woman?
To me, you generalizing that because it could be a woman on a woman. If a woman continues.
Okay, no, I'm asking you a very specific question. I'm being very intentional with my words. I'm asking you something. Do you think that there is anything that a woman can say, not do, like not she's hitting you or doing anything like that?
I'm ready for them to hit me.
Okay, but listen. Do you think there's anything a woman can say that would justify a man hitting her?
I'd rather not answer that. Plead the fifth on that.
Okay. Dre, do you think there's anything a woman can say that justifies a man hitting her?
So I won't say justified, but
Look, JP, you already played the fifth. You the fifth. So, Dre, go ahead.
Yeah, I think justify is kind of the wrong word.
I'm asking about justify specifically. Because I'm asking that question. Do you think there's anything a woman can say that would justify a man hitting her?
I would say in a particular instance, yes, once a man has established certain boundaries, if a person is determined to keep crossing those boundaries and thresholds, and they're going to keep pushing that is a risk that can happen.
No, again, it's not a risk. I'm not talking about a risk that can happen. I said, do you think that there is anything a woman can say verbally that would justify a man hitting physically the woman for saying verbally words to him?
Some words could cut deep. Yes.
That's bizarre. I don't.
No, it's not.
What?
I've been in that situation. I punched through a door because of that. It is once you set that boundary. No, and this is with the context. Once you set that boundary that I don't want to talk anymore. Once you set that boundary, please leave me alone. Once you set that boundary,
once she keeps talking, 5 minutes. Once she keeps talking, you think it's okay to hit her?
No, I never said it's okay, but it is. You said justify.
Okay.
You can't antagonize somebody and just keep going and going and going and going and think there's no repercussions to it.
What in the world? Okay, I mean that's your answer.
How come these women cannot pay attention to what they saying? Might be really hurt men's feelings and pissing men off. How come they can't stop talking?
Okay, listen. Y'all just went over all the things that make a good man and all of this and control and reasonable and blah, blah, blah. But if someone says a word that you don't like, you think it's I'm not saying you personally.
It's not one word.
It's okay to hit them and physically injure them. Now, let me just say this.
It's not one word.
Hold on. Let me just say this. Mm-hmm. Somebody can curse you out, but if you hit them, you are now going to be charged with assault.
According to the law.
Hold on. Then we'll turn around and complain. They called the police on me. What? You literally committed a crime at that point. That's different.
Well, how come poking at men, how come verbally abusing people shouldn't be considered a crime? That means if that person can continue weaponizing their mouth and verbally, mentally abuse, because people commit suicide behind verbal and mental abuse.
And that is a crime. That is harassment.
Yeah, majority of people that committed suicide was based off
saying something that someone doesn't like. Dre, saying something that someone doesn't like or that hurts their feelings is not always harassment. Harassment is very specific. It's not
continued pattern of behavior.
Okay, but my question, I was very specific with my question. I asked it on purpose in the exact way that I asked it about if there were things that a woman could say that would warrant or justify.
Okay, he's going to answer. Okay, he's going to answer. It's not justified. It's not justified, but I will understand it. And you and believe it or not, it's a lot of officers and judges understand it. I had cops tell me that they understand why these men is doing what they do, but they just got to, by law, only reason why they taking him and arresting him is because it's by law that they got it. But they do understand why a man will snap out. If you keep poking, it's not no one word. If you keep poking and poking and saying all type of hurtful shit, and you supposed to be the person that's supposed to be, I'm supposed to be putting you in a category as my mama. It's like your mama saying a whole bunch of egregious things to you. You talking hatred towards me.
I don't I don't
If
think
I'm
people
just
should.
leave me alone, leave me alone. How come you can't leave that person alone?
I think people should leave people alone. I think
But
that
they
if someone is
don't. They
asking,
don't. They continue to pump. Okay, I can open up to you about something that means something very vital to me.
yeah.
And what a lot of these women would do when they get mad at you, they would bring that up. Let's say if I talk to you about my mama's death or whatever, let's say if I had a kid that died or something, these women would get so mad if they see you not affected by nothing else that they said. That's why your little bald headed daughter died in a car accident, or your mama ain't shit, and that's why her dead ass in prison. That's why get your ass hit.
I don't think that people should do that. I don't think that people should
do it though, Kay. They
no. I know, JP. And I think that that's wrong. I think it's mean. I don't think people should do that. I mean, there was a show a few weeks ago where something about one of my students was brought up, and I absolutely didn't like it, and I thought it was out of pocket. So I definitely understand that people should not.
I think both of them.
Now, but wait, JP. People should not push people. People should not test people. I agree with that. My thing is, though, I'm not going to sit up here and say for a man or a woman, like let's say a man says something really hurtful to a woman, she shouldn't get a bat and hit him. She should leave. She should get out of the situation. She should go somewhere else, or he should go somewhere else. Like
I read for a woman to put her hands on me and use her mouth. I read for a woman to put her hands on me then and use her mouth. Sometimes I can't stand a woman's. I can't stand women talking at me and nobody talking at me. You know what I mean? Fights I don't got behind men just even saying slightest little words. But if you constantly, you're gonna be more paused with women, and it's not like
that has to do with emotional.
Sometimes you can say to a man, "Okay, this been going on forever." So it got to be some type of natural thing. It's just that the fact that the law say, okay, it's illegal. But I think if we really want to squash and change domestic violence, as well as you charging that man for physical abuse, you need to be charging that woman for verbal abuse. The problem is they don't concentrate on the verbal. They don't concentrate on the woman part.
Do you understand, JP? Wait. JP, do you understand that you can't just make a law like, oh, women are going to get this punishment and men aren't? If there was a law about, like, let's say sticking up your middle finger or cursing at somebody once or something like that, men would be disproportionately affected by that.
In certain countries, women.
Oh, wait, JP, wait. You just complained about women using the system. What do you think would happen if just saying something you don't like became a crime?
Okay, I agree. That's why I say if the system put like this, okay, if the system
you can't have it both ways.
Everybody's trying to tell black men to do is to be able to, from everybody, not just from women, black women, from everybody, white people, everything. They keep telling black men to just accept abuse, run, walk away.
No one thinks
going after the white man. They're not going after the white woman, Karens. They're not going after the black woman for these three people that starting this shit. They only going after the black man for reacting to bullshit that what people is doing to us.
Okay, so I'm not going to say no one. I was saying no one earlier, but I'm not going to say no one, but I don't think that people generally think that anyone should sit up and accept abuse, physical or otherwise, that goes for men, women, people of any gender. I don't think if you polled 100,000 people that I don't think that there would ever be a majority saying, yes, accept it. I don't think that's the case. Now, the thing is, though,
how come there's not no consequences for women mentally abusing men?
In terms of mental abuse and emotional abuse, listen, JP, there are not legal consequences for anyone. If you go to court and say, man, you know, my boyfriend did this, or if you go to court and say, man, my girlfriend did that, neither of them are going to jail. It's not a gender thing. Women get their feelings hurt every day. So do men. And there is no legal consequence for that. If there was no crime committed. Now, wait. You cannot, on one hand, say people are using the system, but then you want to put more laws in effect that would be even more detrimental. Can you imagine, JP? Imagine if you calling a woman a name was a crime. How many times have you called a woman a name?
A few times.
So you would have been in jail. So do you want that? Do you want that?
No, what?
That would affect.
You know what I think, Kay?
You more
right?
than probably the people that
I think it would balance it out where neither one of us talk crazy to neither one of us.
I think that comes with a code of respect and conduct and whatnot. Like we have to come up with and be on the same page about boundaries. Like I think you were saying earlier, JP.
Don't talk shit to me. I won't do shit to you.
So,
but I just still think it's
a woman's weapon. A woman's weapon is her mouth. A man's weapon is his fist.
But those aren't comparable. I mean, I'm sorry.
It's not good with talking shit. They're talking little shit.
Now,
we might shut up after a few while because after a while you gotta think about it.
Don't get me wrong.
When men is arguing with people,
emotional abuse.
Okay, let me give you a secret. Please let me give you the secret. When men is in a battle, right, arguing back and forth, going back and forth, in a battle, especially when people attacking, when he feel like he been attacked and people trying to hurt him, no matter if it's physical or verbal or mental, he feeling an attack. At that moment, he looking at you. He don't see you as a woman at that moment.
Okay, JP, do you think that
until he snap?
JP, do you think that men cannot control themselves? Do you think
I don't think it's not about men. It's not about men not controlling themselves. It's the fact that these men is not robots. They human. They got feelings and stuff.
Okay, and women are human too.
That black men.
Okay, JP, but I'm asking you specifically, do you think that men cannot control themselves?
I don't believe that.
So you think men can control themselves?
Yes, because yes, they can. They're giving these men. The reason why I say that is because if a man talk crazy to another man, it won't take nothing but you got minutes before the physical altercation gonna come. But when it comes to a woman, this woman could talk shit to him for hours and hours. Days he walk away, go home, whatever, leave, whatever, go to work, whatever, come back. She 2:00 in the morning, he gotta get ready to work, and she just want to be on her little rage again and continue to keep poking the bear. And that's self-control.
Yes,
if you'd have been a man talking that crap within the first 5 minutes, y'all would have been fighting. Yeah.
Okay.
That's self-control.
Okay, so JP, first of all, every argument amongst men does not result in physical violence. Let's just put that out there before we even go any further. Every argument that men have, and this is not my opinion, this is a fact.
The things that women say to us, if men would have said, it would be probably more than fighting.
Okay, but I'm just saying.
I'm
just saying. Just listen.
Okay.
I'm not giving my opinion. It is a fact that every argument amongst men does not end in physical violence. It's just a fact. This is not my opinion. This is truth. Now, if we know that every argument, I think it's a cop-out when people say, well, if men are around each other, they're going to fight. They're not always going to fight. Now, JP, you fought physically with everyone you've argued with? I doubt it.
Okay.
No. That's a yes or no. Have you fought physically?
Yes. When shit get disrespectful.
Okay, wait. have you fought physically with every man you've been in an argument with?
I don't see. The thing is, Kate, is where that men's get into argument. Okay.
Again, have you fought physically with every man you've been in an argument?
Every disrespectful argument I had, yes, we
No,
got.
again, have you fought physically?
Yes.
Okay, so every time you've had an argument with somebody, you fought.
Okay, I'm trying to give you some context. What I'm saying, when it get disrespectful and stuff like that, put it like this: the things that women say to us, if men would say it, some people get their graves lowered.
They're what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Some people get lowered in the grave behind what they say I let come out their fucking mouth.
So, Dre, what do you think about it? What do you think about this whole like?
What JP is saying is spot on, because like what he's getting at, and you're right in that. Yeah, it is true that all arguments between men don't result in violence, but it's also true that we're cognizant of what we are saying and how we're interacting with each other. And if we choose to go across that gun line, we know, hey, look, we about to be fighting and tussling. So we know right then and there, especially if I'm talking to JP, we getting heated, and I see JP get quiet. If I don't feel like I want to fight JP, you know what? Back up, give him 5 feet, and I might need to shut up.
So, Dre, would you say that you as a man view and expect the same things from a woman that you do from your fellow man?
I expect respect from everybody that I deal with.
No, that's not what.
Yeah.
Please. I said, do you as a man, would you say that you expect the same things from a woman that you expect from your fellow man?
Yes, because I expect respect from all the men in my circle, and every woman that I've dealt with since my ex-wife has respected me. And this type of situation has never come up since then. And it's been because I show respect to them and they show respect back to me.
I'm not ever trying to condone anyone, cursing people out and all this. Like, I'm just not into it. I would always advise someone, try to make the best and safest decision, regardless of their gender. That's what I would say. But I'm just saying, in these situations where we're talking about like physical violence versus emotional, something that someone might perceive as a slight or like some kind of disrespect or whatever, emotional abuse is real. I'm not discrediting that at all. I'm just saying that when we're talking, I think it's irresponsible to say to anyone who's listening that a word, let's say someone calls you a B word, right? That's disrespectful. Very disrespectful. I don't think anyone should call somebody that. I don't think anybody should call anybody.
Call me a bitch.
But wait. I don't think anyone should call anyone that. But if someone calls you a B word and you stomp them like on the ground, you are going to be the one that's going to get arrested and put in jail because you committed a crime. Calling someone a B word, while it is very disrespectful, I don't recommend it to anyone.
So I would say
those are two completely different things.
I would say this. It's not, I think Jay Prince said it earlier, it's not a single word. Like, I don't think there's really just one thing that some random chick could walk up to a guy and say, and like she got King Kong on her.
Are you saying that it builds up over time?
Yes.
Okay, so wait.
It's harassment. So then, I characterized it like that earlier. It's harassment.
Dre, if it's building up over time,
want to get that person up off you. Does it seem like?
Wait, hold on. If it's building up, I think things are being conflated at this point. If it's building up over time in a relationship, right? That's different than somebody on the street following you around and harassing you, or someone, that you're trying to get rid of harassing you. When we talk about harassment, that's different than you're in a relationship willingly with a person that's disrespecting you. So I'm asking, because I get it. If somebody's harassing you, yeah, that's wrong. And somebody could get a case for that and all that. You shouldn't be harassing or stalking or doing any of that. But that's not the same thing. It's not considered harassment by law if you are willingly in a relationship with a person who says things that you don't like from time to time. You cannot try then to charge them with harassment.
Okay, the law don't clear my feelings. The law don't control how I react to things. Just because I could go to jail for reacting a certain way, that's sometimes
they don't control how you react, but they control the punishment.
But Kay, that don't scare everybody. Hold on. That don't scare everybody. When you keep getting fucked with and punked with and then other day, it don't matter who it is. We can't keep using the law, and just because it's against the law that we need to endure this, and just because we men, we got to endure all of this stuff because we're afraid of the law. Man, sometimes we don't give a fuck about the law. In that moment, we might think about it afterwards, but in that moment, won't you just leave people the fuck alone? If somebody tell you to quit fucking with them, quit fucking with them. We don't have no privilege to be fucking with people that don't want to be fucked. If that man say, man, stop fucking with me, and he raised, because man gonna give you a warning, gonna give a woman a warning. He gonna raise his voice and deep. Now she want to compete and say, she want to keep going like she's a man. And in that moment, the only way he can feel like he can get you up off him is to give you a slap. I hate to just say the action, but I'm just saying. But why we keep focusing on him reacting, but not her keep fucking with him?
JP, again, I am not condoning someone like testing other people. I don't think that's what
men was taught to respect women, but women wasn't taught to respect men. That's the problem.
People should respect each other.
But women is not taught that.
At least a common, just baseline level of human decency. Let's put it that way. I'm not saying everybody has to like bow down to everybody else, but whatever. Like certain things, like just baseline. I'm on the same page about that. All I'm saying is that when we're talking about violence and the law, if someone calls someone a name and someone beats someone with a bat, the person that beat the person with a bat is going to be the one that gets booked and charged with a crime. If someone calls someone a name, it's not always going to be considered a criminal act. Should people call people names? No. That's always what I've been saying. Don't call people names. I've been saying that since when Anton and Billy were on here calling each other names. I don't think it should happen amongst men, women, whoever. Never. I don't think that people should be calling people names. I'm just saying that I think it's irresponsible to guide potential viewers in a way that will land them in prison. If a woman says something or a man says something that you don't like, leave. Get out. If they're in your house, tell them to leave. Call the police. Do what you need to do. But beating them is not going to be the best option for a name call, in my opinion. Now, if somebody just can't get past their anger and their pride, then they have to suffer the consequence that comes with beating someone because they called you a name. If somebody says something to me that I don't like and then I go assault them, that's a crime. If someone says something to me that I don't like, that's not necessarily a crime. You get what I'm just saying? We have to be responsible with the things that we're putting out in the internet, on the internet, because just because We all agree people should respect each other. We all agree you should not be cursing people out. We agree with that. And that's not gender specific. It don't matter. Nobody should be doing it.
So,
but y'all are just, I think some of this.
No, I agree with the spirit of what you're saying. And just to add context to what I was saying earlier in terms of harassment in a particular situation, harassment is defined as a course of conduct which annoys, threatens, intimidates, alarms, or puts a person in fear for their safety. So it is not simply, oh, you said something and days go by. The types of situations I'm talking about, or the situation that I was in, was literally, we're having an argument, it gets heated, I'm done. I go to the bedroom. They come to the bedroom, they're here, I'm done. I remove myself. I'm being followed around the house. She is blocking the exits.
That's
I'm boxed in. So after a certain point in time, you have to be cognizant that should a violent incident happen? Is it quote unquote justified in that, oh, like you brought it on yourself? No, it's not all right. It's not all right to put your hand on it. But it's also foolish to try to push people past certain limits and think that there's absolutely no repercussions at all. Because the same way, like me and Jay Prince were saying earlier, the same way when two men are having certain types of discourse, we know if I start coming real reckless at Jay Prince, I better be ready to fucking fight. Because he's probably going to take my head off, and vice versa.
And vice versa, take my head off.
And it's just, it's cause and effect. And I'm not saying that, I'm not trying to justify violence against women or anything like that. Please, like, don't take that as the context. All I'm simply saying is, in a lot of situations, it's not simply a single word like, oh, she called him bitch ass nigga or whatever.
And then he just called off
a person that's trying to separate themselves and is being stopped, and they're continually being berated, belittled, and abused. And after a certain point, if a violent outburst occurs, I mean,
so you're saying that like someone, and people do get triggered, and they're triggered and they react maybe violently, and that's a chance that someone who keeps pushing is taking. I get that part. I get that. I'm talking about just legally. I'm just talking about what would happen if the police came. All I'm talking about is just what would happen if the police came and you're like, well, she kept.
But we already know the police. See, that's why I be saying what I be saying, Kay. We already know the police, how the police gonna view it anyway.
Okay, so then what? So then y'all, as black men up here talking, what would you say that a young black man should do in a similar situation? You're not going to say, well, she said it many times, beat her. What are you going to say that man should do?
Beat her.
You already said it. Like you have to try to.
We got to be more realistic, though. At a certain
what
point,
would you say?
At a certain point in time, when you keep pushing people, they're gonna say, "Fuck the police." In the fucking law.
Okay, I get that people
keep looking at them then.
AP and Dre, I get that people get triggered and people snap. I understand that. I'm saying, hold on. My question is, what would you say that a man should do in that situation? What should they do?
You've already said it. Like, if he can, he should remove himself. He should remove himself or try to put barriers between him and her. I mean,
so JP, what do you think that a man should do in that situation?
Respond naturally.
Okay, if you had to pick, what do you think someone should do in that situation?
I mean, shit, like, because I have seen this stuff in realistic and been through this stuff in real life and seen uncles and stuff, and every cousin and stuff go through this. I mean, shit. Whatever decision you decide to make after that, be willing to take the consequences.
Okay, so are you unwilling or unable to answer the question? Because it's okay if you can't, but I'm just trying to see, should I re-ask, or are you not trying to answer it?
What I'm saying is, realistically, I know people gonna say fuck the laws in a minute when you keep fucking with them.
Okay, I'm asking you, what advice would you give to someone if they asked you that question? Like, what should I do if this is happening?
The
What would
majority,
you tell them?
you gotta stay damn near. Okay, I'm practicing my life there. Not to live off on women, not to depend on them, not to take money from them. These are the powers. How long, okay? These are the powers that you can get yourself in that position for a woman to be able to come to you out of order in the begin with when you depending on them. So if you living in your own house, you driving your own car, you making your own money, and she know that you get some more women, that would be the answers, because that's how they get in. That's how you keep them in line when you take away their power from over you. A lot of times, these situations it be because the men probably be depending on them and stuff like that. Like my baby mama get mad at me. This is my house.
JP,
I could push her out of my house and
JP,
lock her door.
JP, I understand being proactive. I understand what you just said. Don't even get in the situation. But I am asking you directly, what would you say to someone that was already in the situation? So being proactive about it, it's already happened, right? What advice would you give to a person in that situation?
Well,
It's okay if you don't want to answer.
I don't want to tell them to. I don't want to tell them to do nothing wrong.
What would you tell them to do?
Do whatever best that you willing to in that situation. Do whatever best that fits you. You know.
Okay, so you wouldn't really have any advice. You would just say, "Do you?" Okay.
Yeah, I can't have no advice because there's some real type of stuff.
Okay. Okay. I mean, everybody's not going to have advice.
No man is ever, because majority of men that end up putting their hands on a woman, they don't enjoy that. It's not that men enjoy hitting on women. 9 times out of 10, they don't want to do that. They don't enjoy putting their hands on no goddamn woman. What man that walks around and say, I'm finna try to knock out every woman that come past me. Point them out, knock them out. Any woman that walk past me gonna get knocked out. What man you know is saying that or doing that?
Okay, I mean, I was just trying to find out what advice you give.
Women, a lot of times, Kay, men don't be really want to do that with their woman that they care about. It's
okay.
Women we respect for our women. See, men was taught to respect women again, because I have seen this. Men is taught to respect women. What I didn't see is women, how nobody's teaching women on how to talk to men. They done seen they mamas and aunties and cousins and mama them used to do the same thing. Talk reckless than a motherfucker. Reckless. And when I was a kid, I was like, man, I'm just busting your shit. I used to think like that as a kid. The type of stuff that they used to say. These women be reckless, and everybody giving them a pass. And you want to keep concentrating. We want to keep concentrating on when a man finally after so long.
Oh my goodness!
But we keep forgetting what this chick is. What women is allowed to do what the fuck they want to without any consequences.
JP. I definitely, I see where your passion about this is coming from. We've talked about these things before.
We keep saying fuck men feelings.
It's not F men's feelings. It's not that. I think, and I always say, I've said multiple times, and I'm saying right now, it's totally valid and should be recognized that men go through a lot of nonsense. Like, some men go through nonsense. They do. They are verbally abused, physically abused. Plenty of men have lots of negative experiences in their life in relationships. I don't think that has, like, I don't think that should be minimized, right? And I think sometimes the fact that, like, more women go through those things makes, I don't know, overshadows men's experience sometimes. And I just think there needs to just be more conversation, more awareness about things that men go through.
And then in the chat, they keep focusing on Jay Prince probably done hurt a woman. That's the shit I'm talking about. They not even giving a fuck about what these women is saying and doing to men. They only concentrate on what the man.
Well, but JP, okay, let's say this. Let's do this.
You can't keep saying men to fuck men and expecting the men to give a fuck about you as a woman. If you say fuck men, men gonna say fuck you right back.
JP, let me ask you this. Just, I'm just asking. Do you think that more women are physically hurt by men in relationships, or more men are physically hurt by women in relationships?
No, I don't think men gonna be physically hurt by women in a relationship. No.
So you think that more women are physically hurt by men?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think they more when you say mental and verbal abusive, men is more mentally and verbally abusive by women.
Do you think
cause a lot of these women to commit, a lot of these men to take themselves out behind that, or go through deep depression, all types of stuff. Some of them get on drugs, some of them do all kinds of stuff based off that fucking woman's fucking mouth.
So
they learn to shut the fuck up and stop disrespecting men. We always want to concentrate on men. Got to do this for women. Men need to do this for women. Men need to do this for women. But this chick can just do whatever the fuck she wants to you, just because you a black man. No, I'm not gonna be nobody's punching bag.
You shouldn't be.
I'm not gonna be a white man punching bag. I'm not gonna be a white woman punching bag, and I'm not gonna be a black woman punching bag.
You shouldn't.
I'm gonna do something right back to you.
You shouldn't be anyone's punching bag. Like, you're.
They keep trying to convince us black men to be everybody's fucking punching bag.
You shouldn't be. Your experience is valid, and I think that men should. And I understand why.
Every time black men respond, we can't express our feelings on the internet. We get looked at crazy. We can't do shit. We supposed to just be these unrealistic motherfuckers. And don't nobody give a fuck about a black man's feelings. Nobody. But they expect for black men to respect everybody. I can't. That's why I don't apologize no more. Because I'm like, damn, who apologized to us as a black man what everybody done to us? We ain't get apology from no motherfucker. Everybody done did some foul shit to black men. But yeah, we the only one fucking people that got to apologize to everybody when we do something wrong, or go to prison for it, or get killed for it. Who getting killed and go to prison when they do something to black men? Nobody. They get rewarded. A young woman can kill you, and all she got to do is say you was abusive. She get off scot fucking free. But if a woman pull a gun on me and I shoot her down, I'm still going to prison. It's a lot of hurt in black men. And not all black men, but it's a lot of black men that's suffering a lot of pain, and they suffer from a lot of anger. And they really want to lash out against the world. We've been getting mocked and punked since we've been over here. It never been no leeway for us. Unless we got to pay for our freedom, that means getting a little money. But you still get treated any kind of way. They still going to treat you the same way as if you was poor when you get in certain situations.
That's what we were talking about earlier. I think,
And that don't mean that I hate my black women because I'm expressing this. This is what I'm saying. This is why a lot of black men feel lonely inside. Because the world don't fuck with us, really. But the problem is, a lot of times we don't got our own women. It seems like our own women joining them. It seems that way. So we bar ourselves. Then black men don't fuck with each other like that. For real, for real. So we individually alone. Everybody got groups that's protecting them. The only thing that's protecting black men, the only thing that they finally came up with, that passed law, that came up with to protect black men, is the LGBT community. We even had Asians get legislation passed within a year. You gonna pass laws to protect the LGBT and Asians, and black men still haven't been getting protected. And I hate to say this, protected. We still haven't been getting protected for 500 years. There's nothing in place protecting us. Then you want to tell us we can't respond when motherfuckers fucking with us? That don't even make logical even sense. It seems like they try to tear us down mentally. They don't want us to be this big old Mandigo person.
What do you mean it seems? I mean, that has been a clear thing for hundreds of years. It's been a very specific thing that has been happening to black men, especially for a very long time. Yeah.
In my state, okay, self-defense is even tricky. I can still go to prison, even if I was somebody breaking my house. If they not facing me with a gun, I cannot shoot them.
Oh yeah, that's here too. You can't shoot somebody in the back.
But they ain't my shit.
Huh?
They in my house.
I understand.
When are they running like this shooting?
No, I understand that. I mean, but I don't think that's a black man. I don't think that is a black man law.
It got to be a black man law, because look at all them black men that got killed by whites, and they wasn't no threat.
Right. No. Look, you know.
I'm not yelling at you, Kay. I love you to death. I'm not yelling at you.
No. I know you're not, but I'm just saying, like, that whole not shooting people in the back thing. Like, I mean, I've thought about that too. Like, my goodness, if somebody is in, like, and I'm gonna get in trouble. Like, what? Yeah, that's bizarre to me. I think
yes, and as black men, we love our black women. We don't want to harm and hurt our black women. We don't want to. Black men Black men is very protective and love their black women. Mm-hmm. They really do. Black men love their fucking black women. They just upset with them. They feel disappointed. And these conversations is needed. That's why I kept telling you, if I respect you, if you want me to just say respect you, and I can't be myself, those feelings are still going to be there.
Nobody is saying you can't be yourself, but again, the whole
I hate y'all. Like an enemy.
You cannot, JP. You went on this whole. You shared your experience. You opened up about it and all that, about how people respond to things. It can't be one way though. You can't be like, oh, I should be able to respond however I want. But if you respond this way to me being disrespectful and saying these things, I don't understand. If you're going to be okay with people responding and you want to be yourself and say whatever you want, then that comes with consequences.
I'm
like
not
if you
saying
say,
that I should be able to disrespect my woman just because she's my woman.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's not just, I can't be myself because you reacted. That's the same thing you're saying that women shouldn't do. Like if you say black women are the enemy, and I'm like, okay, cool, don't come on our show anymore. You can't be like, well, this is why I'm not being myself and you don't let me. Like, how can you want it both ways? You want to be able to do and say whatever you want, but when you do and say whatever you want, somebody else can't respond the way that they respond. Like you can't have it both ways.
I agree.
It has to be across the board the same. If you want grace and understanding about how you might get sometimes, you also have to understand that other people are going to respond a way to what you do. And you can't, it's the world doesn't revolve around you. Everybody has their things, everybody has their responses. Whenever people are like, you know what, I should be able to yell. I'm not saying this is what you did. Right. But if people are like, I should be able to yell and scream and people should accept it because I'm just being myself. And oh my goodness, I don't understand why they're not, But then when somebody says, oh my goodness, you're yelling and screaming, I'm not messing with you anymore. It's like, oh my God, you didn't let me be myself. What? People are going to respond how they're going to respond. And if you think people should be okay with your responses, you also have to be okay with other people's. Like, that's just how it goes. You can't want it only catered to you, but no one else. Like, that doesn't make sense and it's not fair. But as we enter 3:48 a.m.
Okay, can I say something?
We're gonna real quick, let's just do some final thoughts. I have to go.
Okay, now I see your point when you say, I don't know. It's like I could conceive that. Like if I say something mean, because I be thinking I thought we don't censor people, and I didn't think people really be taking this stuff literally. Like I don't be thinking a lot of stuff what other people say. I take it literally.
Freedom of speech does not mean freedom from consequence. And freedom doesn't mean there will be no consequence. You can say whatever you want, JP, but if you say something that is you've experienced this before. I'm not talking about on our channel, but on the network, you've said certain things and gotten, I don't want to say in trouble, like you're like, okay. But you've gotten a consequence.
Disrespectful. Okay, I understand not the disrespectful part, but if this is why I say this is why I be feeling like black women don't love black men, because black men we've been on these panels trying to express why we at this point between black men and black women. If y'all keep trying to filter our feelings, for one, you don't. That means you don't really know us because you never got a chance to really hear how we really feel. You really don't know us. We so busy listening to y'all. When y'all be coming at us raw and say the meanest things, but we still listens and we still there. We don't say, okay, since you saying that, we gonna isolate you. No, black men heard worse from black women.
A lot of people don't listen to each other. We're not gonna sit up here and act like black men or black women are just out here the pinnacle of listening and understanding. We're just not gonna do that.
But on this platform,
and I know that we have
on the Lapeef and Anton Daniel show, they never censor.
Anton Daniel show.
No, they never ban women for saying what they want to say, unless it's what I mean. If they not disrespectful with it, even if they get a little disrespectful, they give them a little pass. Where but I'm just saying. If you were to say black men and white men is black men and white women is the black woman's enemy, nobody gonna ban you for that.
Nobody banned you for that either.
Or not want you. They gonna say no. We ain't gonna want Kay on the show no more. She said the black man and white woman is her enemy.
Look, let's not get into this because I think a lot of people, including you, don't know what happens or why anything goes the way it goes. But yeah, we're not going to get into that.
You on the Kay and Kayla show no more? You don't want me on the Kay and Kayla show no more?
No, you're here now. My thing is, I saw you back there. We could have said, no, you can't come up here. But we let you up here, and you've been up here every time you've called. You have been up here.
You've been mad at me for a few months, right?
No, it's not that I've been mad at you for months. It's more so that if anybody who thinks that I'm their enemy or whatever,
I don't think you're my enemy.
I'm doing you a favor. if you
all them good chats we be having, I'll keep putting.
I'm gonna do you the favor of not letting you in my presence. I mean,
why when we talk about black women, you add yourself in that?
Because I'm a black woman.
So when we talk about this type of stuff, instead of saying black women, what should we say to express how we truly feel?
Talk specifically about your situation. Talk about the women that hurt you. Talk about what you have experienced with the women you know. But just saying, imagine, and it's funny that it's so clear when, let's say, a black woman says something negative about black men in general. People will clearly be like, "Oh, who hurt you? What happened?" Da, da, da. Right? You would be able to say that. That must mean that you are in this situation or whatever. You would clearly be able to see that and say that and recognize that. And I would too. I'd be like, wait, that's not all black men. I would do that too. I'm not unfair. If a black woman came and said all black men are this way and black men are the this and that, I would absolutely call it out. I would. I'm not one-sided about it. The thing is, in this space, I don't hear any black women on the shows that I'm on talking about black men in that way. But I do hear black men saying things about black women in that way. So that's why people will be like, Kay is against the black man, Kay, blah, blah. When really it's not. It's just that I'm calling out what's happening currently on like a show. But trust me, if any black woman came on talking about black men in general in a negative way, I would absolutely check it. I would call it out. And it wouldn't be, I'm not like, it's just, yeah. So just be specific about what you're talking about. We really have to go. But
what if somebody say not all black women?
Say the black women that you are talking about. If your mom, your daughter, your sister, your cousin, your friend, your girlfriend, whoever did something, talk about that specifically. But to say all black women or just black women in general is problematic, just like it would be problematic to say black men in general are, whatever, insert negative characteristic. That's problematic. I don't care who does it. Just say exactly. Somebody in chat, what's up, So Hopeful, said all the women I know. Absolutely. Say the women I know do this. That's just different. I mean, that's different than saying black women. Like the other dude was up here talking about the majority of black women. You don't even know the majority of black women. So how are you saying the majority of black women based on no statistics? It's not even a stat. He's like, the majority of black women don't respect whatever, kind of whatever. What are you talking about? Let's not do that. Talk about it based on you. What do you see in your life and your experience? That's all I'm saying. And I would say the same thing to black women who say blanket negative statements about black men. So, yeah, we really do have to go. It's 3:55 a.m. where I am. I'm not sure about y'all, but yeah, thanks guys. We're not gonna do any responses. No, I can't.
Okay.
Let's go. No, for real. We gotta go.
See the back, you see what I posted in the back?
Right now?
No, I'm just saying.
Is that the same as before?
Yep.
Okay. All right. I will. So we are gonna get up out of here, y'all. Thanks.
I think this was an awesome show. Thank you, Kay and Kayla for bringing me on here.
I don't know if Kayla can still hear. She's in the back, but I don't know if she probably sleep.
In the back?
She's like in the backstage thing, but she's not like on screen, so I'm not. I think she can't hear or whatever. I don't know. She's probably sleeping, but yeah.
But I'm taking in everything you told me, though, Kay. It do make sense. I am learning from it.
Yeah.
Than what I used to been responding that didn't get me nowhere. That probably was hurting.
You have grown a lot, JP, and I think that's, I've always said that. That you I think you're a good person. There's just some things, you got to work through. So like all of us, you know. So yeah.
And I got a lot of respect for you, Kay. Don't think I don't.
Thank you. And thank you, Dre, for hanging in there for all these hours. We've been on this for 8 hours and 50 minutes. Oh.
And I love y'all track niggas. Thank you, Dre, for being up here with me to have me, boy. You held me down, Big Dre.
Hey, anytime. Thank y'all for having me up. It was fun. I really
I think I need to call JR and tell him to end the stream. I don't know. He probably sleep. But we're just all going to go off cam. And yeah, so thanks everyone for watching. There were like 200 people in here staying strong for like the last couple of hours. We appreciate it. See y'all next week on Monday, and be sure to catch the other shows throughout the week. So yeah, good night, y'all. Well, good morning. Bye.
Damn, I'm trying to